Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Lost Lord of Castle Black by Chastity Bolin. Narrated by Esther Wayne. Prologue. December 1804. The sea pitched, and the ship rolled upon it, tossed about like a child's toy. It was a dark day, the morning's grey leaden sky having grown darker with each passing hour, as it threatened to break open at any moment and pelt them with rain. Vicious wind had already made the journey difficult, but it seemed the closer they came to their destination, the more difficult it became. Was it an omen, perhaps? Lady Agatha Blakemore wondered. The sky was nearly black with the coming storm, and the wind whipped wickedly at the sails, snapping them with such force it seemed impossible that the entire ship would not come apart. It ripped at her skirts and tugged at her carefully pinned hair until long tendrils escaped and danced about her face. Lady Agatha bit back a miserable groan as another wave of nausea swamped her. They had fled France in the wake of the vile and self-proclaimed Emperor's plan to invade England with his band of miscreant sailors. It had been one catastrophe after another. The journey had seen them all fall ill, even the most seasoned of sailors. Some aboard the ship whispered that it was not seasickness at all, but poison. She had to wonder if that was not the truth. It had been an exercise in misery from the moment they boarded the ship. But it wasn't only that, a traitorous voice in her mind whispered. She missed him. Despite everything she had learned, despite knowing the painful truth about him, she still longed for him. The touch of his hand on hers, the way he had kissed her as if starved for the taste of her lips. Those memories haunted her, and she imagined that they would for the rest of her life. Nothing would ever measure up to the joy she'd known with him, or to the crippling heartbreak when she discovered it had all been a lie. The ship pitched again on an enormous wave. She gripped the railing and struggled to remain on her feet. Staying above and watching the storm was risking life and limb, but to go below and allow the awful sickness to sweep through her once more was beyond her. "This is interminable," she said on a breathless gasp. "We shall be home soon enough, and put all of this foolishness behind us," Lord Blakemore said. He'd approached from behind, and she had not heard him until he was upon her due to the raging wind and the creaking of the ship. Agatha's stomach pitched for another reason entirely. He would never let her forget, just as he would never allow her indiscretion to be forgotten. Her once adoring husband looked at her differently now, as if she'd been sullied beyond redemption, and she supposed that was true enough. Guilt and shame would be her companions for evermore. Nothing shamed her more than the knowledge that she would run back to her lover at the merest provocation if she thought he would have her. "Where is Graham?" she asked. Their son was the only topic of conversation that did not result in tension between them. There was little else for them to talk about, truly. He despised her now, as he should. "He's below, suffering his own misery of seasickness. We should reach land within a few hours. Once you're both on dry land, it will all look better," he answered stiffly. "I should go check on him," she said. He scoffed at that. "You wouldn't make it without tossing up your accounts. You stay here in the air, and I'll go to see to the boy." He paused then and turned back to her. "Be careful, Agatha. The sea is vicious and greedy." She didn't argue the point, as the very idea of taking her eyes off the growing chunk of land on the horizon made her stomach roil. England. His warning rang behind him, the words sending a chill snaking along her spine that had nothing to do with the bitter wind and cold mist that blew up from the lashing waves. Choppy seas, she thought. It was a metaphor, no doubt, for the muddle she'd made of her own life. She should have been happier to be home, happier to be returning to Castle Black and a quiet life with her family. That Nicholas was forgiving enough as a man to even have her back was a testament to his character. Certainly there was bitterness between them, and there would be, perhaps, forever. But he had not denounced her. He had not divorced her and left her to ruin in Paris. It was within his rights to cast her off, to petition the House of Lords and the Church for a divorce and leave her to her considerable shame. But he had not. Despite the hurt she could see so clearly in him, he had simply stated that they would return to England together and leave her brief madness behind. She should be grateful. But all she could think of was Etienne, the man she'd nearly thrown everything away for. Even now, with her son below deck and her husband tending to him, returning to her life as a member of the upper echelon of British society, she'd throw it all away in a moment if he'd have her. But the ugly truth of Etienne's betrayal was undeniable. She'd loved him and he had used her, had preyed on her loneliness and the weakness of her character that she had never suspected before. His sole interest in her had been to have access to her husband's papers, to find out precisely what he knew about the movements of British operatives covertly working in France. She'd been his dupe, and she'd risked everything she held dear for a moment's passion with a man who could never be trusted. So now, thanks to the mercy of her husband, she was being permitted to return to the life she'd nearly destroyed. The ship lurched again, so violently that she lost her footing and had to grasp the railing to avoid being pitched overboard. A particularly nasty gust of wind came up, tearing at the sails. An ominous crack sounded, but the shouts and frantic running of the sailors truly sparked her alarm. "Graham," she whispered, her own sickness and misery forgotten. She needed to reach her son and her husband. Struggling to her feet, she made her way to the narrow stairs that would lead below deck. As her feet touched the floor, water rushed up around her ankles. They were sinking. The ship would go down, and they would go down with it. No sooner had the thought occurred to her than she saw him, Nicholas, her husband. He rushed from their cabin, holding Graham to him. "Get back up those stairs and get to one of the longboats," he shouted. "What's happening?" Agatha screamed. "The mast is broken. The ship will founder and sink. Our only chance is to get to one of the longboats. Go, Agatha! Hurry!" Lord Nicholas shouted. He'd never raised his voice to her. He'd always been calm, reasonable, and a bastion of strength and stalwart sanity in an otherwise crazy world. Yet she could see the fear in him. She could see that he was terrified. She also knew that his terror had little to do with his own survival, but with hers and Graham's. Even now, in the wake of her betrayal, he continued to be selfless and perfect. She didn't deserve him. "Agatha," he said again, pleading, "I cannot carry you both up to that deck. Do not make me choose which of you to save." Those words brought the ugly reality of their situation crashing down on her. With a jerky nod, she turned and scrambled back up the stairs to the main deck. Nicholas was behind her, Graham clinging to him with the awful seasickness that had plagued them since they'd boarded the ship at Calais. It had seemed such a hardship then, but now, facing true danger, it seemed such a minor thing. Once on the deck, chaos reigned. Members of the crew were rushing to and fro as the ship pitched and rolled, taking on more and more water. It was already listing dangerously to one side. "Lady Blakemore!" The first mate rushed toward her. He grasped her arm in a breach of etiquette, but under the circumstances one could hardly cling to the rules of society. "You must get into the boat." She did, though with difficulty. Leaning starboard as it was, she had to leap into the boat, her skirts tangling about her legs. As she looked up, Nicholas was clambering over the side and into the boat as well. He reached up to take Graham's wan and nearly lifeless form from the crewman when the ship suddenly pitched again. The rope securing one end of the longboat snapped. Agatha screamed as she clung to the sides of the boat. Nicholas reached for her, grasping her wrists to hold on to her. "I've got to cut it loose," the crewman said. "No!" Agatha shouted. Graham was still on the ship. The man ignored her protests, cutting the ropes that secured the boat and sending it crashing to the waves below. The seawater nearly swamped the boat as it rushed in, but Nicholas was there, bailing out quickly. Every wave carried them further away from the ship, further away from her son, who still remained there with the crew of the doomed vessel. "Go back! Go back for him!" "If we are near the ship when it goes under, it will take us with it," Nicholas said, grasping her arms. "I don't care! You must save him!" "I must save you," he insisted, "and the child you carry." "It isn't yours," she admitted. "I know," he said. "They will put Graham on another boat. We will find him shortly, Agatha. But for now, for the sake of you and your unborn child, we must wait here." She wept then, knowing the truth of what he said. Having to choose between the safety of her son and the safety of her unborn child was a position no woman should ever be put in. A loud groan emanated from the ship, and then it began to break apart, the boards snapping beneath the pressure of the water rushing into it. It was only minutes until it disappeared entirely, swallowed by the raging sea. "God is punishing me," she muttered, her voice rising with hysteria. "God is punishing me, and I deserve it, but he does not. Please, dear Lord, give me back my son. Give me back my son." She was still muttering that phrase beneath her breath, her voice having grown weak with the strain hours later when their small boat reached land. Other survivors were there. Bodies littered the beach, driven there by the raging sea. They lay stretched out like driftwood, but they were all grown men, sailors. There were no little boys. Graham, the only son and heir to Lord Blakemore of Castle Black, had vanished, taken by the vicious and greedy sea her husband had warned her of. Chapter 1. December 1822. The winds were howling outside, lashing at the stone walls of the castle as thunder cracked and lightning flashed across the sky. It was typical weather for that time of year, and generally no cause for alarm. Storms were a fact of life when living so close to the sea. Still, it seemed especially ominous that evening, as if the weather itself were a harbinger of other things to come. In the years since she'd come to live there as an orphaned child, Castle Black had changed exponentially. In those years since, beset with tragedy and with the neglect born out of the ensuing grief, it had come to live up to its dark moniker. At only 6 years old she'd arrived on the doorstep uncertain of her welcome. With both her parents deceased and no family to take her in, the tenuous connection of the late Lord Blakemore and her father as school-chums had hardly offered an auspicious beginning. They could very well have made her a servant in the house, or worse, sent her to an almshouse to make her way in the world as she might. Instead, Lord Blakemore and Lady Agatha had welcomed her with open arms. She had to wonder, if she'd arrived later, if it had been after Graham's disappearance, their hearts hardened by grief, if the outcome would have been the same. Shaking off her morbid thoughts with a slight shiver, Miss Beatrice Marlowe waited for her maid to put the finishing touches on her hair before going down to dinner. The family was no doubt gathered already, and she would receive stern and disapproving looks for being late. But as the thick, dark mass of her hair seemed to defy every attempt to contain it in a reasonable chignon, was it any wonder she could never make it downstairs on time? "That should hold it, miss, I think," the maid said sceptically. "Thank you, Betsy. If it does, we'll call it a victory. If it fails, it'll be much like any other attempt to control it. I should cut it and be done with it," Beatrice mused. "No, miss. 'Tis a lot to work with, to be sure, but 'tis too fine to chop at," the maid protested. "One day you'll have a husband who'll appreciate the beauty of it." A more unlikely circumstance Beatrice couldn't imagine. Prior to the late Lord Blakemore's passing, she'd had 2 seasons in London at the expense, and to the dismay of her guardians. Both had been abject failures. She wasn't a great enough beauty or a great enough wit to have made the kind of impression on society that a virtually penniless woman without rank would require to land a worthwhile husband. In the words of Lady Agatha, it had been money well wasted. They'd not be foolish enough to throw more in the same direction. She surveyed her reflection once more. She was pretty enough, though not in a fashionable way. Her lips were too full, her mouth slightly too wide, with large, wide-set eyes the same stormy grey as the sea raging outside. One gentleman had remarked that her eyes were unnerving. Of course, he'd only made that remark when she'd pointed out that he had yet to look at them as his own gaze had been affixed permanently to her abundant bosom. Shaking her head slightly, she addressed the maid's wide-eyed concern over the mention of caving to popular fashion and shearing off her hair. "It doesn't matter," she admitted. "I'd be too terrified to cut it. The weight of it at this point is the only thing that makes it manageable. Without that, I can't even conceive of what it would look like." The maid was smiling at that quip as she draped a paisley shawl around Beatrice's shoulders. "Well, it looks lovely for now." "So it does," Beatrice agreed. "Thank you again, Betsy. If I must say, miss, you appear less than thrilled at the prospect of going down for the evening meal. You could always ask for a tray in your room," Betsy suggested. Beatrice considered it. "I could, but I fear that if I am not there, Edmund will browbeat Lady Agatha until she simply caves in to his demands. He's become unrelenting. Not to be forward in saying so, miss, but do you not reckon it's time to have his lordship declared dead? 'Tis been nigh on 20 years. Surely, if he were alive, he'd have made it back to us by now." The maid had no knowledge of Castle Black in the time when Graham had been present. Betsy had only come to work there in the year after his disappearance. There was no denying the truth of Betsy's words. The likelihood of Graham's survival had been given up by most of them long ago. She had no real reason to believe that he was still alive. It was simply that she could not dare to rob Lady Agatha of that last hope. To let things alone, and, after she passed, then petition the House of Lords for a declaration, seemed the most merciful route to take. But Edmund had little use for things such as mercy. No doubt he was motivated at the behest of his father, Sir Godfrey Blakemore. A more vile man she'd never met. He'd begun rallying the troops to have Graham declared dead as soon as Lord Blakemore had passed away. His lack of grief at his brother's passing had surprised no one. Gout had taken the man to Bath, and they were well shed of him. But she knew that he wrote Edmund daily, pulling strings like a master puppeteer. It wasn't unreasonable to request it, but the manner in which they demanded and bullied set her teeth on edge. After 18 years, what other than death could explain such an absence? Of course, even if Graham were alive, he'd be no better. He'd been cruel and vicious as a boy, teasing her, shoving her, pulling her hair, and when she'd cry, he'd laughed at her. All of his pranks, as the late Lord Blakemore had called them, had been harmless, but it had been his glee in seeing her cry that had marked his cruelty far more than anything else. The dinner gong sounded, and Beatrice sighed. She was even later than usual. Dinner was not something to be looked forward to at Castle Black. Not while Edmund was present, at any rate. It was always more peaceful when Lady Agatha's nephew was away, but her lateness had little to do with dread of the meal or the company. It was a tactical manoeuvre on her part, strategy to avoid Edmund's unwanted advances. She'd learned the hard way that it was best not to be caught unawares in the corridors by him. The memory of it made her shudder. And yet she would have to sit across from him at the dinner table, withering under the pretence that nothing had happened. It goaded her to have him sit there, his wife Eloise at his side. Of course, Eloise rarely bothered to leave their chambers, so she was typically not present to witness when Edmund allowed his improper and proprietary gaze to roam over her bosom. He had not succeeded in forcing himself on her, but only because she'd had the wits about her to dive into the nearest chamber and ring the bell-pull. When 2 maids had arrived to determine what was needed, Edmund had tried to dismiss them. But she'd insisted that she was unwell and needed them to assist her to her chamber. The ruse had fooled no one, but it had allowed her to escape with her virtue intact. Making her way down the stairs, she entered the dining room to find the other occupants of the castle already taking their seats. Naturally, Edmund's badgering had already begun. Eloise sat at his side, appearing bored with the entire thing as she sipped her wine.
"Lady Agatha, I know you've no wish to discuss this further, but decisions must be made."
Beatrice eased into her chair as the footman pushed it toward the table. There was nothing useful for her to interject in their conversations, and, for her part, she knew she would do better to draw as little of Edmund's attention as possible. It was a familiar topic, one brought up at least daily by one of the many occupants of Castle Black. Setting her gaze on Lady Agatha, Beatrice noted the woman's pallor. The constant badgering was taking a heavy toll on her. Her skin was ashen, and her hands trembled terribly. There had been many days in the last weeks where she had not left her room at all, staying abed and letting her maid tend to her. She adored Lady Agatha, and always had, but it wasn't entirely altruistic on her part that Beatrice was concerned. Lady Agatha was her only link to respectability. If she were to pass, then it would be impossible for her to remain at Castle Black with Christopher, Lady Agatha's younger son. And she feared that without the steadying influence of their matriarch, Edmund's behaviour would go far beyond simply unwanted advances and become something decidedly more violent.
"Edmund," Lady Agatha began, placing her hand to her heart as if it pained her, "I cannot simply give up. There is no proof that he is gone."
"And there is no proof that he remains, my lady. If he were still amongst the living, would he not have found his way back to us by now?" Edmund demanded. "What of Christopher, forced to live as a younger son with no prospects when there is no heir in front of him?" At the end of the table, Christopher sat in sullen silence, clearly uninterested in anything happening around him. His sole focus was the brandy snifter he'd carried in from the drawing-room. It seemed more and more of late that he was never seen without a drink in his hand. In truth, Beatrice knew little of him. He'd been sent away to school, rarely returning home, then to Oxford, where he'd been sent down without explanation. He lived amongst them like a shadow, always present but doing little to draw notice. The boy had always kept to himself, avoiding all of them. She doubted that he'd have any inkling of how to run the estate, as he'd certainly never made any attempt to learn that she had seen. But that was, no doubt, Edmund's plan. He wished to have Graham declared dead, have Christopher take on the role of Lord Blakemore, and then he, Edmund, could be Christopher's trusted adviser. Edmund, in days long past, would have been a toadying kingmaker, a sycophant living off the court. Had he the fashion sense and panache that Prinny demanded, he'd no doubt happily take himself to London and vie for a position at the prince's feet. Lady Agatha rose then, swaying alarmingly as she clutched her chest. Her face had grown more pale, and she looked to be on the verge of swooning.
"If my son were gone from me," she stated, her voice shockingly firm given her frail appearance, "I would know. I would feel it. A mother always knows."
"The estate is falling to ruin," Edmund protested. "While we wait for his return, it's decaying around us. If he does return, it will be to poverty. Father cannot assist us with these things any longer, given his own frail health. Now is the time for action." His face was all but purple with rage, and there was a wild glint to his gaze that was worrisome. Beatrice had never seen him so angry.
so incensed at Lady Agatha's entrenchment. What was driving him so, she wondered? What had he done that he felt so keenly now, more than ever, that the status quo could no longer stand? Although this was a theme that Edmund had spouted for years, he seemed more intense about it than ever before. Beatrice wanted to intervene. She wanted to demand that he leave the older woman be, but she'd never been more aware of how tenuous her position within the Blakemore household truly was. She'd been the ward of the late Lord Blakemore, and when he'd passed away, Lady Agatha had taken on the role as there was no Lord Blakemore to see to the task. Were it not for Lady Agatha, she'd have been tossed out into the streets long ago. Edmund had made no effort to hide his disdain for her. During their ugly encounter that night in the corridor, he'd made it abundantly clear that there was only one way for her to remain at Castle Black after Lady Agatha was gone. She'd be his mistress, installed right under his wife's nose, or she'd be tossed into the streets without a tuppence to make her way in the only way that a woman could.
"I will not discuss this further," Lady Agatha insisted. She was weakening, her voice quavering with emotion, and also with whatever mysterious ailment had been plaguing her for the last months. It was slowly robbing her of her strength. Her body was wavering, but her will was iron.
"Really, Edmund," Eloise said sharply, "must we go through all of this again? If your aunt wishes to continue living in her delusions, let her. But for heaven's sake, stop yelling. It's giving me a splitting headache."
He whirled on his wife, his anger quickly transferring to her.
"If you've nothing useful to add, why don't you retire? We'll have a tray sent up, though I dare say none of the food will interest you as much as the wine."
"Enough!" Lady Agatha shouted. "This endless sniping at one another will cease. Immediately!" Before Edmund could reply, the butler entered the dining room. He'd disappeared moments earlier when there had been a knock at the door. It was all very mysterious, but then there were many mysteries at Castle Black.
"My lady, forgive me," he said, "but there is a gentleman at the door who states it is urgent that he sees you."
"She is unwell," Edmund protested. "She is not to be bothered with callers who do not have the decency to come during regular hours."
Beatrice glared at him. He'd had little enough care for Lady Agatha's health when he'd been berating her to have her missing son declared dead. There was no need for her to intervene. Ill or not, Lady Agatha was still a force to be reckoned with.
"I will decide who I am well enough to see and who I am not," Lady Agatha snapped. "Does he have any news of Graham? Is it the investigator we hired?"
"No, my lady," the butler said, clearly uncertain of what to say.
After shuffling his feet nervously and clearing his throat no less than half a dozen times, he finally continued.
"He claims, my lady, that is, he says, he is Lord Blakemore. Graham, my lady. Graham. Lord Blakemore."
The room went completely silent. A pin drop would have sounded like cannon fire. Beatrice rose from her chair as Lady Agatha slowly sank to the floor. Beatrice dropped to her knees beside Lady Agatha's fallen form. She checked to ensure that the woman's heart still beat, and thankfully it did, though erratically. As she dispatched a servant to fetch smelling salts, the cacophony of the room assaulted her senses. It seemed impossible for such a small group of people to make so much noise, and yet the room filled with voices, mostly Edmund's. He ranted and raged about impostors and confidence schemes. Eloise continued to drink her wine, watching the tableau unfold with vague disinterest, as the footmen gathered at the periphery of the room began to whisper in hushed tones about the scandalous events. Christopher was the only one who remained completely silent, but then he always had little to say, preferring to remain sullen and quiet.
"She will not see him," Edmund declared, pointing his finger belligerently into Beatrice's face.
"That is not for you to say,"
Beatrice admonished softly. "Lady Agatha is of sound mind and is capable of making her own decisions."
"Is she?" he demanded. "She's insisted that her son lost at sea nearly 2 decades ago is alive because she would feel it otherwise. Are those not the ravings of a madwoman?"
Lady Agatha stirred. Her eyes fluttered but did not open. A soft moan escaped her. Beatrice touched her forehead, finding it cold and clammy. "Where are those smelling salts?" Beatrice asked.
"In her room, miss. The maid has gone to fetch them," the butler said as he fanned his fallen mistress. "I should have had her declared mad years ago," Edmund sneered.
"Hush!" Beatrice snapped. "Hush this instant. You've no right to say such things. Clearly she is ill right now, and that should be your only concern. Instead, you're viewing it as an opportunity to grasp for more power and prestige for yourself. Have you no shame?" He grabbed her arm, hauling her up. The servants all looked on in horror as he shook her.
"You're just an interloper here. You've no right to be involved in family decisions. A penniless orphan that was allowed to remain out of pity. Or was it something else? You were awfully close to the old Lord Blakemore. Tell me, Beatrice, how did you earn your keep here?"
His ugly accusations rang throughout the room. The whispers stopped altogether, and only silence remained. The hideousness of what he implied was beyond the pale for anyone. "Lord Blakemore was like a father to me. His intentions to me were never anything more than that of a father to his child. How dare you imply otherwise? You are a hateful, vile creature," she hissed. "You only see such ugliness in others because it exists within you."
He drew his hand back to strike her. For the first time, Christopher spoke. "Halt!" he shouted. "You will not do this. Not today." Turning to the footman, he directed, "One of you please carry my mother to the settee in the library where she might recover comfortably. And Hammond, show this gentleman into the drawing-room to be dealt with shortly. Once Mother awakens and directs us further, we will take action. Until that time, everyone will remain calm and stop shouting like ill-bred urchins."
Edmund let go of her so abruptly that she stumbled and nearly fell. Had she not managed to catch herself by grasping the edge of the table, she would have. Her arm ached where he'd grabbed her, but she'd not give him the satisfaction of rubbing the abused spot. Instead, she followed the footman who'd carefully picked up Lady Agatha and headed for the library. It was too much. The entire world seemed to have gone mad in the last few moments. Chapter 2. Standing in the midst of the great hall of Castle Black, there was no memory, no stirring of old feelings or sense of déjà vu. He stood there as a stranger might, slightly awed by the scale of the thing, but the kinship he'd thought to feel was simply absent. The stone walls, great and imposing, seemed to mock him. Who was he to stand there but a worthless sea dog, tossed from one ship to the next since he'd been discovered? His recollection of any time prior to that was simply gone. Taking another glance around, he wondered what his reception would be. The ornately carved coat of arms, flanked by medieval weapons he had no name for, loomed above him. Would they call him an impostor? Could he even adequately defend his position that he was not? He was not entirely certain he believed it himself.
"Forgive me, sir, my lord," the butler said as he came back into the great hall from what he could only presume was the dining-room. "Allow me to show you into the drawing-room. Her ladyship is quite overcome, and will need to recover from the shock before she can see you." He frowned at that. "Is she in poor health?"
It was only natural to think that his return, if he was in fact the lost lord of Castle Black as the news sheets had styled it, would be upsetting or shocking. He did not want it to do irreparable harm, however. The butler appeared scandalized at the very mention of it.
as if asking such a personal question was somehow a violation of etiquette. Perhaps it was. The rules of polite society were not something that had been of paramount importance in his life for almost 2 decades. Survival, keeping his feet on the deck and the flogger off his back had been his primary goals in life. They'd hardly left time for him to be concerned with such niceties. "I couldn't say, my lord," the butler answered stiffly. "Please, follow me." Graham didn't. He was testing himself, as much as the servants who watched him as if he were some ephemeral apparition in their midst. Instead, he stalked past the butler and headed down the hall. Unerringly, he opened the door to the drawing room and stepped inside, leaving a bevy of stunned servants in his wake. None of them were more surprised than he himself was. It could very well have blown up in his face to head out on his own without guidance from the butler. The truth was, he'd been testing himself. He'd wanted to know if he could truly find his way on his own. It gave him more faith in the claim he was making. Behind him, he could hear the servants' whispers.
"He knew which door it was,"
one of the footmen muttered, his voice awed and his whisper more theatrical than secretive.
"Could it be him, do you think?"
an astonished maid replied. Clearly the speculation amongst the servants would run rampant. Graham turned, casting a hard gaze into the hallway beyond the door, directly at the servants. They scattered like scared rats. Perhaps he was a lord, after all. He'd known where to go without being told, and he'd managed, with nothing more than a look, to send servants into a tizzy. It seemed a good tiding, at least, assuming that his presence and claim to the title didn't send the woman who might be his mother to her deathbed. Realizing that he was being watched, his every move catalogued by servants no doubt hidden behind every access panel and secret door to the damned room, Graham decided that he should at least attempt to look like a gentleman. Crossing to a small settee, he eyed the delicate-looking piece of furniture with trepidation. He'd fall arse over tit if he sat in it, no doubt, and it would be good for naught but kindling after. So he didn't sit. Watched or not, he had no wish to make a fool of himself. But being idle was not something he was accustomed to. So he paced, the length of the room and back. Occasionally he altered direction simply for a change. All the while his eyes were scanning every stick of furniture, every painting on the wall or vase on a table, in the hopes that something would seem familiar to him. None of it did. Yet despite that, he didn't feel out of his element or as if he didn't belong. From the moment he'd entered the county, he'd had a strange sense of belonging, of connectedness. It was something he'd never felt in any port he'd sailed into over the years. Perhaps it was only wishful thinking, but the countryside and the rush of the sea only a short distance away had given him a sense of, sentimental as it was to say, homecoming. Nonetheless, he was disappointed. He'd come to Castle Black convinced that his arrival there would somehow unlock his frozen memories, that it might close the gaping black chasms in his mind. But it had been a fool's errand. His earliest memory remained of being aboard a ship, his skin burned from the sun, and a thirst upon him that still made his throat ache when he recalled it. Dressed in clothing too fine, even ruined as it was, to be a servant or a farmer, he'd been taken on as cabin boy and, at the very least, given shelter and food, even if he had worked for it like a dog. A commotion from the corridor halted his pacing and his frustrated reminiscence. Squaring his shoulders, he faced the door and waited for what would surely be a bevy of accusations. He could not have been more wrong. The woman who burst into the room, her grey hair swept back into a soft chignon, took one look at him and cried out, "Oh, dear heavens! It's you! It really is you! Graham!" "I am Lord Graham Blakemore," he said stiffly. It was still an odd thing to hear roll from his tongue. Graham, yes, he'd carried that moniker all along. When he'd remembered nothing else, he'd remembered that. The surname and the title were recent memories. if they were memories at all, and not simply a result of seeing some random news sheet recycling the story of the lost lord. It still seemed ludicrous to him, and yet here he was, seemingly accepted by them as their missing lord.
"Let us not jump to conclusions, Lady Agatha,"
a man near his own age admonished none too gently as he stepped in from the hall.
"We have yet to ascertain if he speaks the truth."
"Why would he lie?"
Lady Agatha demanded as she stepped even closer to him. The woman swayed alarmingly on her feet, as if she might fall into a faint. Somehow she pushed on and closed the distance between them until she could reach out, grasp his hand, and draw it to her face. Tears flowed freely over her slightly lined cheeks as she wept silently. Her hold on him was fierce, as if she feared he would vanish again if she were to let go for even a second.
"For the title, the estate, for any number of reasons,"
the man continued. His tone was abrupt, dismissive, and very disrespectful. Instantly, it set Graham's teeth on edge.
"Let us ask the pertinent questions, at least, before you grant him the keys to the castle." "What pertinent questions might those be?" Graham demanded.
His speech lacked the perfect diction of the gentleman's. It was rougher, his accent sharpened by the men he'd sailed with, caroused with, drank with. He sounded more like a sailor than a lord, but for the authoritative tone he managed to muster. The door opened again, and Graham's gaze was instantly glued to the young woman who entered. As she stepped closer, he realized she was not as young as he had first thought. Not 30, if he had to guess, but not far from it. She would certainly have qualified as a spinster. Based on her dress and the severe styling of her hair, he could only assume that was the case. Despite the severity of her dress, she was pretty. Not beautiful in the soft classical sense that was in fashion, but there was a kindness to her face that struck him, a gentleness in the curve of her cheek and the soft pout of her bottom lip. A vision entered his mind of a young, dark-haired girl in the middle of a field, twirling and twirling in a bed of wildflowers until it made him dizzy. Abruptly, he turned his gaze away.
"Graham, you remember Beatrice?"
the woman beside him asked hopefully.
"I do not, madame. I have many gaps in my memory. It is only recently that I even recalled my full name, and that it was here at Castle Black that I belonged,"
he admitted hesitantly. His voice sounded stiff, and his words clipped as he uttered them. Would they toss him out now? Deem him an impostor or an adventurer, and put him on the road once more?
"Can you tell me what happened to you? We lost sight of you when they had to cut loose the longboat we were in. The ship went down and—"
Her voice broke, and she began to weep softly. Uncertain of what to do, Graham looked around the room for some assistance, for a face that did not wear a mask of suspicion and animosity at the very least. He sought out the young woman, Beatrice. She was looking at him with concern and possibly suspicion as well, but concern had taken precedence. She stepped forward and placed her hands on Lady Agatha's shoulders. "Come, we'll sit, and he can tell us all that he remembers, and perhaps we can share with him those things that he cannot. You are tired and overwrought, Lady Agatha. Please," the woman implored. Lady Agatha nodded and allowed the woman Beatrice, he reminded himself, to escort her to the settee. They both sank gracefully onto the surface, and then turned expectant faces in his direction.
"Edmund," Lady Agatha stated, "fetch a comfortable chair for Graham that he might sit close to me and tell me all."
"Am I his servant now? Look at him,"
Edmund snapped, spittle flying from his purpled face.
"He's no gentleman, not by birth or rearing. It's obvious to anyone who dares to see or speak the truth that this is all a sham."
Lady Agatha squared her shoulders and said in a stern tone that brooked no argument, "Edmund, you will do as I ask, and you will keep your suspicions and your opinions to yourself, until we have had an opportunity to hear him out. I am sure that all can be explained in time.
Fetch him a chair, or leave?"
"He is right to question my presence here, to doubt my story," Graham said. "I cannot offer proof of my identity. No one can."
Lady Agatha smiled sadly. "My dear boy, you need not offer proof beyond your visage, for you are the image of my dear Nicholas, a man more kind and forgiving, more loving and merciful than I deserved," she replied, her voice trembling with emotion. "I knew the instant I laid eyes on you that you were a Blakemore. You could be nothing else."
"He could be a bye-blow. Lord Nicholas was a wonderful man, but still a man with a man's needs. His fidelity or lack thereof will not change that," Edmund corrected her, as if tossing out the possibility of her husband's infidelity were not a grievous offence.
Beatrice glared at him. "Were you not supposed to fetch a chair and keep quiet?" Graham tensed as Edmund took a step forward, a murderous glint in his eyes as he glared at Beatrice. Unconsciously he placed himself between them, his protective instincts alerted by Edmund's menacing posture and the cruel twist of the man's sullen mouth. "Edmund, do as you are told," Lady Agatha stated again, "or go back to London. I'll not have this house turned into a war zone by you with your ugly suspicions and accusations. If we are as near destitute as you say, then having your wife single-handedly drain our wine cellars surely has not helped."
"I cannot condone this, Lady Agatha. We have no proof that this man is who he says he is. I will not sit idly by while you give him free rein to ruin this family's finances. I will notify the solicitors in London at once, as well as the bankers. He will bleed you dry if you let him," Edmund insisted.
Lady Agatha sighed wearily, her exhaustion evident in the slumping of her delicate shoulders. "Leave us, Edmund, and do what you must. What care I for matters such as money when my son has returned to me?" Graham watched as the man turned on his heels and stormed out. Instantly the room altered. The very air changed in his absence. Everyone, it seemed, breathed a sigh of relief when he departed.
"Is he always like that?"
Graham asked. "Sadly, yes." The response had come from Beatrice. Turning back to her, Graham noted that she was more relaxed and at ease. It softened her features, taking her from simply pretty to something else altogether. It was a dangerous thing when a woman became more appealing every time you looked at her. "You must tell me where you've been all this time," Lady Agatha said, once again reaching for his hand. It was a strange thing for him. He was unaccustomed to a tender touch. Still, he tolerated it and steeled himself against the strange stirrings inside him. He wanted to be Lord Blakemore, and it had nothing to do with money or titles or living in a fine castle. He wanted to be Lord Blakemore because, at long last, he wanted to belong somewhere, to feel a connection to another human being. Crossing the room, he gathered a sturdy-looking chair from near the window and carried it over, seating himself close enough to Lady Agatha that she would not have to crane her neck to see him.
"I've been at sea, madam. I was found in a longboat, badly sunburned, nearly dead from thirst."
She made a sound of distress, and Graham realised that, for the sake of her well-being, he would not be able to tell his entire story. It would have to be carefully edited. Her face had paled at his words, and she appeared to grow even smaller, sinking in upon herself.
"I was rescued by a kindly sea captain and his crew. I could not tell them more than my first name. Graham was all that I could recall. I had been struck on the head," he added. "Possibly when the first ship went down. They kept me on board, made me cabin boy. I was taught a trade, how to sail, and that is what I have done since."
"Were you never able to see the news sheets or announcements that we made about your disappearance?" Lady Agatha asked. "We searched for you, my darling. To the ends of the earth, I had thought.
No, my lady, I did not see them, he answered, being as honest as he could without upsetting her further. The ship I was on sailed to the Indies. I was there for some time, going from port to port. Then we sailed to the Americas, to Canada even. When we did return to England, well, men who have been at sea for some time have little interest in news sheets.
She ducked her head. They would not, of course. But they were good to you? Kind? Please tell me that you did not suffer more.
They were good to me and kind, he lied. I was given all that I needed to survive.
That much was at least true. He'd been fed and sheltered. He'd learned to fight for what he needed and to defend his life if need be. He'd learned how to take a beating and not let it break him. But there was no need to share such with her when she clearly did not have the strength to hear it. "Lady Agatha," Beatrice said, "I know you're tired, and I'm sure that Lord Graham is very tired as well from his journey. Let us show him to a room to be settled for the night, and then get you to bed." Graham noted the gentleness of her tone, the way she was so very caring toward the woman. It baffled him that people should be so good to one another when it was not something he had anything more than a passing familiarity with himself. "I am tired, but also filled with joy you cannot possibly understand, Beatrice. I would sit here with him all night. I must know everything about your life, how you fared without your family to care for you," she insisted.
Graham studied her carefully.
Her skin was pale to the point of translucency. There were dark hollows beneath her eyes, and she was desperately thin. While her eyes shone brightly with her joy, her appearance otherwise betrayed the weaknesses of her body.
"There would be little to tell of interest, madam, and most of it unfit for the ears of ladies," he replied. "The crew I sailed with, though they took me in, was a rough lot, and I grew to be as rough as they were. I would not say more to you than that."
"If you will not go to bed for your own sake, Lady Agatha," Beatrice said, "let us do so for poor Graham. This must be terribly overwhelming to return here and have us all descend upon him with our questions, and, sadly, our accusations." It wasn't so exhausting, but at the young woman's imploring look he knew precisely what she wanted. If he claimed fatigue, Lady Agatha would relent. And given the woman's state, as she was clearly unwell, it would be selfish of him to not go along.
"I am quite tired from the journey, but you may rest easy, Lady Agatha, that I have no intention of leaving Castle Black. We will have all the time needed to share our stories," he assured her.
"But the master's chamber is not ready," Lady Agatha cried. "What a poor welcome you've had."
"On the contrary," he disagreed. "I feel very welcomed indeed. And any room will do. I dare say even your basest room will be far beyond any luxury that I can recall."
"That will change," Lady Agatha vowed. "You shall be restored to your rightful place as the Lord of Castle Black. I promise you, my son. It will all be right. I promise."
Graham said nothing more. He simply offered her his arm and helped her to rise.
Beatrice led the way, taking them from the drawing-room, up the stairs, and into the family wing of the castle. She paused, finally, outside a heavy oaken door. "This is the blue room, which is typically reserved for guests, but it was used only recently and will be the easiest to see made ready for you. No doubt the maids have already taken care of it," she explained, ducking her head so that the candlelight from the wall sconces set her dark hair aglow.
"I'm sure it will be fine. Thank you."
Graham opened the door and stepped inside. A panel on the far wall closed, and he heard the giggling of maids as they made their escape. His bag, made of heavy waxed cloth and looking remarkably out of place, had been set upon the trunk at the end of his bed. Warm water had been placed in a basin near the hearth.
eager to be done with the hardships of the journey and the strange ache that had blossomed in his chest under Lady Agatha's obvious distress. He stripped off his clothes and moved to the washstand. After scrubbing his face and removing as much filth from the road as possible, he turned toward the big bed that occupied the centre of the room. Ornately carved, the bed alone bigger than any room he'd ever stayed in, it was draped in heavy blue velvet. A portrait of a lovely woman in a blue gown with roses tucked in her hair hung to the right of it. She reminded him of Beatrice. Stepping closer to it, he noted that the painting was somewhat scandalous. The woman's gown was remarkably low cut, revealing the upper swells of her breasts. There, peeking through the lace trim of her gown, were the faint rose-coloured shadows of her nipples. Graham smiled, his lips twisting upward into an unfamiliar expression. Rich or poor, all men were motivated by the drive to possess a woman. Was that the source of Edmund's and Beatrice's animosity to one another? Who, he wondered, was the spurned lover? With Lady Agatha settled for the night, under the efficient care of her maid, Beatrice returned to her own chamber. Her knees trembled. Indeed, there was no part of her body that did not shake violently from the shock. She had thought him dead. In truth, they had all thought him dead, save for Lady Agatha. All of her protestations had been believed to be nothing more than a mother's need to believe her child still lived. There were things she had seen in the man that reminded her of the boy she'd known. The dark sweep of his hair, the icy blue eyes that seemed to pierce through her. All of that was familiar. Lady Agatha's assertion that he looked the very image of the late Lord Nicholas could not be denied either. Letting herself into her chamber, Beatrice moved to her dressing-table and sank down heavily upon the chair there. Her legs would simply no longer support her. He looked like Graham. And yet she did not believe, not truly, because he'd been kind. The concern he'd felt for Lady Agatha had been genuine and real. She'd sensed how carefully he'd edited the story of his long absence to withhold anything that might be upsetting to her. Then there'd been the subtle shift of his position when Edmund had been at his most belligerent and threatening. He'd clearly meant to put himself between the two of them, to protect her, if need be. He looked like Graham, but he did not possess the same character. As a boy, Graham had been cruel. He'd revelled in tormenting her about her orphan status, pulling her hair, pinching and shoving her, hiding disgusting creatures in her bed just to hear her scream. And she'd not been his only victim. He'd done the same to many of the servants and to Edmund when he'd come visiting. There was no cruelty in the man she'd just met, and it was hard for her to fathom that a more difficult life had produced a kinder version of the boy she'd once known. Betsy let herself in, her eyes agog and her mouth forming an O of surprise. "Is it really him, miss? Is it his lordship returned?" Beatrice looked up at her maid. In truth, her friend. Only Betsy knew of the way she had to hide from Edmund, of the strangeness of Christopher, and the frailty of Lady Agatha. Betsy was her confidant. But if it was true, and he was Graham, Lord Blakemore, returned to them, he was also Betsy's employer. So Beatrice opted for caution. "He looks like him. He could be him. Lady Agatha believes it with her whole heart," she said. "Begging your pardon, miss, but Lady Agatha wants it to be him. I suppose we all do for her sake. But you have doubts." "Of course I have doubts. He was a boy when he disappeared. Who can say what that boy would look like now, or what manner of man he might have become?" Beatrice mused. "I'm going to get you a sleeping draught," Betsy declared decisively. "No. Lady Agatha might need me," Beatrice protested. "Lady Agatha has that dragon of hers, Crenshaw, to see to her during the night," Betsy replied, referring to Lady Agatha's maid. "You're worried, miss. I can see it in your eyes, and I know you. You'll not sleep a wink without it. And tomorrow, when decisions are made and hard questions asked, you'll need to have your wits about you." There was no refuting that logic. Beatrice nodded her assent, and Betsy left to fetch the tonic. While she was gone, Beatrice began tugging the pins from her hair and dropping them into the small box on her dressing table. Her life had altered irrevocably upon Graham's entrance to Castle Black. For better or worse, remained to be seen. Chapter 3. Beatrice was most decidedly not well rested. Even with the sleeping draught, she tossed and turned throughout the night, plagued with strange dreams and nightmares. Betsy had taken one look at the hollows under her mistress's eyes, clucked her tongue and sighed, as if Beatrice had somehow intentionally made her job more difficult. Entering the breakfast room, she paused mid-stride. He was there. They were alone in the room. Of course, one was never truly alone at Castle Black. There were servants hovering around every corner, and behind every hidden panel or in every passageway. But still, there was no buffer between them, no Edmund to bluster or Lady Agatha to stare at him adoringly. He rose after a heartbeat, as if just recalling that he was supposed to. "Good morning." The greeting was stiff, his voice still gruff from sleep. Based on the dark circles beneath his eyes, he'd slept no better than she had. "Good morning," she answered softly, as she crossed to the sideboard and began filling a plate for herself. She had no appetite, but it gave her a moment to collect her thoughts and figure how best to proceed. When she seated herself at the table, the silence stretched taut and awkward between them. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she began, "Lord Graham." "Miss Beatrice." They'd spoken in unison, their words tripping over one another. She stopped, looked down at her plate in embarrassment, and then finally uttered, "You should go first. I'm certain you have many questions." "As do you," he said. "As you should. I am a stranger here after all." "We shall take turns then, if you are amenable," Beatrice offered. He nodded his agreement. "Ladies first, then." "You said that you could not remember much, but how is it that your memory of Castle Black returned?" He didn't answer immediately, but paused to take a sip of coffee. She recognised the scent of it and recalled that Lord Nicholas had favoured it above tea. "It is not fully at any rate. Nearly a year back I was on a ship, caught in a storm not unlike that which apparently sank the ship we sailed on when I was lost. I was struck by a falling beam. After lying senseless in a bed for days, I finally awoke. The missing piece, my surname and my title, had simply returned to me. There are other things I recall, and more things yet that are familiar, but not everything." It was a more forthcoming answer than she had anticipated. "I see. I suppose it is your turn, then, to ask a question." He levelled an assessing glance at her. "What is Edmund's place in this household, and why do you fear him?" Beatrice sipped her tea. It was a stalling tactic, and no more. Finally, having fabricated a reasonable answer, she replied, "I am not afraid of him. But Edmund, who is your first cousin, by the way, his father is Lord Nicholas's younger brother, has a very forceful personality. He is quite determined to have his way in things, and I have learned that sometimes it is best to avoid being in his way." As if realising that she needed to offer more information, she added, "Sir Godfrey, your uncle, has been ill for some time. Gout. He has relocated to Bath, where he takes the waters to ease his suffering, and to entertain his mistresses and gamble like the profligate wastrel that he was. But that she would keep to herself." He raised one eyebrow at her, the dark peak of it arcing up in an expression so familiar that it sent her stomach spiralling to her toes. He didn't simply look like Graham. He used his expressions. Some of his mannerisms, even from childhood, had carried over into this stranger before her. "That is a very carefully worded answer, Miss Beatrice." "Please call me Beatrice. We are a very informal household, she urged.
Why is that?
He asked with a frown. It was an odd thing to him to have those living in a castle behaving with such laxity.
I cannot imagine that living in such grandeur would promote such a loose and free interpretation of etiquette.
It is not your turn to ask a question, my lord, she said.
He conceded the point with a nod. Very well, we will hold that one in account. Ask what you will, Beatrice.
I would ask for your promise that you do not mean any harm toward Lady Agatha, she uttered, her voice trembling with emotion. She is my family. Not by blood or even by my marriage, but by virtue of the care she has shown me since I came here to live as an orphaned ward. I would not see her harmed, not for anything in this world.
He grew so quiet that Beatrice was certain she had offended him. But when he did finally speak, his tone revealed no anger or affront. It was as kind as it had been yesterday when he spoke to Lady Agatha. I mean her no harm, as I mean you no harm. I am here because I believe, as much as I can believe anything when my own mind has failed me, that I am Lord Blakemore. I am not here for monetary gain, but because I need to know who I am and where I belong.
And if your beliefs are wrong, she asked, what then?
That is 2 questions, Beatrice, and you owe me an answer to mine first. Why are the occupants of this house so informal?
Because this is not simply our house. It is our world, if you will. Since Lord Nicholas's death, we have not left the estate other than short jaunts to the village. There is no entertainment, no guests or parties. We live in a constant state of limbo, waiting for your return. Now, answer me, my lord. What if you are wrong?
Then I will leave, as unobtrusively and with as little disruption as possible.
Beatrice wondered if he had any inkling of just how disturbing his presence was. Not because of who he claimed to be, but simply because of all that he was. His very presence filled the room, sucking all the air out of it, and making it nearly impossible to breathe. Whether it was the breadth of his shoulders or the primal way he moved and held himself, as if ready to fend off attack at any second, he was overwhelming to her. Shoving her plate away, she rose abruptly. He did as well. I should go and check on Lady Agatha. The events of yesterday have been shocking for her, and she is somewhat frail these last months.
Has a doctor been fetched to care for her? He asked.
Yes, her physician has seen her. He says it is her age, or simply the inherent weakness of the female form, she sneered. She despised the man and wished fervently that Lady Agatha would seek a second opinion. Any such suggestions had been immediately vetoed by Edmund, who called her the typical hysterical female. Lady Agatha had declined them as well, putting her trust in the physician who had cared for her for decades. But, alas, he has been competent enough in his care of her over the years. Perhaps your return will be good for her. It will lift her spirits, and that cannot but help her physical well-being. Exiting the breakfast room, Beatrice reasoned that she was not running from him. It was not a retreat. It was a détente, a careful reduction in the strange tension between them that she would not, name. Perhaps it was the distraction of the situation, or perhaps it was the distraction of the man whose very presence seemed to disturb her on a primal level. But Beatrice failed to practice her usual caution. Normally aware of Edmund's presence and his location in the house at all times, she'd failed to check with the maid to see if he was still abed or had gone out for the morning. As she reached the landing on the 2nd floor, a hand snaked around her wrist and pulled her to the side. She knew she'd made a dreadful error.
"What did he say?"
Edmund demanded. "He said nothing that is of any more import than what he said last night," she replied. "Let go of me, Edmund. You're hurting me."
"I'll let go of you when I'm ready," he snarled. "What are you plotting in that devious female mind of yours? Set him as the lost heir and take your place as the new Lady Blakemore? I never took you for a social climbing whore, Beatrice. I'm appalled."
"As you've done nothing but offer to make me your whore from the very day of Lord Nicholas's burial, it can hardly be shocking," she snapped back. "Let me go." He smiled, but it was a humourless expression. It was dark and twisted. His grip on her arm tightened, twisting the tender flesh just above her elbow with a viciousness that could only be intentional.
"You like his ruffian ways, don't you? Better to be a light-skirted doxy for a dock worker than the mistress of a gentleman. Do his rough hands excite you, Beatrice?"
She shoved against his chest, managing to push him back just an inch or two and give herself space to breathe. "You're a foul little man with a foul mind. I won't ask again, Edmund. If you do not let me go, I will scream, and I don't care who hears." Beatrice had no time to react as Edmund pressed her against the wall. She tried to scream, but his mouth was on hers, his dry lips pressed against hers and his tongue probing for entrance. Fear coiled inside her, and she pushed with all her might, but he would not be moved. With limited options, Beatrice did the only thing she could in that moment. She bit him, sinking her teeth into his bottom lip with all the force she could muster. Graham had left the breakfast room, his weighted conversation with Beatrice having robbed him of his appetite. Every bite after that charged exchange had been like sawdust on his tongue. As he climbed the stairs, he heard heated, angry whispers. At the top, he peered to his left and saw a couple embracing in the alcove. He could not see her face, but he recognized the gown instantly. It was the same light-sprigged muslin that he'd seen her wearing at breakfast. Had he been wrong? Was the animosity he'd discerned between Beatrice and Edmund nothing more than a lover's quarrel? The bitterness he felt at that thought was surprising, but it was also fleeting. Edmund cried out, stepping back from her. His hand flew back, and before Graham could reach them, the blow fell. Edmund had slapped her with enough force to rattle a grown man, and he watched as she sank to her knees.
"You vicious bitch!"
Edmund hissed out between clenched teeth as he grabbed his handkerchief from his pocket and held it to his bleeding lip. His hand came back again, but Graham had reached them. Catching the man's wrist, Graham whirled him around, twisting his arm until Edmund cried out in pain.
"If you touch her again," he warned, "I'll break your bloody arm. Take your filthy hands off me."
Graham ignored the man as he turned his head to take stock of Beatrice's injuries.
"How badly are you hurt?"
"I'm not at all. Only a bit shaken," she said, as she used the wall to support herself as she climbed to her feet once more. It was clearly a lie. Her cheek had blazed bright red from his handprint. He could see the marks forming on her upper arm, marks that had clearly been left by a man's hand. Perhaps it was pettiness, or perhaps it was the desire to teach Edmund a lesson, but he adjusted his grip on the man's wrist slightly. Graham grasped two of Edmund's fingers, twisting them viciously. There was a slight popping sound. They weren't broken, merely pulled out of joint, but he wouldn't be striking anyone else for some time to come. Edmund let out a scream, clutched his mangled fingers, and fell to the floor as Graham released him. Graham held out his hand to Beatrice.
"I'll escort you to your room and see to it that you arrive there without being further accosted."
He could see the indecision written plainly on her face, but as she glanced at Edmund's snivelling form, her indecision vanished. She accepted his hand and stepped over the wailing figure. "Thank you, my lord," she uttered.
"Graham," he corrected. "If this is an informal household, I should follow suit. In truth, I am more used to being called only by my given name. It sufficed on its own for many years."
She didn't smile, but as they moved further along the corridor, she appeared less and less shaken, her confidence returning as they put distance between themselves and Edmund. "He won't forgive this, you know," she said softly. "He's a small-minded, petty man, and he'll glory in avenging what he sees as an affront to his dignity.
They stopped, having reached her chamber door.
"And what of your dignity?" he asked.
She smiled, a slight tilting of her lips that transformed her face and transfixed him. "According to Edmund, I have none. I am an adventuress living off the generosity of Lady Agatha. I should be earning my keep."
"In his bed?"
Graham asked. It was an indelicate thing to say to a young woman, but then they were in a very indelicate circumstance. Her blush was answer enough, but she nodded anyway. "He has threatened on numerous occasions to have me tossed out. He claims that Lady Agatha is hovering near death's door, and once she is gone, I will have no other recourse but to warm his bed or someone else's."
Graham clenched his jaw tight. He wanted to do more than dislocate the bastard's fingers.
Forcing himself to remember the manners that he'd neglected for so many years, he refrained from cursing in front of her.
"That will not happen. Whatever comes, I promise you that he will never touch you again."
"Thank you. For that and for helping me. I don't know, well, I do not wish to know what might have happened had you not intervened," she said, laying one hand gently on his forearm. Graham covered her hand with his, holding it there, marvelling at the softness of her skin.
"You needn't thank me for that. I cannot abide a bully, and Edmund is nothing but that."
She cocked her head to one side. "What a strange thing for you to say."
"Why?"
"Because, as a child, you were the very worst of bullies, to all of us," she confessed.
"I can't recall it," he admitted, not gainsaying her on it.
How could he? His memory was naught but fragmented images that lacked context or chronology. "What has changed you? What has taken that bullying little boy and turned him into a champion?" she asked. Her voice was awed, but beneath that there was a hint of suspicion. She was not entirely convinced that he was their lost lord. But how could she be after 18 years? How could she be when he was not solely convinced of it himself?
"Making the acquaintance of larger and far worse bullies," he said.
While his voice remained soft-spoken, there must have been something in his tone that alerted her to the truth of the matter. Her hand, still resting on his forearm, tightened, squeezing gently. That touch, simple as it was and intended only to comfort, created a new awareness. It made him yearn for something that he should not, that he could not. He looked at her then, saw the compassion in her gaze. It was not pity he wanted from her, but something infinitely more dangerous to them both. Desire flared in him as he took in every detail of her face, the small freckles on her cheek, the perfect dip in the Cupid's bow of her mouth. There had been women in his life, but they'd been convenient. Whores and tavern wenches who had been interchangeable. But desire for a specific woman, to want her and her alone, was something he'd never experienced before. She must have sensed the shift in his attentions, some undercurrent that passed between them. She pulled her hand free and stepped back, breaking the thread of tension that had stretched between them. She did not address the frisson that had just passed, but, unspoken or unacknowledged, it was still very much present. Instead, she focused on his past, the parts of it he could remember. "Was it so very bad for you, Graham?"
"Not all of it,"
he answered. That was as much as he intended to tell her about the viciousness of his past. The ugliness of it was too much to burden anyone else with. She must have sensed his resolve to end the topic altogether. "I think I shall remain in my room for the rest of the day. If I apply a poultice to my cheek, it shouldn't bruise or raise any questions."
"Then I will see you tomorrow,"
he stated firmly. Tomorrow and every day after, he vowed, until he was either proven to be Lord Blakemore or tossed from the castle? He watched them from the shadows, hiding in one of the many priest holes that dotted the castle. He had not yet managed to map them all, or even discover all of them, but he was making happy use of those he had. There was something in the way they moved, the way their bodies appeared attuned to one another, that alerted him. They would be a problem. It was evident. The would-be Lord Blakemore was too protective, too eager to play the hero for a woman he had yet to see play the part of damsel in distress. He'd been cautious of Beatrice Marlowe, and with good reason. She saw too much and was too close to Lady Agatha. The older woman doted on her, and if questions were raised, he had little doubt that Lady Agatha would follow the guidance of the younger woman. She would have to be dealt with, one way or another, he decided, as he retreated deeper into one of the many passages. There were plans to be hatched, and he'd need the assistance of someone who could move freely within the castle. Chapter 4. Beatrice had been true to her word, and had remained in her room for the remainder of the day. Graham was certain of that, as he'd spent the better part of the day vying for glimpses of her. Whether it was the kindness and compassion he sensed in her, the soft and gentle prettiness of her countenance that, on further acquaintance, blossomed into true beauty, he could not say. It could also have been something much more primal. Those moments alone in the corridor with her tormented him. There was a connection between them, something that existed even beyond his stymied memories. Even without the layers of intimacy of years of acquaintance, he knew her through to the bone. He found himself longing for her presence. It was an unexpected, though not entirely unwelcome complication. It had been his distraction at mooning over her that had led to the disaster that had occurred as he was dressing for dinner. He was cautious always to keep his scars hidden, to conceal the criss-crossing welts of raised flesh that marked his back. Lost in thought, he hadn't heard the door open until the maid who'd entered had gasped in horror. He'd barked at the girl, and she'd vanished immediately, no doubt to carry the tale below stairs for everyone else. Would Beatrice learn of it? Would it repulse her? Those were his real concerns, and that, in and of itself, highlighted for him just what a distraction she was. As he entered the drawing-room, Edmund was already badgering Lady Agatha terribly. Christopher, his younger brother, whom he had yet to even speak with, was seated in the corner. Sprawled inelegantly in a chair with his hand draped over his eyes, the boy looked as if he'd rather be anywhere else. Given Edmund's sharp tone and repetitive arguments, it was an easy sentiment to understand. "That is enough," Graham said softly. Lady Agatha smiled up at him. She was clearly tired, with dark hollows beneath her dark eyes, and a pallor to her skin that was deeply concerning. "You are not yet Lord of Castle Black," Edmund snapped. "Lady Agatha may have swallowed your far-fetched tale as easily as a child with a sweet, but not me. Not Christopher." "Leave me out of it," the boy said sharply. "I want no part of any of it." "She is clearly tired. Your badgering will not sway her mind, but it could very well endanger her health," Graham insisted. "You've sent word to your investigator, have you not? Let him investigate and leave her be." Edmund sneered at him. How heroic, playing the concerned son with such ease. "Fine, have it your way. We will wait until we hear back from Eves about your tale of being rescued by sailors." "I'd happily supply you with the name of the captain and the ship," Graham offered. He had nothing to hide. Yes, it was possible that he was not Lord Blakemore, but he had not been dishonest in his presentation of that. He believed himself to be. The evidence pointed toward it. But given his disjointed memory, there was little he could offer to support his claim. Edmund turned away from Lady Agatha and crossed toward the windows. Pulling back the curtains with his uninjured hand, he stared out into the growing darkness. From the castle's perch atop the cliff, the sea was visible just beyond the edge of it, stretching out endlessly until it met the greying horizon. As Graham watched him, the other man pulled his injured hand to his chest. Edmund glared at him. Graham's only response was a raised eyebrow. Had Edmund's hands not been where they did not belong, there would have been no need to do him injury. Eloise, Edmund's wife, who had thus far been a benign presence, rose from the settee and strolled toward her husband with a casual grace that put him on edge. She smiled like a cat that had made off with the cream, Graham thought. The sly glance she cast in his direction as she rose to her toes and leaned in to whisper in her husband's ear had Graham tensing in anticipation of what was to come. When the exchange was finished, Edmund smiled victoriously and offered gleefully, "Perhaps there is a way you can prove your identity without the utilization of Mr. Eaves's services." Whatever it was would no doubt require humiliating himself, Graham thought. "And what is that, cousin?" The last had been tacked on simply to add a front. He wanted to needle the smug bastard. It goaded Edmund to have that kinship tossed in his face. Petty though it might be, Graham couldn't resist that small triumph. "The mark, of course," Edmund stated, the very picture of smug superiority. "All Blakemores have it, do they not, Lady Agatha? Graham bore the mark upon his shoulder at birth." Graham tensed. The maid had clearly been quite quick with her gossip for it to have already reached Eloise, and subsequently her husband. Had the information been coerced or been offered freely as a means of currying favour? Had the maid's entrance into his chamber been accidental at all, or had she been sent there for the purpose of gaining information? He felt paranoid just thinking such thoughts, and yet he did not put such spying or underhanded tactics past either one of them. But he would not be put on display for them. "I am not undressing in the drawing-room for your viewing," Graham replied smoothly, without acknowledging either the presence or absence of the mark. If it had ever been there, he could not recall it. But knowing the current state of his flesh, marked by layer upon layer of scars from all the floggings he'd endured, there was little doubt it would be impossible to discern now. "Then for Lady Agatha, surely you have no shame in providing the woman you claim to be your mother absolute proof of your identity?" Eloise suggested with a coy smile as she placed her hand atop her husband's arm with regal ease. There was something in the way she moved, in the surety of her manner that put him on edge. What else did she know? Seeing no way around it, Graham simply offered the truth. "My back is scarred. If such a mark existed, it is no longer visible on my skin." "Scarred?" Lady Agatha asked. "Flogged, were you, like a common criminal?" Edmund asked. Beside him, Eloise's smug smile stretched even wider. Taking in the interplay that existed between Edmund and his wife, Graham saw immediately which of the two was the more dangerous. Edmund was a blowhard, and perhaps even a fool. But there was something about Eloise that made him wonder just how far she would go to get what she wanted. "Yes," Graham stated, without offering explanation. The details of it were not for the consumption of others. "How convenient that the only identifying mark upon your person has been lost to the wages of your sins," Eloise surmised. "Without such proof, I cannot imagine that anyone would ever be able to fully accept your claim to the title. I imagine that, given your lack of memory, the absence of the mark, and your general lack of genteel manners, anyone would be hard-pressed to ever believe you to be the son of a gentleman." Graham didn't reply, as he did not feel a response was required. They were enjoying their moment of glory, and as he lacked any evidence to refute what they'd said, arguing for argument's sake seemed a waste of both time and energy. "And what offence were you flogged for?" Edmund continued. "I could probably hazard a guess, but I find that it would be more meaningful coming from your own admission."
That is the common punishment for thievery, is not? I will not be interrogated by you, Edmund. You and your wife may both go to the devil, Graham stated firmly.
But surely Lady Agatha has the right to know, Eloise said. Surely the kindly sea captain who took you in would have offered a guidance that would keep you from such a dire fate. Don't you wish to know, Lady Agatha?
Lady Agatha's face had paled considerably, and she placed her hand to her heart as if it pained her.
Graham, I don't wish to make you uncomfortable, but I fear if these questions are not answered, then things will only grow worse. Can you not tell them just to appease them and see an end to it?
Graham stared at her for a moment. There was no doubt in her gaze. Lady Agatha believed him to be her son without question, but she was not in any condition to tolerate the constant barrage of accusations and innuendos from Eloise and Edmund. Steeling himself against it and swallowing more of his pride than he cared to acknowledge, Graham uttered a simple answer. Theft. He offered no defence of himself, but dropped the word like a stone into a pond. Ripples of tension arced outward, encompassing the entire room.
How intriguing! Should we count the silver now, or wait until after dinner?
Eloise asked with a laugh.
Being flogged for something does not make you guilty of it, Graham replied. Just as not being punished for crimes does not negate their existence. I very much doubt you are without sin, Mrs. Blakemore. And as for you, Edmund, we both know your sins, do we not?
Edmund smirked.
I have been entrusted with the running of this estate since Lord Blakemore passed. I have every right to question your motives, sir. To that end, you will provide an explanation as to why you were punished so viciously, and more than once, for a crime you claim not to have committed.
Giving in to their demands for answers infuriated him. He had no shame in the marks he bore, but what others inferred by their presence was something else altogether.
As a cabin boy, I was the least necessary member of the crew. When we'd go to shore and other members of the crew had scuffles with the law, I'd be offered up to take their punishment for them.
Lady Agatha gasped and covered her mouth with her hands as her eyes filled with tears.
And yet you kept going to shore with them? Edmund asked. One has to wonder about your degree of intelligence, given that you knew what would happen. One has to wonder at your degree of intelligence that you think I was given any choice in the matter. Graham snapped back at him. I had my reasons for keeping those things to myself. Primarily that I knew how upsetting Lady Agatha would find them. But as you've insisted we drag out all the ugliness into the drawing-room, shall we address your unwanted advances toward Beatrice?
Edmund blanched, but Eloise was at the ready.
Beatrice has been flirting with Edmund for years, being nothing more than a little tease. And while I cannot condone his infidelity, given her very forward behaviour, it is little wonder that he strayed.
You have nothing more than a passing acquaintance with the truth, do you, madam? Graham demanded.
The pair of them were infuriating.
Oh, miss, you must come at once,
Betsy exclaimed as she dashed into Beatrice's room.
I cannot possibly go downstairs like this,
Beatrice insisted as she gestured toward the dark bruise that had formed on her cheek. Despite her best efforts, there would be no concealing it. Edmund had well and truly left his mark.
You don't have a choice, miss. Mr. Blakemore is demanding that his lordship reveal his back to them to see if he bears the Blakemore birthmark.
Beatrice would not even consider going downstairs for that. If Graham were removing any articles of clothing, she needed to remain as far from that room as possible. So let him. It would be a quick end to all of Edmund's games. His back is marked, Miss Beatrice, but not from birth. One of the maids saw it when she took in fresh towels to his lordship just before dinner. His back is covered in thick scars, most likely from flogging. All the servants are carrying on about it below stairs, wondering the hows and whys. Reluctantly, Beatrice rose from her bed. She was not dressed for dinner, but still wore the same gown she'd had on that morning. Her hair was mussed from lying in bed, but there was no time to fix it. "They're in the drawing-room, then?" "Yes, miss," Betsy answered. Leaving her room, Beatrice's heart was racing. She couldn't imagine what was going on below stairs, but she knew beyond a doubt that Edmund had been informed of the scars marring Graham's back. He never would have risked asking to see the mark if he was not utterly certain it was no longer present. As she neared the drawing-room, she could hear raised voices. Saying a quick prayer, she opened the door and stepped into chaos. Edmund was screeching, demanding that Graham be thrown from the house. Graham was shouting that Edmund should do it himself if he were man enough. Christopher had left. Eloise was perched on a chair, bright-eyed and smiling, watching the scene unfold as if it were a play at Drury Lane. The servants were all gathered in the hall, staring at the door with trepidation. And Lady Agatha was on the settee, her face pale and wan, clearly beside herself at the commotion. "Enough!" Beatrice shouted. "Stop it this instant! Both of you!" Whether it was the shock at being called down like misbehaving boys or embarrassment at their actions, they both fell silent. Graham's gaze turned to her and then to Lady Agatha. His jaw tightened and his lips firmed into a thin, hard line. "Forgive me, my lady," he said. "It was not my intent to upset you further."
"All this fighting!" Agatha cried. "I simply cannot tolerate it. It's too distressing by far. Surely, Graham, there is some way for you to prove it and end all of this fuss."
"I know of none other than to let the investigator dig up whatever information he may. The birthmark is indistinguishable now," he answered softly. "If you like, I will leave. I can stay at the inn in the village until the necessary information has been gathered."
"Yes, that is precisely what you should do," Edmund shouted with triumph. "Get him out of this house!"
"No,"
Lady Agatha said, weeping softly.
"I will not see you lost to me again when you have only just returned."
"There is another mark," Beatrice said. She couldn't stand to see Lady Agatha so overset. But there were other reasons. Graham's presence offered her a measure of safety from Edmund's advances, and yet, if she were completely honest with herself, she could admit that was not her only reason. She was inexplicably drawn to him, like a moth to a flame. His presence, regardless of Edmund's advances, made her feel safe and secure.
"What?"
Edmund and Eloise asked the question in unison. Their stunned expressions might have been comical had there not been so much at stake. "We were learning to use bows," Beatrice reminded Lady Agatha, doing her best to ignore the avaricious couple. Graham insisted that he knew what he was doing and did not require assistance. He wound up slicing his forearm with the bowstring. The cut was very deep. Agatha clapped her hand to her mouth.
"Oh, how could I have forgotten? You were such a little thing then. Nicholas and I even argued about it because I said you were too young to play with such dangerous things. He laughed at me and said that you had to start young to learn the skill well."
"Which arm?" Edmund demanded, and his tone was much less supercilious than it had been. Eloise, too, had lost her smugness. Still seated in the chair, her spine had grown stiff, and she appeared tensed and ready. "The left," Beatrice answered, even as she uttered a silent prayer. It was an old injury. Perhaps no scar remained, or perhaps he wasn't Graham at all. She couldn't take her eyes from Graham as he shrugged out of his coat. It was not the kind of garment fashioned for a gentleman, so tight that it required a servant to don and doff. It was the jacket of a sailor or a labourer, loose enough in the arms and the shoulders to allow free range of movement. When it was gone and he wore only his shirt sleeves and a plain, serviceable waistcoat that moulded to his broad shoulders and the flat, hard surface of his chest, she felt her breath catch. It was not an intimate thing. He was, by no means, the first man she'd ever seen in his shirt sleeves, but he did not have the physique of a gentleman. He reminded her very much of the bare-knuckled fighter she'd seen at a fair once near the village. Heavy muscles and lean hips. It was disconcerting, to say the least. She stood back as he grasped the sleeve of his shirt and tugged it upward to reveal his arm. His skin was bronzed even beneath his shirt. The crisp, dark hair on his forearm fascinated her far more than was good for her. Then he turned his hand palm up and revealed the paler skin on the inside of his forearm. A thin white line bisected the flesh, just a few inches above his wrist. Beatrice released a breath she hadn't even realized she was holding. Her doubts had been far greater than she'd realized. Doubt that he was who he claimed to be. Doubt that, after so many years, such a minor injury would still mar his flesh. Doubt that shoring up his claim and allowing him to remain inside the walls of Castle Black was a wise decision for her. So many doubts. Agatha reached for him, clasping his hand and pressing a soft kiss to it. "I never doubted you. Not once. If you've further doubts, Edmund," she said, directing the full force of her ire to her nephew, "you will keep them to yourself, or you and your vicious harpy of a wife will leave Castle Black and never return. Is that understood?" Chastened, but hardly defeated, Edmund gave a curt nod before sweeping from the room. Eloise followed at his heels, pausing only long enough to toss a glacial glare over her shoulder at Beatrice. It was not the first time they had disagreed, Beatrice thought bitterly. It would hardly be the last. Edmund had his own agenda, but it would not be the same for Eloise. While they were civil for the most part, the two were not a couple wildly in love, certainly not enough to be partners in crime. Whatever was occurring, they might have a common goal, but their reasons for wishing to attain it would be vastly different. "You should rest," Beatrice said. "I know it is time for dinner to be served, but I think a tray in your room would be for the best, Lady Agatha. All this is simply too much for you. It's too much for anyone." The older woman nodded and rose stiffly. "You're so very right, my dear." "My goodness, what happened to your cheek?" Beatrice lowered her lashes. "I fell, Lady Agatha. Tripped over air, as I am wont to do." "You are a clumsy thing at times, my child. Do be cautious." "Yes, ma'am, I will. Would you like me to escort you to your room?" she asked. She wanted Agatha to say yes. She wanted to not be left alone with Graham. She still felt too shaken by the tension she'd sensed between them earlier. He elicited feelings inside her that she could not name, and that she was far too wise to indulge. "No, my dear, you stay and have dinner with Graham. I don't want him alone. His welcome here has been shoddy enough already. But I am so very tired." Beatrice nodded. "Of course. I will come check on you before I retire." Lady Agatha patted her unmarked cheek, and then tenderly pressed a kiss to Graham's. "My son is returned to me. If my body were not so cursedly frail these days, I would shout my joy from the battlements." "There will be time enough for that when you are rested," Graham teased her gently. Lady Agatha lifted her cheek, and he dutifully kissed it, though such a tender gesture seemed out of character for him. When Lady Agatha had gone, he turned to Beatrice and said, "Thank you for that, for helping me with them." "You are welcome, of course, though I did nothing but offer the truth," she answered, uncomfortable with his praise. "I fear they are more concerned with how my presence affects them than with my actual identity." He paused then, idly picking up a figurine from the table and examining it. "The maid was very quick to provide that information to Mrs. Blakemore, and she, in turn, was eager to offer it to her husband. Am I so distrusted by everyone, then?" Beatrice laughed. "Oh, that is certainly not the way of it, my lord.
The servants cannot abide Eloise. She is impossibly demanding, and they would never do anything to assist her. As for assisting Edmund, his skinflint ways have resulted in many trustant servants departing Castle Black for greener pastures. His frown deepened, harsh lines bracketing a mouth that, were it not for his fierce expression, might have been called too pretty.
Then how did she learn of my scars? She whispered to Edmund, and immediately after, he demanded that I reveal the birthmark which they both clearly believed was not present. How did she know?
It was Beatrice's turn to frown. I cannot say, but it is incredibly odd, and certainly bears further looking into. He replaced the figurine.
Shall we go into dinner, then? Just the two of us.
Beatrice could only classify her reaction as panic. It would be a horrible mistake to spend more time in his company, to feed her growing fascination with him. I can't stay here with you.
It's only for dinner. We will be well chaperoned by the 400 servants lurking about, he protested.
Servants are never an adequate chaperone, and it isn't wise for us to be so much in one another's company, she admitted reluctantly.
Because I'm a rough-mannered sailor and you are a lady? He asked.
There was a curtness to his tone. She had wounded his pride. No, Beatrice replied, because I should treat you as a sister would. That is what we were as children, growing up here like siblings. But that is not how I feel now. And when you look at me... She stopped, too embarrassed to continue.
When I look at you, he prompted.
Beatrice shook her head and walked away from him, moving toward the window to put distance between them. He followed, and she realized that she had known he would. It was not in his nature to give up the pursuit.
When I look at you, he said softly, as he lifted a lock of her hair that had escaped from its pins.
He rubbed it between his fingers in a way that made her want to lean into him, to let him touch any part of her he wished, if only he would do so with that gentle intensity.
It is not brotherly, he continued, his voice pitched low and deep.
There was a gruffness to it she had not heard before, but it didn't frighten her. It awakened something inside her, something wanton and wicked.
We are not siblings. We are little more than strangers, and yet every part of me screams that should be rectified.
And that is why we should stay far from one another, my lord. You are Lord Blakemore. It is your duty to marry well, to secure an heiress and ensure the family coffers are plump for generations to come. I am not an heiress. Were it not for the charity of your family, heaven knows where I'd be today.
And that is where you think my mind has gone? To marriage? He demanded.
Beatrice blushed. No, I do not think it has. And therein lies the crux of the matter. I may be a penniless ward of your family. I may not have anything that belongs solely to me in this world, but I have my honour and I mean to keep it. So you keep your distance, Lord Blakemore, and I will keep mine. It would shock her to know that marriage had crossed his mind, that it had been tumbling about in the recesses of his brain from the first moment he laid eyes on her. But he couldn't say that to her. He would not offer her something that he was not yet free to give. When his identity was thoroughly proven, when the House of Lords dismissed Edmund's claims, for surely he would bring formal suit there to have him declared an impostor, and the real Lord Graham Blakemore dead, only then could he offer her more. Even as he conceded in his mind that she was completely right, that distance between them was the wisest course of action, he found himself reaching for her. One of his hands snaked around her wrist and pulled her closer to him. There was a second of resistance, a slight hesitation, and then she let him have his way. They were close, their breaths mingling and their lips scant inches apart.
I don't care who I am supposed to marry or why. When I marry, it will be because I have chosen to do so, and because the woman I make my bride is one I cannot live without," he vowed softly. "But right now, I think I cannot live another moment without kissing you. I want to kiss you, Beatrice, very badly."
"And I want to be kissed," she whispered in reply. "But it isn't wise."
"Then wisdom be damned," he muttered, before claiming her lips.
The taste of her was sweeter than he'd anticipated. Her skin was like velvet against his, and her lips were so soft that it could only make him think how soft she would be elsewhere. The delights concealed by her modest gown called to him, but she was not some dockside tavern wench to be tumbled for a coin. But, lady or no, Beatrice was not immune to desire. As his lips moved over hers, testing every curve, mapping the lush contours and memorizing the satiny texture, she began to kiss him back. Shy and untutored, it incited his lust more than any woman ever had. Lifting one hand to her slightly mussed hair, he let the silken strands slide through his fingers. Without warning, he tightened his fist. Not pulling her hair, but holding her there with firm, commanding pressure. She gasped, and it was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Sweeping his tongue into the warm recesses of her mouth, tangling it against hers, he felt the precise moment when all resistance fled. She sank against him, her body lax and warm. The crush of her breasts against his chest was sensual torment, and yet he would not sacrifice that torture for anything. It was a victory, and he would claim it as such. He kissed her thoroughly. It was not the way a man should kiss a woman who was still innocent. He kissed her as he would have a skilled and experienced lover, until they were both breathless and shuddering, clinging to one another. It was the dinner gong that brought him to his senses. Abruptly, Graham pulled his lips from hers. Her face was flushed, lips parted and swollen, and her eyes were glazed by passion.
"Do not stay for dinner. Ask for a tray in your room, and for God's sake stay far away from me until I can trust what little decency I have in me not just to take you here," he implored, his voice roughened by need and his words harsher than necessary. She straightened abruptly, pulling away from him in shock and horror at what had nearly passed between them. There were no words, but none were needed. Her fleeing form was all the confirmation he needed to be certain that she had been as lost to the moment as he had been. It was after midnight when she came to him, when the rest of the house had finally succumbed to sleep. She slipped into the room he had claimed for his own. Her expression was contrite.
"It didn't work," she said. "Because of Beatrice. She ruined everything."
Fury washed through him, but he tamped it down. It was not her fault, and he would not punish her for the failing, not out of any sense of fairness, but because he recognized the need to never let her be certain of his reactions. It was the most effective way to control her. "Do not worry, my darling. I will take care of Beatrice. Our plans will go forward." She ran to him then, pressing herself against him. The heaviness of her breasts against his side stirred his lust.
"I was so afraid you would be angry with me," she admitted,
her voice nearly childlike. "My dear Eloise, I have never had a more worthy and willing ally. Why would I be angry? You could not have known that Beatrice would rush to his rescue, or that she would provide such information." She drew back from him.
"You knew? You heard the entire thing?"
"I did hear it, and I saw it. I also saw them together afterward. Your Beatrice is not nearly as innocent as she claims. Innocents do not allow filthy pirates to kiss them as eagerly as she did."
Her eyes widened. "Oh, did they do more than kiss?"
"No, more's the pity," he answered. "It would have been quite entertaining to watch them, the lady and her rough-hewn lover. Is she a virgin, do you think? Or has your husband succeeded in ravishing the poor little orphaned ward?"
Eloise pushed against him. "Why does it matter? Why on earth would you be so interested in her?" A jealous spitting cat, he thought. One hand snaked out, gripping her slender throat.
"Because I am. You forget yourself, Eloise."
"I am sorry," she gasped, struggling to break his hold and failing. "You're hurting me." He squeezed tighter for just one moment longer, until he could see true fear in her eyes. Only then did he let go. She stumbled backward and stared up at him with a mixture of fear and desire. That was true power. That he could abuse her so, and yet still she craved him, he thought. "Remember that. I have the power and the ability to break you if I choose. That I have offered to let you be part of what I mean to achieve here should be all the reassurance you need of my affections." She nodded her agreement, rubbing her tender throat and the handprint he had left behind. "What shall we do next?" "I think it's time for Beatrice to have an accident. We cannot afford for her to continue muddying the waters. You will alert me if she leaves the castle." "Why not here? She could fall down the stairs easily enough," Eloise suggested.
"And if she does not perish immediately, and there are people to rush to her aid? No. It's better away from here, isolated, where assistance will not be available. Stay close to her and keep me informed."
Again she nodded her assent. "Certainly."
"Now get on the bed," he urged softly, "and I will give you what you came here for."
He saw her hesitate, but it was brief. As always, she complied. Eloise craved attention more than she craved anything else. It didn't much matter whether it came in the form of pain or pleasure, which only made her easier to manipulate to his own ends. Chapter 5. The waves crashed against the rocks in an endless rhythm. As wild and ferocious as it was, it soothed her battered senses, but not to the degree it normally did. The cauldron was a dangerous place, one that children were warned against and where many a reckless youth had ended tragically. The towering basalt columns formed almost a full circle, and when the tide was high, that circle filled with water, each wave bashing against the rock. Beatrice hissed out a breath as she scraped her hand on a sharp stone. The tide had not yet reached its peak, and she liked to sit atop those rocks from time to time and look out at the sea beyond. It soothed her soul. Perhaps the familiar sights and sounds of the sea she loved would give her the inner peace she craved. As mighty and wild as the ocean was, it typically made her own problems seem insignificant in comparison. It allowed her to see how minuscule her place in the universe truly was. Clambering over the stones until she reached the top and settled herself down, Beatrice knew that peace would be in short supply as long as Graham remained at Castle Black. Between Edmund's demands and suspicions, Christopher's growing isolation even in their midst, and Lady Agatha's ever-increasing frailty, there was already enough to deal with. When taken into account with her own wanton behaviour and the harsh regret that had come in its wake, it was no wonder she felt out of sorts. She could not imagine what he must have thought of her. Never in her life had she behaved so recklessly, and with so little thought for propriety. Despite the evidence of his scar, and his clear resemblance to Lord Nicholas, there was still no absolute proof that he was Lord Blakemore. And she had thrown herself at him. She had let him kiss her as if she were not a lady at all. Why did he tempt her so? He was handsome. If she had to categorize it, she would say he was undoubtedly the most handsome man she'd ever seen, but not in the way of a gentleman. His features were rough-hewn and chiselled, all sharp angles and planes, with none of the softness to him that marked nobility.
It was a point in his favour, truthfully. She'd never been attracted to men who looked softer than she did. Men like Edmund. Then there were his manners. They were fine, but not courtly. It was clear at times that he struggled with recalling the rules of how to behave in polite society, when to stand, whom to speak to first. At dinner she'd noted how cautiously he watched others before choosing the appropriate utensil for each course. His intelligence, for there was no denying it, was keen and enticing. He had learned to live by his wits, had survived in a world that clearly held him at a disadvantage. It was mesmerizing to think of all that he had done, all that he had learned and seen. While the circumstances that bore these adventures were tragic, she could not deny a small amount of jealousy. Her world was so very small, after all. The village, on occasion, but by and large it was limited solely to the confines of Castle Black and the surrounding grounds. Was it that longing for adventure, to experience something so far outside the realm of what was normal for her that had driven her to act so imprudently? A noise, the scuffling sound of feet moving over the sharp rocks and dislodging loose pebbles, brought her quickly out of her reverie of self-castigation. "Is anyone there?" she called out. No one replied. Had it only been her imagination? The wind sending loose stones tumbling. From her perch, she could see nothing on the far side of the stones, and it was impossible to look behind her without losing her balance entirely. Uneasy, and without adequate evidence to support the feeling, Beatrice nonetheless decided that it was time to cut short her self-indulgent melancholy and return home. As she climbed to her feet, she had to battle the wind to keep her skirt from tangling around her feet. Stooped over, tugging at her skirt, she did not hear them approach. But when the long black shadow fell over her, she knew instantly that she was not alone after all. The steps she'd thought she heard had, in fact, been real. There was no question that the figure's intent was ill. Otherwise, the person would have replied when she called out. Bracing herself for whatever might come, Beatrice rose to her full height. She realized that the intruder was male. The man stood before her, wearing a dark cape and a hat pulled low with a dark cloth tied over his face. Not even his eyes were visible, and the rough-looking cloak fit so poorly it was impossible to discern whether he was thin or heavy beneath it. In short, whoever he was, he'd concealed himself thoroughly. "I've no money," she said, hoping that robbery was his only motive. He didn't speak, nor did he acknowledge that she had. Instead, he reached for her. Beatrice fought him. She kicked and clawed, batting at his grasping hands, but it was all to no avail. His arms closed around her so tightly that she could not even draw breath. Had she successfully evaded Edmund's advances for nigh on 2 years, only to have her innocence taken by a masked stranger? All too quickly it became evident that his intent was more wicked still. He half carried and half dragged her to the edge of the rocks. As she peered over the edge, Beatrice let out a sharp scream. The tide was coming in now, frothy water filling the round formation of rocks. She clutched at him as he let her go, but he shoved her forcefully, sending her tumbling backward over that precipice into the cold water gathering below. Her last vision before the blackness claimed her was the dark silhouette of her attacker, standing on that rocky ledge, watching her fall. Graham had slept late, missing breakfast altogether. Plagued by strange dreams throughout the night, he awoke in a foul mood. Lying back in the bed, reluctant to get up and face the day, those dreams replayed in his mind. They'd been pleasant enough to start with, he reflected. Beatrice had been in them, wearing the same blue dress as the woman in the portrait that hung in his room. Her dark hair had wafted about her as she danced along the corridors, every movement providing flashes of dusky pink nipples through the sheer lace that trimmed the gown. It wasn't exactly a mystery why he'd dreamed of her that way. Their kiss in the drawing-room, brief though it had been, had incited a lust in him that he had never known. It went far beyond just the basic need to slake his lust with a willing and pretty woman, more primal and insistent than that. He felt drawn to her, compelled to possess her in a way that he never had with any other woman. And yet he knew she was out of his reach. Who was he to ask for such things from a gently bred young woman? Title or no, he was still a worthless sea dog, a sometime sailor and sometime pirate. He'd worked on any ship that would pay him and get him closer to England without bothering to ask what might be required of him. She deserved better than that, but he wasn't an altruist. If she offered, he would not deny himself the pleasure, and the cost be damned. Still, the dream had offered him no more satisfaction than reality had, as she'd proven just as elusive when nothing more than a figment of his own mind. He'd followed her down corridor after corridor, twisting and winding through the castle. At every turn she'd been just out of reach. But then the stone floor of the castle had given way to the creaking boards of a ship. The pale light of the sconces had disappeared, and he'd been surrounded by the shimmering blackness of a deceptively calm sea at night. As he looked down at those boards, felt the salt spray on his skin, he'd recognized that he was back in the same hell that he'd longed to escape for nearly 2 decades. Looking up once more, he could see her in the distance, shrinking on the shore as he drifted away. What had followed was nothing more than the same nightmare he always suffered. He could feel the bite of the lash on his back, the sting of those vicious cuts as the salty air seeped into them. It had shifted again, and he was no longer on board the ship where he'd served for so long. Instead, he'd been drifting in the longboat, a small boy lost on a large sea. His skin had burned, and the wicked thirst that had consumed his mind and made his throat ache was back, twisting in him, taunting him to slake it with the sea-water that would only hasten his death. He'd awoken then. A maid entering the room had pulled him from his sleep. Clearly surprised to find him still abed, even more surprised to find him naked but for the sheet that covered him only to his hips, she dropped the basket of linens she carried and squealed as she fled. That was at least worth smiling about, he thought. Acknowledging that enjoying the poor girl's scandalized sensibilities made him little better than an ass, he rose from the bed. The butler had offered to obtain a valet for him, but given the coarse nature of most of his clothing, it seemed a waste. Having declined, he had to wash, shave, and dress himself. It was all well and good until he nicked his chin with the blade. Dabbing at the blood, he finished dressing and headed below stairs. Making for the morning room and Lady Agatha, he found it in an uproar. "What the devil is going on?" he demanded. Lady Agatha was pale and wan. "I'm sure it's nothing. She's simply lost track of time." "Who has?" It was a pointless question. They could only be speaking of Beatrice. "Where is she?" The other woman present, a servant, bobbed a curtsy before answering. "She went for a walk this morning, my lord, just before breakfast. She should have been back by now. It's unlike her to be gone so long." "Did she say where she was going?" he asked. "Down to the beach, my lord," the maid answered. "I'm terribly worried that she might have fallen. The tide is coming in, and it looks as if a powerful storm is brewing." "I've told her not to go there," Lady Agatha said, her tone stern. "I've warned her that it's too dangerous." The cauldron. The words were there in his mind, along with a vision of the place. He could see it clearly in his mind's eye, the tall columns of rock and the water crashing into them. He didn't realize he'd uttered the words aloud until Lady Agatha gasped, and the maid's eyes widened with terror. "I'll go after her," he said. "Oh, Graham, please be careful," Agatha pleaded. "It's so very dangerous." It was, and his blood had run cold at the idea of her trapped in such a place. Could she swim? As strong as the surf was there, would it matter? If she'd fallen in, she might have struck her head on the rocks or broken any number of bones. Even now she could be lying lifeless in the water. He didn't hesitate another second, but barked an order to have his horse saddled. Beatrice struggled to keep her head above the water.
The tide was high, coming in faster and higher with every passing second. The wind was fierce, whistling between the rocks and creating choppy waves on top of the water that rushed into the small canyon of rock that was her prison. Her grave. It was not a stretch to imagine that she would die there. No one knew where to look for her. The rocks, battered inside by seawater for centuries, were smooth and offered no perches for her to climb up, even if she had the strength. With her heavy woolen walking dress completely drenched, it was unlikely at best. Pulling herself up out of the frigid water, she managed to climb onto one of the larger rocks that rested at the bottom. The waves still slapped brutally against her, and, in truth, with her clothes soaked through, being out of the water only made her colder. But at least, for the moment, she could breathe. She wasn't being constantly pelted from all directions by the frigid sea. By some miracle, she'd managed to avoid most of the rocks when she'd fallen. Pushed. She hadn't fallen at all, had she? Someone had pushed her over the edge. A strange man had tried to kill her, and if she did not find a way out of her current situation, he would succeed. Spurred on by that thought and the very real fear that accompanied it, she dragged herself from her perch and waded once more into the water. It was deeper than it had been only moments earlier, well past her knees now. As the wave ebbed, it sucked at the fabric of her dress, pulling her backward. Struggling against it, she managed to just reach the shortest of the stone columns that formed almost a complete circle. Running her fingers over the wet surface, she looked for any crack or crevice that she might be able to use to hoist herself up. "Beatrice!" She stopped moving instantly. Had she imagined it? Had fear and desperation brought on a strange delirium that had her hearing voices? "Beatrice! Answer me, damn it!" It was not delirium. He'd come for her. She wanted to weep with joy at the thought, but first she needed to alert him to her presence. "Graham!" Her voice sounded weak even to her own ears, impossible to be heard above the crashing waves and the wind. Taking a deep breath, she tried again, putting all the force behind it she could muster. "Graham!" A particularly large wave rushed in, knocking her down, the water swamping her, dragging her down and back until she was pressed against the rocks. She came up, coughing, gasping for air. But as she looked up at the grey sky above, she could see him peering over the side. "You came for me," she whispered. "Get on your feet. Damn it, Beatrice, get up. Press your face to that rock and put your arms around it. Do it now." She glanced over her shoulder. Another swell was coming, more fierce than the last. Struggling to do as he'd ordered, she just managed to wrap her arms around that large hunk of stone, digging her fingers into small crevices in the rock as the wave battered her, washing over her and once more robbing her of breath as it tugged and clawed at her. Bits of rock and shell stung her skin, but when at last it receded, she was still on her feet. Graham let out the breath he'd been holding. She was alive, but the tide was rising. If he didn't get her out of there soon, it wouldn't matter. Taking the rope he'd had the foresight to grab from the stable, he looped it around one of the stones and fashioned the other end into a sling of sorts. Dropping it down to her, he shouted, "Put that over your head. Arms through." She did as he commanded, but her movements were sluggish and clumsy. The cold was getting to her. When she was done, he ordered, "Wrap your hands about that rope and hold on to it. You don't let go, no matter what." He couldn't be certain if she nodded or if she was only trembling. Still, she did as he asked, closing her hands about the rope and clenching until her knuckles went white. Carefully he began to pull, hoisting her up one painful inch at a time. She was a full-grown woman, but her weight alone would not have been an issue. The sodden gown made it nearly impossible. It added weight, but also volume, and he wasn't just fighting the water, but the wind as well. When he'd managed to hoist her up enough that he could grasp her wrist, he did so. He closed one hand over her icy skin, then another. With his booted feet braced against the rock, he hauled her up until she was plastered to him. He held her to him, mindless of her sodden dress soaking his clothes, heedless of the cold. He simply held on to her, thankful that, for the moment, she was safe in his arms.
"What bloody fool walks in a place like this?" he asked.
"I do," she answered tremulously.
He could feel the heat of her tears against his neck. They were the only warm thing about her at the moment. Sitting up, hauling her up with him, he sat her back and looked her over from head to toe. Scraped, bruised, blue with cold, she seemed otherwise unharmed.
"Were you hurt when you fell?" he asked. "Did you lose consciousness?"
"I didn't fall, Graham. He pushed me," she said.
His heart dropped to his stomach, but it rebounded with force, beating ferociously as white-hot anger poured into him.
"Who pushed you?"
"I couldn't see his face. He wore a heavy cloak and a cloth tied over the lower part of his face. I have no idea who he was. Only that he didn't mean for me to survive this day."
He rose, helping her to stand.
"We're getting you back to the castle, and you are not to leave it again until we have gotten to the bottom of this."
"I am not your servant to be ordered about," she protested.
He whirled on her, gripping her upper arms tightly and pulling her to him until they were face to face.
"You're not my servant, but you are mine. Mine, Beatrice, and I'll not risk losing you. You'll stay in that castle if I have to guard you myself."
Chapter 6. Beatrice felt lost in the flurry of activity as they returned to Castle Black. The world had become somewhat fuzzy and indistinct. They'd been halfway home when she'd stopped shivering. He'd spurred the horse faster. She knew, of course, that it was not a good sign to no longer feel the cold. Living at the very edge of the sea, the dangers of falling into icy, chilled waters were known to her. Graham dismounted, pulling her from the horse with him. She was swept into his arms as he strode toward the house, and yet she felt nothing. It was as if she were simply floating above all of it, looking down with no real connection to all the bustle about her. Up the stairs, and she could hear Betsy murmuring, making her lists as she was wont to do. "More coal for the grate, get the warming pans. Hot water, lots of hot water. Warm broth or tea. Should she have brandy? No. Sherry, then." Beatrice felt her eyelids drifting, her weighted lashes falling of their own volition to rest on her cheeks. She was so tired.
"Stay awake. Open your eyes, Beatrice."
His voice was sharp, barking orders, penetrating the fog that surrounded her. She frowned, not wanting to obey him. She only wanted to rest them for a moment. The light was so awfully bright. A sharp tap of her cheek pulled her out of it briefly. She opened her eyes and glared at him.
"You hit me!"
Her words sounded strange to her own ears, muffled and slurred.
"Stay awake, or I'll do it again," he said. "You cannot sleep, Beatrice. It's too dangerous."
She was on her feet, she realized. Somehow they'd gone from the great hall to her chamber in what seemed no more than the blink of an eye.
"How did we get here?"
"I carried you," he said, spinning her around.
She felt sharp jerks and heard Betsy gasp. The blade of his knife flashed again, and the weight that had been dragging her down had simply vanished. Her gaze travelled to the floor, and she was standing in a sea of wine-coloured wool. He'd cut her dress from her.
"You can't see her this way."
The hissed warning had come from Betsy. As if realising she'd addressed her own master too sharply, the girl immediately backed away.
"It isn't proper, my lord."
"It'd be more improper to let her freeze to death while you struggle to untie those bloody laces."
His answer was stiff, his tone abrupt and completely without contrition.
"My lord," Betsy implored, "when she's herself, she'll be so embarrassed."
"If she's alive to be embarrassed, I'll call it a victory," he replied.
Beatrice felt more layers falling from her. Her stays, her petticoat. She was clad only in her shift, but it was still wet and clinging to her body.
"I'll take care of her," Betsy insisted. "She'd want me to."
"And you can lift her in and out of that tub by yourself?" he asked.
Beatrice wanted to argue. She wanted to demand they stop speaking of her as if she weren't even there. But then she felt herself falling, tipping forward, the floor rushing up to meet her. It never did.
Instead, strong arms wrapped round her again, lifting her up, tugging her close, holding her to him as he crossed the room and placed her in a chair before the fire. The warmth of it didn't penetrate immediately. For the first moment she sat there, she felt nothing at all. She could see the flames dancing, felt mesmerized by the flickering tongues of orange and red. It was the strangest of things. But then sensation returned abruptly. Everywhere the heat had touched her was like shards of glass, as if her very skin were being peeled from her flesh. Beatrice cried out and tried to move away from the heat, but he held her fast. "Stop it! Stop!" she shouted.
"I know it hurts," he said. "I know."
"How could you know?"
she demanded.
The pain had pushed the fatigue back, holding it at bay as she struggled to breathe through an agony she'd never known before.
"Because I've sailed the seas for close to 2 decades, and they are not always warm and forgiving," he answered. "The pain will subside. Just let the fire warm you until it's gone."
Beatrice couldn't hold back tears as the pain engulfed her. She wept silently, tears streaming over her cheeks as it felt like 1,000 needles pierced her flesh. She slumped against him, unable to bear it, and unconsciousness claimed her.
"Should we wake her?" the maid asked, her voice choked with tears. "I've never seen her carry on so. She broke her arm once clean through and never made a peep."
Graham stroked her hair absently. It was still wet, still clinging to her skin. But the blue tint to her lips had begun to fade somewhat.
"No, if she's warmed enough to feel the pain, she's warmed enough to be safe from the worst of the dangers. I'll hold her here in front of the fire for a few more moments. When the bath is ready, I'll help you to put her in it."
"And to get her out?"
the maid asked, her tone rife with disapproval. "If need be. If she can climb out on her own, I'll leave you to it. Otherwise, I'll be waiting beyond the door," he answered.
Propriety be damned. Wearing only her shift, he could see every scrape and bruise on her skin. Had he not gone after her, she would not have survived much longer. The currents had been too strong. She'd have been battered on those rocks like a broken doll.
"Get a blanket for her," he commanded.
The maid left for the moment, returning with a coverlet from the bed which she draped about Beatrice's shoulders. Graham lifted her again, holding her on his lap with the blanket covering her as a bevy of footmen entered carrying buckets of steaming water. The maid, Betsy, he corrected himself, directed them to fill the tub behind the screen.
"No," he countermanded. "Drag the tub here before the fire first."
They did his bidding. If anyone thought it questionable that he held her in his arms, tucked tenderly against his chest, no one dared speak of it. When they had gone, he stood, lifting her easily as he did so, and carried her to the steaming tub.
"Wake up, Beatrice," he whispered.
She pressed herself tighter against him.
"I don't want to. The pain is gone."
"There will be more of it," he said. "But it will be more bearable now. I promise."
He didn't give her any more warning or any opportunity to argue. Stripping the blanket that had covered her, he lowered her into the steaming water. She came up like a spitting cat, clawing at him as she tried to get out of the tub. He held her there, gripping her wrist so firmly that he knew he was adding to her bruises, but there was nothing for it.
"The fire warmed your fingers and toes, the parts of you that were the coldest," he explained,
keeping his voice gentle even as she railed against him.
"The water will warm the rest of you, your heart, your lungs. It's the only way to ensure that there's no lasting damage from the cold."
Eventually her struggles ceased, and she sat in the tub, sullen and even childlike. He rose then.
"She's still confused. The cold invades a person's mind, makes them say and do things that are out of character," he explained. "But the worst of it is past, I think. If you need me, you have but to call."
Leaving the room, Graham grabbed a small chair
and carried it out to the hall where he sat, crossing his booted feet, and waited to see if he was needed further. She'd nearly died. If he'd been even a few moments later, she would have. There was no question of it. It made his heart race and his lungs seize just to think of it. And if she had been speaking truthfully and not simply sharing some delirium she had suffered either from striking her head or from the bitter cold, it had not simply been an accident. He'd seen men, sailors on watch at night, men who were well accustomed to the cold and to difficult conditions, succumb to a fevered brain from being too long in the elements. But she'd been quite lucid then, able to follow directions and do what he asked of her. It was not until they'd been closer to Castle Black that she'd begun to speak insensibly. Who would have attempted such a thing, and why? Edmund, infuriated by her rejection? He couldn't actually imagine that Edmund would have braved the elements to go after her. The man was too civilized to muddy his boots that way. Or was it something more mercenary? Beatrice had been the one to substantiate his claim so far, providing information about the scar on his arm. Lady Agatha accepted him not even on faith, but on her own desire to have her son returned. Beatrice was the only person who had provided any actual proof. Had someone opted to eliminate her because of that? It seemed, of the two, the more likely motive. But who? Edmund or Christopher? He knew nothing of his brother. He'd barely spoken to the boy, though not by choice. Christopher rarely spoke to anyone. He flitted in and out of rooms without so much as a by your leave. But could his quiet nature truly conceal something so villainous? As the water began to cool around her, Beatrice shivered. It was time to get out of the tub. Gripping the sides, she attempted to stand and failed. Her body ached. Every muscle hurt. Whether it was from the fall, the constant battle against the crashing waves, the bruising ride to get back to Castle Black before she expired altogether, or simply an after-effect of the exposure to cold, was impossible to say. "Should I get his lordship?" Betsy asked, clearly nervous and also scandalized at the thought. "No," Beatrice stated firmly. "His lordship has seen quite enough of me already. Just give me a hand up, please." Somehow, between the two of them, they managed to get her on her feet. Stripping off her sodden chemise, Betsy helped her to dry with a warm cloth. A fresh night rail was slipped over her head, and a warm wrapper followed. Combing out the rat's nest of her hair was no easy task. By the time it was done, she regretted not cutting it when it had been suggested before. With the heavy mass tucked into a tidy braid, Beatrice felt almost human again. Almost. "He's still waiting outside, miss," Betsy said, having peeped through the door. "Tell him he may go. I'm safely out of the tub and going to bed," Beatrice stated firmly. She couldn't face him. Not now. Not after everything that had happened. "I'll not tell him that. I'll tell him you're out of the bath, but he is lord of this castle. I'll not be ordering him about, miss." Beatrice let out a long, suffering sigh as Betsy disappeared with an armful of wet and probably ruined clothing. She could hear the deep rumble of his voice from the hall, and then the door opened again. She didn't have to look to know that it was him. His presence filled the room, sucked the air out of it and her. It seemed that her body was completely attuned to his presence. "I take it you are much improved," he said, stepping deeper into the room. Beatrice turned to him with a baleful stare. "I would certainly have to be, would I not?" His dark brows drew together as he surveyed her with clear disapproval of her snappish tone. "It would appear that nearly being murdered puts you in a foul mood, Beatrice." The words were said in jest, but it was not funny. It brought everything rushing back. The dark figure of a man grabbing her, wrestling her to the edge and then sending her over, tumbling down into what should have been a watery grave. She shivered again, and it had little to do with the cold. "Forgive me," he said. "I should not have spoken to you that way.
You've every right to be out of sorts with what happened. You do recall what happened, do you not?
It was her turn to glare at him disapprovingly. I remember everything. I, Lord Blakemore, am not the one with the spotty memory. He ducked his head, but failed miserably at hiding his amusement at her affronted tone. When he lifted it again to face her, his smile was contained, though not entirely hidden.
Again, forgive me, Beatrice, for saying the wrong thing. You have been through quite an ordeal.
Yes, she had, and not the least of which was the fact that he'd seen every last inch of her. Her shift, wet as it had been, might as well have left her naked altogether. It was humiliating. Her embarrassment was boundless, but addressing it would only make the situation worse. So she focused on something else entirely. I can't identify him. I can't even tell you how tall he was because the rocks are so uneven it was impossible to determine. But I did not imagine it. He grabbed me, he dragged me to the ledge, and then he forced me over it to drown or be battered to death against the rocks.
I believe you, he answered softly.
Do not patronize me, she shouted.
I'm not patronizing you. I believe you. I believe you because you've given someone motive to kill you, he stated again, more firmly this time.
She paused, a protest dying on her lips. You believe me?
Yes, I believe you, he repeated again. But the question remains, why? While I waited in the corridor to see if further assistance would be required, I gave that very thought a great deal of consideration.
What possible motive could anyone have for wishing to harm me? She asked. I'm nothing. No one. Really.
You corroborated my claim to be the lost Lord of Castle Black, he said softly. You and you alone knew the story of the scar on my forearm. Even Lady Agatha had forgotten it, and Lady Agatha's desire to have her son alive and well and return to the bosom of the family makes her an unreliable witness.
The reality of that sank in slowly. They wanted her dead because they didn't want Graham claiming the title. Edmund? He continued.
Who knew where you had gone this morning, Beatrice? Edmund or Eloise? Christopher?
Her gut clenched at the thought. It might be nothing, but then again it could be something very sinister indeed. I didn't see any of them, but as I was exiting through the kitchen door, I passed Eloise's maid. She was taking Eloise's breakfast tray up.
So it's very possible that the information was relayed to Eloise and passed along to Edmund, he surmised.
I can't believe he would do such a thing. Edmund is certainly a cad, but murder?
He has proven that he is quite willing to be a rapist. Is one really so different from the other?
He demanded, one dark eyebrow arcing up in surprise at her defence of the man he'd had to save her from. Beatrice felt the blush staining her cheeks. The heat of it crept up her neck and into her face until she had to look away from him. I could not say, my lord.
Graham, he insisted. My name is Graham, and I would have you use it.
Another memory came to her then, not of her attacker, not of the pain and fear she had felt when being tossed about in the cauldron like so much flotsam and jetsam. He'd said she was his. Mine had been the word he used, and he'd said it with such force that even in her shocked and injured state it had taken her aback. What did you mean when you said that I was yours? She hadn't meant to utter the question. Some things, after all, were better left unsaid. But her defences were down, her natural caution forgotten in the wake of so many traumas suffered in one day. And there it was, hovering between them like a phantom. Whatever strange connection had established itself between them upon his arrival continued to grow stronger with each passing moment. Denying it would not change that.
You are not well enough to have this conversation, he finally said after a long hesitation.
If we wait until I am well, I will not have the courage to ask again. Tell me what you meant, she demanded softly. He closed the distance between them until he could crouch before her as she sat on the small padded bench at the foot of her bed. As close as he was to her, she could see the darker flecks hidden in the depths of his blue eyes, and the strange mark that she recalled from their childhood. Graham's eyes were completely blue, save for the left one. There was a small bit of brown that marred the blue. If any doubt had remained, that erased it entirely. How many men could have such unusual eyes? Coupled with the scar, with his resemblance to Lord Nicholas, could there be any doubt? Whatever had resulted in the change of his character from boyhood, it had made him a far better man. "You really are Graham," she whispered.
"I'll have to take your word for that. I have doubts myself on an almost daily basis," he admitted.
Beatrice reached out, placing one hand along his jaw. The faint shadow of beard beneath his skin was just visible, but she could feel it prickling against her palm. There was a small scar that disappeared into his hairline on the left side of his face. "Your eyes. That small bit of brown that mingles with the blue in your left eye. You bore that mark as a boy. You are Lord Graham Blakemore," she insisted. He dropped his head for a moment, breaking eye contact. It was clear that he was somewhat awed by her certainty.
"You said I was cruel to you as a boy," he reminded her. "How?"
"The way boys so often are," she stated simply. "Pulling my hair, pushing and shoving when no one was looking, stealing my favourite dolls and hiding them, placing hideous creatures in my bed for me to find. It was, for the most part, harmless pranks, though."
"For the most part?" She looked away then.
"You gave me berries to eat once while we were alone in the woods, but they were poison. I was terribly ill afterward and nearly died."
"Knowingly? I did this to you knowingly?" he demanded.
"I cannot say. I thought so at the time, but we were children. Who can say what your intent had been?" He rose and walked toward the window, looking out at the woods and the sea that was only just visible beyond. She knew every aspect of that view intimately, having studied it for years. There was nothing about it that could fascinate him so.
"It haunts me," he admitted. "These dark and empty spaces in my mind. I cannot recall anything about my life, my childhood, my family. Sometimes it seems as if my life began the day I was plucked from that wretched little boat."
Beatrice was silent for a moment, considering how to word her response. She empathized with him, but the totality of his loss of memory from what had likely been the only happy time in his life was heart-wrenching for her. "In some ways I can imagine how difficult that is. I was so very young when my parents died, and, try as I might, there are things that I cannot recall. The sound of my mother's voice, the way my father laughed. They come and go, fleeting glimpses of things that I want so desperately to hold on to, only to have them slip from me once more when I try to cling to them," she offered softly. "But it is not the same, really. Not when you are older and more fully formed as a person to have lost so much of your life that way."
"Was I cruel to everyone, Beatrice? Or just you?" he asked.
"You were a prankster. I felt your pranks more keenly, perhaps, because I was always cognizant of my place here at Castle Black. An orphan. A ward of your father, who did not really belong. I never complained about anything you did because I was afraid of being sent away, and that only seemed to egg you on." He made a sound of disgust.
"How can anyone be happy to see me return to the bosom of my family when I was clearly such a heartless and merciless creature to begin with?"
"But you are not," she protested. "You were always exceptionally close to Lady Agatha. She doted on you, and you adored her. Your father was more stern, perhaps, but he was quite proud of you, Graham. Your tutors could not say enough about how keen your mind was and what you might accomplish in life. Yes, you were a boy, and yes, you did all the things that boys do, sometimes to the detriment of others. But doing a bad thing does not make one bad in entirety. Can you not see that?
No, he said, I cannot. But there are other things I would see, if I could. You can be my eyes into the past, Beatrice, if you would.
What is it that you need to know? She asked softly. She believed in her heart of hearts that he was who he claimed to be. If offering information would help him to prove it and to cement his future there, she'd provide it gladly.
Why were we in France? Why were we returning in such a rushed manner? Why did they take me with them and not the rest of you?
I remained here because I had been ill. I had only just recovered from a fever when the family left to depart for France, and it was recommended that I not travel. So I stayed here with a nurse. As for Edmund, Sir Godfrey, his father, was here at Castle Black then. There was no need for Lord Blakemore to take him. As for the why, your father was a diplomat, but also something of a hero in intelligence work for the Crown. He took your mother and you with him because it gave the cover of his diplomatic duties more credence. As to the rushed return, Napoleon was galvanizing his forces and preparing for battle. And, I hesitate to repeat such things.
Do not hesitate, I beg you. If I am to understand what is happening here, and if I am to have any hope of proving that I am who I say I am, who you believe me to be, I must know everything.
Beatrice stared down at her clasped hands. I do not know the details of it, but I do know that when they returned from France, Lord Blakemore and Lady Agatha were very much at odds with one another, and it was not entirely based upon your disappearance. I heard him speak to her once of her scandalous behaviour in Paris, but what that was and why it created a rift between them I cannot say.
Graham turned away from her once more, to stare out the window at the raging sea beyond. Who in this house is not keeping secrets?
We all have our secrets, Graham. Hers was that she was falling desperately and futilely in love with him. As the Lord of Castle Black, he was well beyond her reach. But she had to know. To ask again, on the beach, you said I was yours. What does that mean? She thought for a moment that he meant to refuse an explanation. Continuing to stare out the window, only his profile visible to her, she could see the cast of his dark features set in a firm and stubborn line, his jaw clenched tightly. Finally, he spoke. I cannot tell you what it means. I can only tell you that I feel it to the depths of my soul. When you are not near me, I search for you. When I hear your voice, I am drawn to it. If we are in the same room, I find myself seeking your eye, seeking a connection to you always. And when I sleep, you haunt my dreams. All of this was admitted without his ever facing her. He kept himself turned resolutely away from her. Is that why you kissed me? She asked. It was bold, far more so than she had ever anticipated being with him. Yes, and it is why I will kiss you again, and so much more if you grant me the liberties. But not until you are well. Even my lack of honour has limits, he said. He finally turned toward her, but he kept his distance. And taking advantage of you after what you've been through today would certainly delve to the very bottom of that barrel. Beatrice looked away, unable to meet his gaze. She wanted to offer herself to him. She wanted to beg him to take those liberties, to show her precisely what he meant. And she wanted to do it then precisely because she could blame her actions on the shock she'd suffered and not be held accountable for her own wanton nature.
After a moment, she heard the door click softly into place. He was gone. The opportunity, if it was such, had passed. Rising to her feet, she walked slowly to the bed and sank down upon it, her weary muscles protesting every movement. Sleep called her, seduced her, as surely as he had. In the tower, he raged, smashing things, throwing books against the wall with such force that the spines split and pages fluttered about. Dishes were next, smashing against the walls and floor. On the bed, Eloise cowered, covering her face to protect it from any shrapnel produced by his temper. She should have died there. It was the perfect plan.
There will be other opportunities, Eloise cried. Please, my darling, you're frightening me.
He paused and turned to her. The moment of recognition, of knowing she had pushed him too far, was written plainly upon her pretty features. He stalked toward her and grabbed her hair, hauling her backward and forcing her down on the bed. You sought me out because you wanted a monster on a leash, a demon to do your bidding. Like every woman who dances with the devil, you found there is a price to pay. Is it too steep, Eloise? Do you wish to call a halt to all of this, and go back to being the dutiful wife of your prickless husband?
No,
she answered tearfully, shaking her head from side to side.
But I hate to see you so upset. I can't bear to see you suffering so.
He gripped her hair tighter until she cried out. And would you take my pain? Would you swallow it all just to free me of it?
I would,
she answered, though there was hesitation in her voice and fear in her gaze. He lifted her skirts, allowing his hand to trail up the silken flesh of her thigh to the dark triangle nestled between them. She was wet for him. Even in her fear she desired him, or perhaps it was because of her fear, he thought. Eloise, for all her ladylike prettiness, had a soul as dark as his own. Part your thighs for me, he commanded, still gripping her hair tightly enough to bring tears to her eyes. Still she complied, even reaching for the fall of his breeches to free his sex. Do you want me? Even now with my rage? I will not be gentle with you, Eloise.
I do not want you to be, she said breathlessly. I want everything you have to give me.
He parted the folds of her sex, slipping one finger inside to test her readiness. Her answering whimper was all the encouragement he needed. Guiding himself to her entrance, he drove into her so forcefully that she cried out. Again and again he plunged into her, hard and deep. He gave no thought to her pleasure, but when he felt her spasm around him, he knew that she had achieved her climax regardless. Rather than spill his seed inside her, he withdrew. He looked at her then, letting his gaze rake over her. Hair mussed, face flushed from tears and his rough treatment of her. Her skirts were tossed up about her waist. Her skin was damp with sweat and stained with his seed. You do not look much like a lady any more, Eloise. I think I've made you quite the greedy little whore. She reached for him, her hands gripping his hips.
I am anything you want me to be.
He smiled. She was, he thought. She would do anything for him. And when it was time, he would rid himself of her just as she was eager to divest herself of her current husband. Enjoyable and eager as she was in bed, she would not help him to achieve his ultimate goal. For that he'd need more than simply a gentleman's daughter. He'd need the daughter of an earl at least, and one with a fortune. But his Eloise would do, for now. Chapter 7. Graham was late going down to dinner. While the events of the afternoon certainly provided ample excuse, in truth it was his own reluctance to face off against Edmund with his hands tied, metaphorically speaking. In another time in his life he'd have simply knocked the arrogant prig on his arse and been done with it. or put a pistol ball in him and walk away, he'd not be the first man you killed.
Graham pushed that thought away just as he'd fought the urge to confront Edmund and demand an accounting. It would serve no purpose and get him no closer to the truth, but it would upset Lady Agatha, and that was too much after the shock she'd already endured earlier in the day. Bad enough that Beatrice, whom she adored, had nearly drowned. Thinking it was a terrible accident had sent her into a faint. Finding out that a man she trusted might well be a murderer might actually kill her. The urge was still riding him strong as he entered the drawing-room. He might have wondered at his ability to resist it, except for the impossibly pale woman perched on a settee near the fire. Whether it was memory or simply his own imagination, a vision of her appeared in his mind. In it, her hair was as dark as his own. The wind had tugged it until it escaped its pins. A dark blue cloak billowed around her, but there was no joy in her. She was, in that vision, as enveloped in melancholy then as now. Shaking off the vision, he approached her. She started to rise, but abruptly took her seat again and placed one hand to her heart as if it pained her. Therein lay the crux of it. She was fragile. Emotionally, no, he could see the strength in her there. But physically, her body was failing her, and he could not fathom why. Was it the stress of living under a cloud of uncertainty and grief for nearly 2 decades? That could account for it reasonably, and yet he felt that was not the case. Beatrice had not said as much, but he felt that perhaps Lady Agatha's turn in health was a recent event. She was not so very old yet, and at her age should still have been a strong and vital woman.
"You have no proof," Edmund shouted, continuing their conversation as if he had not even entered the room. "The man is an impostor and a scoundrel. Yet you're perfectly willing to turn over the running of the entire estate to him when he has not proven his identity, much less his capability. Even if, and that is a grand if, madam, he is in fact Lord Blakemore, what does a man who has spent his life at sea know of running an estate?"
"He will learn," Lady Agatha said softly. Her voice was feeble, and her pallor growing increasingly wan.
"At what cost to us? We will all be paupers."
Edmund threw up his hands and whirled away from her, his gaze settling immediately upon Graham.
"And I suppose this was your suggestion? That you assume your rightful place on the throne, so to speak?"
"Not at all," Graham replied easily, striving for a civil tone. "I think it would be unwise to put the estate in my hands at this juncture. But not because my identity is in question. It is not by those whose opinion matters, at any rate, but because I do not understand what is required to run an estate of this size." Edmund, deflated by Graham's agreement, simply stood there. Finally, gathering his composure, he added,
"Well, there it is. Wisdom from an unlikely source."
Lady Agatha turned to him then. "How is Beatrice? Has she recovered?"
"Not entirely," Graham answered honestly. "Exposure to cold of that nature, submerged as she was in water for so long, can have long-lasting consequences." "But not permanent?" Edmund queried.
Graham studied him, trying to determine the other man's motive in asking. Was it genuine concern for her well-being, or was he disappointed that his attempt had failed?
"No, I do not believe so. There was very minor frostbite, I think, and rewarming the body after such an ordeal can be very painful, but I anticipate a full recovery."
Christopher sneered then. "Are you a doctor now as well?"
"No, but I have been a sailor for many years. Exposure to cold and submersion in icy waters is something that I have had experience with, both personally and as an observer," Graham answered. "You may both sneer all you wish, but I certainly didn't see either of you rushing out to look for her." He faced Edmund again, though, no doubt,
Any offer of assistance from you would be suspect. That's a nasty injury you've sustained. What did happen to your fingers, sir?" "I was attacked by a worthless animal," Edmund shot back.
"Enough!" Lady Agatha called out. "I am exhausted from this verbal sparring. All of you are baiting one another like dogs about to fight, and I'll not have it."
Graham took a deep breath. "Forgive me, Lady Agatha. You are right. We should attempt to be civil, at least." "What would a mangy sea-dog know of civility?" Christopher demanded, rising up from his chair. "Edmund carries on as if he's the one losing the estate. But it's not him, is it? It's me. Now that you've risen from the dead, I've no chance to inherit. With no wish to join the army or the clergy, my prospects are effectively nil. There is a time and a place to discuss these things, Christopher, and we will. I have no wish to turn you out penniless or see you tossed from your home," Graham insisted. "But for the moment, let us shelve such topics and enjoy our evening meal. Tomorrow we will sit down, the three of us, and have a civil discussion about the current situation of the estate and how it might provide ample income for all of us." "Ever the diplomat," Edmund sneered. "You are a dirty usurper. You've no right to claim what I've worked to maintain." "If we are that close to poverty, you apparently have done a poor job of it," Graham snapped. Edmund blustered for a moment before spitting out, "How dare you? What precisely are you accusing me of?" Graham clenched his fists at his sides. "I have many questions about your motives and your actions. My first question is, where is your wife? I have little enough trust of her, either." Edmund sputtered ineffectually. "I would call you out for that if I thought you gentleman enough to know how to handle a sword." "Oh, I can handle a sword. And a pistol," Graham countered. "I'll be happy to demonstrate." Lady Agatha rose, clearly intending to call a halt to the argument before it escalated further. As she stood, she swayed alarmingly on her feet. Graham turned to offer his assistance and saw her gaze go blank. Her eyes glassed over, and then she began to sink to the floor. He rushed forward, catching her before she struck the floor. "We need a doctor." "She has a doctor. He says it's her heart, weakened from years of stress," Christopher said. His tone was cold, completely without concern for his own mother, who was clearly unwell. "And did he offer any treatment beyond uttering such a proclamation?" Graham demanded. "There is no treatment for a weakened heart," Edmund snapped. "But for my part in this, I will attempt to hold my tongue in her presence. I would not see her so overset again." Graham rose, lifting her pale and painfully thin form into his arms. Edmund's words rang hollow, nothing but lip service to propriety with little sincerity behind them. He'd allowed the bastard to goad him, and it rankled that he was just as much at fault for Lady Agatha's current state as the man he was coming to despise. "I'll get her to her chamber, and then I am sending for a physician. An actual physician and not some country quack. There are treatments, herbs and remedies that can provide relief." "It's a waste of money," Edmund fired back. "And it is my money to waste," Graham fired back. It was time to take command whether anyone else approved or not. "Whatever you think, whatever you believe, is of no import. I am Graham, Lord Blakemore of Castle Black, and whether you like it or not, my word within these walls is law." Without another word or a backward glance, Graham strode from the room, Lady Agatha's limp form in his arms. He took her directly to her room, and her maid, a fiercely unattractive woman named Crenshaw, met him at the door. "Bring her in, my lord, and place her on the bed." Graham did as she instructed, and watched cautiously as the maid retrieved smelling salts, wafting them under Lady Agatha's nose until she stirred. "You've had another spell, ladyship," Crenshaw explained gently. "I'll get your draught."
Graham watched the maid scurry out and then went to stand beside the bed. Rather than loom over his mother's pale figure, he stooped down until they were nearly on eye level. "I'm sorry," he said. She smiled sadly. "You sound just like you did as a boy when you'd misbehaved. I know Edmund can be difficult. He's certainly tried my patience over the years. But give it time, Graham. Please. I don't want to see any of you driven from our home."
"I will do my very best to avoid such interactions in the future. But you must know, Edmund has been very forward with Beatrice. Very forward. If that happens again, I will not be swayed, and he will be removed from this house."
Her expression was speculative as she reached for his hand. "You've grown very fond of her in a very short time, haven't you?"
"She has been very kind. Beyond that, she is a woman who lives under the protection of this household. That protection wards against both internal and external threats."
His answer was a non-answer, but he was not prepared to discuss his very primal feelings for Beatrice with his mother.
"I told her that all of your pranks as a child were simply because you wanted her attention," Lady Agatha offered with a sad smile. "Some things even time cannot alter."
"It is not that way," he denied. "You are reading into things when you should not. And whatever my relationship with Beatrice is, you should not be thinking of it now. You must rest. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, going into York to fetch a man that travelled on one of the ships I served on, a skilled and very effective physician. We will discover what is weakening you so."
"Dr. Shepherd has been our family physician for years. He is a country doctor, yes, but he has always treated our ailments very effectively. This is simply a part of growing older, Graham. Physically, my life has been blessed with luxury and plenty, but the mental strain has taken its toll. That is all."
"Then it will not hurt to hear that from another source," he insisted.
She patted his hand as Crenshaw returned, bearing a tray with a steaming pot of tea on it.
"Very well, my son. Go, and I will rest."
Graham rose, and, almost as an afterthought, stooped and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek.
"I am very glad to be home, to have found my family again."
"Are your memories coming back at all?"
He shook his head.
"No, but they will. Soon enough, I'm sure. Good night, Lady Agatha."
"Will you not call me Mother, then?"
"Not until we are certain."
"Some of us," she said, "already are."
"Very well, then. When I am certain. Good night."
Graham left Lady Agatha's room. It wasn't intentional that his path took him near the corridor that housed Beatrice's room. He leaned against the corner there, considering his options. From beneath her door he could see light. Was it simply from the fire in the hearth, or was she awake, candles blazing? While he was paused there, debating whether or not to seek her out, something else caught his eye. Beyond her chamber, at the other end of the hall, Christopher emerged from a hidden door. Graham, still concealed by the corner where he lurked, watched as the boy headed down the hall that branched off that corridor. Curious, and even suspicious, Graham hurried after him, keeping his booted feet on the carpet that ran down the centre of the corridor to muffle his steps. As he rounded the last corner, he saw Christopher disappear behind a heavy oaken door at the end of that short hall. It was the tower, or one of them. Inside the castle he'd lost track of west and east to know which one. The building, in and of itself, was a maze, a rabbit warren of cobbled-together additions from the past 4 centuries. Graham stopped short. Where had that information come from? Where had that innate knowledge of the history of Castle Black been hiding in the recesses of his mind? Before he had time to examine that fully, the oaken door began to open again. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps it was the urge not to give away his own hand, but Graham hid. Ducking into a recessed doorway, he entered the darkened room there and waited for Christopher to pass. Where had he gone? What was he hiding up there? When the coast was clear, Graham emerged from his hiding spot. Immediately he tried that heavy oaken door and found it locked. His indecision over seeking out Beatrice was at an end. Turning back, he retraced his steps to her chamber door, but found himself thwarted. The light was no longer seeping beneath it. She had sought her bed, and he would not wake her. Cursing under his breath, he headed for his own chamber, and another sleepless night. Chapter 8. Graham began the morning with a visit to Lady Agatha. Her dragon of a maid had let him in, but only just. As he seated himself in the chair placed next to Lady Agatha's bed, he noted that while she certainly appeared less weakened than she had the night before, she still did not look well. Her pallor was sickly, and her fatigue was obvious in the hollows beneath her eyes. "I fear that my return, if in fact I am Lord Blakemore, has done you more harm than good," he admitted with regret. It had not been his intent, and yet it was clear that the shock had, indeed, been too much for her. "I will not have such foolishness uttered in my presence," she said. "I do not have the words to express the joy that I have felt since you returned. My body may be weak, Graham, but my spirit is soaring. I could not bear it to think you regretted coming back to us. I know that your welcome has not been as enthusiastic on all fronts, but trust me when I say that Edmund's opinions matter far less to anyone than he is capable of grasping." He smiled at that. "Why do you tolerate him so?" "He grew up here," Lady Agatha offered, pausing to take a sip of her tea. "His mother had died so very young. And Sir Godfrey, well, sometimes he was fine and at others not. Regardless, he never gave Edmund the attention and guidance that a young boy needed. He would bring Edmund here for visits. The length of those visits would grow, and the time he actually spent with Sir Godfrey shrank year after year, until, without anyone ever explicitly stating it, Edmund had become a permanent fixture." Graham considered that carefully. How two wounded people such as Lord Blakemore and Lady Agatha had become the de facto guardians to a likely unwanted boy. "Was he always so determinedly unpleasant?" Graham asked. She smiled at that. "No, he was a sweet boy. But he did become decidedly less so over time. In fact, every time Sir Godfrey came and went, Edmund would grow sullen and unhappy after his departure. He became particularly unpleasant to poor Beatrice in your absence." She paused for a moment, as if collecting her thoughts, and then continued. "You all played together as children, sometimes more peacefully than others, but it was a comfort to me to have him near after you were gone. It was a connection to a time before everything had changed. He was always so dear and so sweet to me, despite his snobbishness to dear Beatrice. That was his father's doing, by the way. He was always worse when Sir Godfrey was present. That, I fear, has not changed. He writes to Edmund every day, and every day the boy grows more discontent." It certainly had not changed, but he laid the blame at no one's door but Edmund's. Edmund had behaved badly enough toward Beatrice in his own right that Sir Godfrey's influence was the least of their concerns. But he told Lady Agatha the night before all he meant to of Edmund's actions toward Beatrice. Instead, he replied, "I have no recollection of him,
or of this house.
Yet you are never lost here, Lady Agatha stated pointedly. You go unerringly to whatever area it is that you are seeking, and you do so without guidance. If that does not prove that this is your home, what could? He had no answer for that. It still puzzled him. The knowledge was innate, simply a part of him, like walking and talking had been, or reading. Those skills and knowledge had remained, while personal details had simply vanished. And there were other things that he dared not share with anyone, flashes and glimpses in his mind that made him feel as if he were going mad. It will come back to you in time, I am sure, just as you said last night, she continued. But regardless, there will be no talk of leaving, and no talk of regretting your decision to return. I could not be happier unless your father was here to share it with me.
What was he like? Graham asked.
It was a selfish question, making her linger on memories that would cause her pain, but the need to know was insistent. She pointed to a small box on top of her dressing table. Bring me that box. He rose and did as she'd bid. When he returned it to her, she opened it carefully and withdrew a miniature portrait in an elaborate gilded case. He was nearly the age you are now when this was painted. We had not been married very long. I was still a young bride and very enamoured of him. Graham accepted the small painting and stared down into a face that could nearly have been his own. The skin was pale, that of a gentleman, but otherwise the similarities were undeniable. But there had been something in her tone that alerted him.
You were enamoured of him as a new bride. Did you not remain thus?
Lady Agatha ducked her head. Your father was the best of men, Graham, but I was not the best of wives. I married him because he was handsome and wealthy and charming. I was so young that I truly believed those things were all that mattered. I was more concerned with whether or not the other girls envied me than with whether or not I could make him happy, and likewise that he could make me happy. Graham frowned at that, more puzzled than ever by her confessions.
Did you love him at all?
I did not love him then, but I did in time. You must believe that.
Why would I doubt it?
Again, I was not a good wife. I did not understand that his diplomatic duties would require leaving England and moving far from my family and friends, or that he would often be occupied with other things that were far more important than simply catering to my whims. I was petulant and spoiled, and I behaved abominably. Yet he never lost patience with me. He never failed to forgive me, even for the things which I could not forgive myself. And he loved you. He loved you fiercely. He was determined that you would grow up to be the very best of men.
He would be disappointed then, Graham thought bitterly.
What kind of man would be proud of a son who had been both a thief and a pirate, a man who'd been flogged publicly for his crimes? I know what you are thinking. I can see it clearly on your face, Lady Agatha said. It would not matter to him. I saw the way you shielded Beatrice when you thought Edmund, in his temper, might strike her. The fearlessness you showed in rescuing her when it might very well have placed your own life at risk. You are everything he would have wanted you to be, and the things you had to do in order to survive without us do not matter now. Do you understand me?
He desperately wanted to believe that. I need to speak to Beatrice before I leave for York. Do not get out of this bed today. Take your meals here, and spare yourself the badgering Edmund will no doubt greet you with. Please.
I will. If you tell me truthfully, what are your feelings for Beatrice? Graham answered her as honestly as he could.
I do not have the ability to express them, only to say that they are unfamiliar to me, and I am out of my depth.
Then it can be nothing other than love, or at least the beginning of it. It would have pleased your father, I think. He loved her like a daughter, and often worried for her future. Had he known how short his time would be with us here, he would have done more to secure it.
And if I am not Lord Blakemore? He asked.
There are worse things than to be loved by a man who does not have a title, she reproved. You're nearly as bad as Edmund with your snobbery.
Graham didn't gainsay her. He simply left the room and went in search of the woman who had occupied most of the conversation and nearly all of his thoughts. Beatrice did not go down for breakfast. She found herself reluctant to face Edmund and Christopher with their false concern, if they even bothered with that. Eloise would still be in bed. According to Betsy, she'd had 2 bottles of very potent wine delivered to her room the night before. But it was not Christopher, Edmund, or Eloise who had sent her into hiding. She was also reluctant to face Graham again. He unsettled her, robbed her of the ability to think clearly and to maintain her hard-won composure. In short, he rattled her and made her yearn for things she did not fully understand, nor was she entirely certain she should have them. Peace had been found in a secluded corner of the 3rd floor where she sat on a narrow window seat. Her sketchbook lay forgotten beside her as she watched the bitter and angry sea in the distance. Her peace was short-lived, however. She didn't need to turn to know that he had found her. His presence fell over her like a welcomed shadow.
"And what brings you to this distant corner of Castle Black, my lord?" she asked softly.
He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the elegant shrug of his powerful shoulders from her peripheral vision.
You did, Beatrice. Are you hiding from everyone this morning, or is it just me?
"I think I am hiding from myself more than anyone else," she answered,
finally tearing her gaze from the window and settling it on him.
"Betsy said that Lady Agatha was taken ill last night. Is she better this morning?"
According to her dragon of a maid, no, he replied. I'm leaving for York in a few moments. I know a fellow there, a renowned physician, who may be able to help.
Beatrice raised her eyebrows in surprise. You are certainly stepping on many toes, my lord. Have you considered that bringing in an outside physician might anger Dr. Shepherd so much he refuses to treat any of us after?
I have. I have also found that money buys a great deal of forgiveness. I need to ask you about Christopher, he said.
What of him? It was a curious thing for Christopher to ever draw attention to himself. The boy moved like a shadow through their lives most of the time. He had, over the past several months, grown increasingly more sullen and prone to outbursts at times. It was almost as if he were 2 people. No doubt the arrival of Graham and the proverbial nail in the coffin of his chance to become Lord Blakemore had increased his general discontent with life, and would result in increased moodiness from him.
Why would he disappear into the tower at night?
Beatrice blinked at that. I couldn't say. He talks very little, period, and never at all to me. He is resentful of my closeness to Lady Agatha, of my very presence here. But he's also resentful of Edmund, of everyone and everything. Did you ask him?
No,
Graham admitted, turning and settling himself on the window seat beside her. Beatrice gathered her skirts to make more room for him. It didn't matter. Seated as close as they were, she could feel the heat of his thigh against hers through the fabric of her gown.
I didn't ask him. There was something in the way he moved, something furtive and secretive that lends me to believe he was up to no good. I tried the door to the tower after he left and found it locked. For what possible reason?
Was it the eastern tower, then? The one past my room?
Yes.
It's unsafe, Beatrice replied. her brow furrowing in concentration as she considered the implications. It was damaged in storms some years ago, crumbling to ruin. Because no one ever used it, Edmund refused to have it renovated. He said it was a waste of money.
Graham grunted in response to that. He says everything is a waste of money. Is the estate struggling? Is there some reason for his skinflint ways?
I do not know, she answered honestly. Such things would never be discussed with me, even if I were to ask. While Edmund is hardly a spendthrift himself, Eloise is very much in fashion. A more likely explanation would be that funds from the estate are being used to support Sir Godfrey, or to pay his debts as he continuously lives beyond his means. Graham stooped over and picked up her sketchbook. She wanted to stop him, to ask him not to look. But whether he saw it or not, he knew her thoughts were preoccupied with him, just as she knew his were with her. He'd been quite forthcoming about that. As he flipped the book open and stared at her last drawing, his frown deepened.
"I look very angry here," he said finally,
indicating the charcoal sketch he'd completed of him. "Fierce," she said, "not angry. But that was my intent, and perhaps not my execution."
"Why would you draw me when you were surrounded by so many subjects more worthy?"
She shrugged then, borrowing the gesture from him. "Because I like your face. I like that you do not hide behind polite smiles and make small talk only to attack the moment my back is turned. I like that with you, what is seen in your eyes and in your expression is exactly who you are, and what you are thinking at any given moment is clearly evident."
"I remember this," he said softly.
It wasn't fully fleshed or distinct with context, but there was a memory playing in his mind, as surely as if the scene were unfolding before him. Children running in a field near the cliffs that overlooked the sea. He'd taken her sketchbook, running away with it and making fun of her drawings. It had been jealousy even then. He'd been jealous because she'd drawn a picture of Edmund rather than him.
"You sketched a portrait of Edmund and I stole your book. I threw it over the cliff and into the sea."
As he met her gaze, he saw the tears in her eyes, but a smile curved her lips. "Yes, you certainly did," she said, "and I'm still quite angry about it. That book held some of my best work."
"I have to go. I have to get to York and get back before dark."
He didn't want to leave her. He wanted to stay there and explore those shimmering moments that had finally come into focus in his mind. It was the most distinct of any vision or memory he'd had since returning to Castle Black. He also wanted very much to know that she would be safe in his absence. And if he were entirely honest, he wanted to pick up precisely where they'd left off in her room, but with far less talking and much more doing.
"About yesterday."
"I won't leave the house," she said. "I think perhaps I shall spend the day keeping watch over Lady Agatha, safe and sound."
He sighed. "Good. I'm very glad to hear that. But that wasn't what I meant. The things I said to you in your room."
"Oh, you needn't worry. It was a difficult day and we were both quite overset by it all," she offered dismissively.
"I wasn't overset. I meant every word of it. I cannot explain it to you, Beatrice, but as much as I came back here to claim my title and my home, I think more so, I returned to claim you. What I remembered just now, last night, Lady Agatha said that I played all those pranks on you as a child, that I picked and plucked and bullied because I wanted your attention."
"Surely not," she denied with a blush staining her cheeks.
"I did. When I threw your sketchbook into the sea, it was motivated by jealousy. You'd sketched a portrait of Edmund, and I was infuriated by it."
She smiled at that. "You were only a boy."
"I was a tyrant," he admitted. "Perhaps being lost, having a life of hardship was the best thing for me. I cannot imagine what manner of man I would be otherwise."
"What manner of man you would be is irrelevant. I am quite pleased with the man you are." The admission was uttered softly, her gaze locked on the floor between them. Those words pierced him, sinking deep, twisting something inside him until his controls snapped. Without thought or care that he was breaking all the rules, he reached for her, pulling her to him, until her breasts were crushed against his chest and he could bury his hands in the silken strands of her dark hair. It snagged on his work-roughened hands, a reminder, if he was willing to heed it, that he was not for her. "Tell me to stop," he said.
"I cannot," she admitted breathlessly. "God help me, I cannot."
Graham was lost, consumed by the need to kiss her, to have the taste of her on his lips once more. As he pressed his mouth to hers, savouring the soft sound she made as he did so, he conceded defeat. Whatever happened, whatever existed between them, it was not simply that she was his. He was hers. She owned him, body and soul. The kiss grew into its own entity. It raged like a fire, consuming them both. Carried away by it, swept up into the storm, they were both lost to its power. Crushing her to him, every curve of her lush figure burning him like a brand, Graham knew that no other woman would ever ignite him the way that she did. Graham was helpless to resist the temptation of her body. Having seen every delectable inch of her, he knew precisely what treasures awaited him beneath the modest gown she wore. With one hand at her waist, holding her to him, he explored her body with his other hand. Mapping the curves and contours, he tested her reaction by brushing his thumb against the underside of her breast. Her breath hitched, but she did not draw away. Moving more deliberately, he covered the tender swell with his palm. He could feel the hardened peak beneath his hand. As she arched her back, pressing more fully against him, the need to claim her, to possess her, overwhelmed him. A door opened at the end of the corridor and then closed quietly. The draught of it wafted past them. It did not douse his ardour, but it was an effective reminder that there was a time and a place for what he wanted from her, and the middle of a corridor was not it. He drew back, reluctant to let her go, but determined that, for the moment, he would try to be the gentleman he was born to be, and not the pirate he'd been forced to be at times. She was not yet his to take. "I must go. I need to bring Dr. Warner here to attend Lady Agatha. This is not finished between us, Beatrice," he cautioned, his words both a warning and a promise.
"It must be," she said. "I cannot be your mistress, and you should not take me as your wife. There is no course of action here that will not leave someone hurt, Graham."
"I hurt now," he said. "I ache for you in ways that I cannot describe. What I should and should not do is of no matter to me. I will do exactly as I please, and the rules be damned. I want you, Beatrice. But if I thought for one moment you did not want me in return, I would never speak of it again." She ducked her head, not looking at him.
"Wanting something does not mean that you can or should have it."
"We will continue this discussion when I return," he said firmly.
He would not let her deny them both something that they not only craved but clearly needed out of some misguided sense of propriety. Beatrice watched his departing figure until he'd vanished from sight. She was trapped. Leaving the house after the events of the day before was not an option. Even if there were not untold dangers awaiting her, there was nowhere for her to go. Castle Black had been her home since she was a small child, and her father had passed away. It was not Graham that she had to resist. It was her own traitorous body. Yearnings that she had never before experienced were driving her behaviour, making her forget herself and all that she knew of decorum. Was it truly wanton if only one man affected her so? It was not love. It could not be love, not so soon, not when they were little more than strangers to one another. Yet he compelled her.
His presence excited and enticed. She was inexplicably drawn to him, as he was to her, it seemed. The door at the end of the hall opened again. It was Betsy. She graced Beatrice with a knowing look. "Master Edmund is beating the battle-drums, miss. He's looking for you and for his lordship. It would not go well for him to find you together." "What did you see, Betsy?" Beatrice demanded, her voice soft. "I saw nothing, miss, but you should not be here alone. Let's get you back to your room, and then, if you need me to, I'll walk with you to Lady Agatha's rooms. There are many dangers in these halls, Miss Beatrice," the maid warned, "and some are hidden better than others." It was a carefully worded warning, and Beatrice knew that it ought to be heeded. She also knew that if he kissed her again, all the warnings in the world would be wasted on her. With her things gathered up, she followed the maid through the maze of secret passages and corridors that the servants of Castle Black utilised to fulfil their duties. Who else used them, she wondered, and for what purpose? Thinking of Christopher and whatever he might be hiding in the tower, Beatrice knew she'd have to risk it. "Betsy, is there a passage that leads into the East Tower?" "There are several, miss, but no one uses them any more. I can't vouch for their safety." "Will you show me?" Beatrice asked. "Not now, but during dinner. I'll beg off and ask for a tray. After yesterday, no one will question it." Betsy turned to her then in the small confines of the passageway. "I'll show you, but you'll not go alone. Not again." Beatrice nodded her understanding. They were bound by their roles of servant and mistress only to a point. Friends and playmates as children, young girls sharing their dreams together in a grand house filled with sadness. Their bonds went beyond that. "Thank you, Betsy, and I will be careful." "As you should be, miss. And I lied when I said I didn't see anything before. If a man kissed me that way, I'd lose my head too, like he was starved for you. It's what we all dream of, to be wanted that way, to have a man feel like he'd die without possessing us. Just don't let it blind you too much." Beatrice blushed and ducked her head. "I am out of my depth." "Yes, miss, you are. Folks like me, working class like, we can give our bodies without giving our hearts. We're more practical about that than a lady is raised to be. If he takes one, he'll take the other. I only pray he doesn't break your heart." They reached her chamber and didn't speak of it again. She couldn't, Beatrice realised. She lacked the words to express what she felt and what she feared. Losing her heart to Graham was not an option, not when her prospects were so limited. Chapter 9. It was afternoon by the time Graham reached York. The bruising ride and the bitter cold had finally managed to curb his raging libido. The doctor, a man near his own age, had taken great interest in Graham aboard the ship. Dr. Warner had found his tales of missing memories and loss of identity to be fascinating. In the end, the doctor had provided Graham his direction and the offer to provide any treatment that might impact his memory. Graham could only hope that the doctor's offer of assistance would extend to his family. The direction was easy enough to find. The doctor's home and practice were nestled in a narrow alleyway off the shambles. The stone building was respectable but hardly grand. Knocking briskly, he was greeted by a short, round woman in a black gown with her hair pulled back in a severe knot. "I am Lord Blakemore, here for Dr. Warner," he said. The woman's eyes raked over his ill-fitting attire that clearly belonged to a working man. "Lord, you say?" "Aye, madam, I say. Inform Dr. Warner that I am here," Graham demanded, pushing past her and into the small entryway. The woman looked ready to balk, drawing up to the full extent of her diminutive height. "I'll tell him. And when he says he doesn't know you, I'll be shouting for the watch to come and cart you off." "Do as you will, madam, as soon as you have done as you are told," he answered. The woman marched off in a huff, muttering under her breath about those who don't know their place. It was not long until she returned,
eyes downcast and a flush on her cheeks. "The doctor says I'm to show you to the parlour and get you tea." He noted that she said the doctor had told her to, not that she would. As he was fairly certain he would be served something less palatable than tea, he declined. "Just show me to the drawing room. I'll not tax you for refreshment." Once in the small drawing room, Graham seated himself on a sturdy-looking settee, and thanked heavens that the doctor had furnishings more appropriate to supporting his weight than the delicate pieces at Castle Black. It was only moments later that Dr. Warner entered. The man was dressed casually, his coat forgotten and his sleeves rolled back. "Graham, or should I address you as my lord?" "Graham will do fine," he answered. "How is your new practice in York?" The doctor sighed. "Slow, my good man, slow. It appears the people of York do not appreciate my new and unorthodox methods. They come to me asking to be bled by leeches and call me a madman or a charlatan when I refuse. Then it will not be difficult to persuade you to abandon it for a while." Dr. Warner seated himself in the chair facing the settee. "Why?" "Lady Agatha Blakemore is ill. She has fainting spells and is short of breath. Her existing physician has blamed it on her age and a weakening heart, but I cannot help but feel there is more to it than that. Those symptoms are certainly indicative of a failing heart. Why would you think otherwise?" "She is not so very old. But more than that, it's simply a gut instinct, a bone-deep belief that there is something more sinister at play than simply her age and failing health." "What do you think is occurring, my lord?" Graham shrugged. "Perhaps she is truly just ill, but the care being provided is intended to simply shuffle her off rather than cure her. I cannot say. I only know that she grows weaker every day, and I need to feel that I've done everything that I can for her." He paused, hesitant to admit his greatest fear. But it had to be said. "I need some assurance that my return has not done more harm to her than good." The doctor eyed him speculatively for a moment, as if weighing what he had said. "It is likely that I will find nothing untoward. I understand that you have only just been reunited with your family, and the prospect of losing your mother so soon after is, well, you do not need me to tell you what it is." "Then come to Castle Black, not because you can change the course of things, but to give me peace of mind. You owe me that." Dr. Warner sighed. "I am well aware that I owe you my life, and I am a man who pays his debts. I will agree to come to Castle Black and see to Lady Agatha on one condition. And that is, you must allow me to attempt Mesmer's techniques with you to unlock these hidden memories of yours. I believe it could work, or I would not be so insistent." Graham did not believe in Mesmer's work. The doctor had discussed it with him aboard ship, and even then he'd found the notion incredible. "Do you believe in animal magnetism? Truly?" "Not in the mystical sense, no," the doctor said. "But I do believe that the mind is a mysterious and wonderful machine. I believe that your memories still exist, and that given the right amount of concentration and direction, they can be unlocked. Mesmer's techniques are sound, even if I believe his theory to be skewed. Will you attempt it?" "I will do whatever is required," Graham promised. "But I should tell you that I have begun to have flashes of memory. Images from my childhood have returned. Only a few, but they have been verified by others who were present." "And the nightmares?" Dr. Warner asked. "When I treated you following your head wound, you suffered greatly from them." "They continue," Graham admitted. "But they are the least of my concerns. I must return to Castle Black. Not everyone is thrilled that I have returned, and those who have shown support to me may be in danger because of it. I warn you of this because I do not wish you to enter the castle and then immediately flee." The doctor smiled. "I practice medicine in a den of pirates, my lord. Danger is the spice of life." "No, Lovely, dark-haired women with compassionate hearts and kind smiles were the spice of life. But he would not say such.
"When will you depart for Castle Black?"
"I will leave tomorrow and be there by the afternoon to examine the patient," the doctor said, "if that is sufficient. Can it wait for another day?"
"I believe so, but I would not allow it to wait much longer. I could be wrong, but my gut instinct tells me that there is something unnatural about Lady Agatha's illness," Graham said, giving voice to the fear that plagued him.
"We will get to the bottom of it. I swear it." Graham left the doctor's house after a few moments and headed for the livery stable to reclaim his mount. It was a long journey back, and it would be nightfall before he returned. Beatrice sat at her dressing table. She'd spent the better part of her day confined to her room, other than a brief visit to Lady Agatha, who looked so impossibly tired. Afterwards, she'd once again sequestered herself in her chamber. She did not want to risk another encounter with Edmund, especially since Graham was far from the castle and would not be coming to her assistance. The dinner gong rang, and her stomach did dips and swells as her nerves got the better of her. But Betsy entered the room then, and she knew it was too late to back out. "Are you certain you want to go nosing like this, miss?" Betsy asked. "We may find something we don't want to know about." "Whether we want to know or not, if there is something going on under this roof that poses a danger to Lady Agatha or the rest of us, we need to know." She rose to her feet, took a calming breath, and said, "I don't have the luxury of cowardice, Betsy, much as I might wish I did. Someone tried to kill me, and I fear that whatever is afoot in the East Tower might be connected. These passages are the best way to find that out undetected." Betsy grabbed the candelabra from the table and led the way to a small panel concealed near the fireplace. "All these tunnels are connected. It's convenient in some ways, but dangerous in others. It is easy to get turned around once you're in them. No windows. No light save what you brought with you. Don't ever try this on your own, miss. Promise me." Shuddering as she peered into the small, tight space, Beatrice couldn't imagine that she'd ever be brave enough to enter them alone. The musty smell, the cobwebs, and the sound of scurrying made her shiver. "You have my word on it," Beatrice assured her. In silence they entered the narrow passage, Betsy in the front leading the way. One close corridor after another, they traversed the length of the family wing and made for the tower. The tunnel shifted sharply to the left and gave way to a small staircase. It was so narrow that her hips brushed against each wall as she climbed the steps. "How on earth—" Betsy shushed her sharply. "If you must speak, whisper. The corridors are concealed, but the walls are thin, miss. You'll be heard beyond them for sure." Beatrice nodded, and they continued on, climbing upward until she was dizzy from it and breathless. Once they reached the top, there was a small strip of pale light seeping beneath a panel. Betsy turned back to her and placed a finger to her lips to remind her to be silent. Beatrice nodded again. Slowly, each movement careful and measured, Betsy eased back a small panel in the door. It was only an inch wide, if that. It allowed just enough space to peer into the room. Was that how the servants managed to appear and disappear without being seen by anyone? They could peek into the room before entering to make certain they were not disturbing the residents. When the maid stepped back, Beatrice pressed her face to that small portal and curiously examined the room beyond. It was clearly inhabited. There were bottles of brandy and wine littering the top of a table. Books, maps, and charts she could not recognize from such a distance were stacked around it. The bed beyond was rumpled, the linens piled in disarray. But no fire burned in the grate. So clearly whoever was utilizing the chamber did not intend to return any time soon. "I want to get a closer look," she said to Betsy. The maid shook her head. "It's too dangerous." "The coal in the grate is stone cold, Betsy. Christopher, whatever it is that he is using this room for, does not intend to return any time soon," Beatrice argued. "Show me the way in." Betsy let out a long-suffering sigh, but reluctantly did as she was asked. She opened the small concealed door and allowed Beatrice to pass into the room, following on her heels. "You do not have to do this, Betsy. I can do it alone," Beatrice said softly as she crossed to the table and examined the books and papers littering it. If caught, she'd be scolded. Poor Betsy could be sacked outright. The maid's answering eye roll was a perfect testament to their long history together. On the desk, Beatrice found plans of the castle itself, books about the history of it and maps that outlined the property. More disturbing were law treatises that dealt specifically with having a person declared dead. He'd meant to have Graham declared dead and claim the title for himself. That much was clear. Had his plans changed now that Graham had returned? Betsy had taken up sentry at the door, watching the staircase for any sign of Christopher's return. Abruptly she turned, wide-eyed and panicked. "Someone is coming," she hissed. Leaving the mess, Beatrice hurried with her. They'd only just managed to conceal themselves behind the panel again before the door opened. It wasn't Christopher who entered, however. It was Eloise, Edmund's wife. Dressed in her night-rail and a wrapper, her long auburn hair was brushed out until it shone and left a fall over her shoulders. Betsy turned to Beatrice with raised eyebrows and mouthed the words, "Did you know?" Beatrice shook her head. Of course she hadn't known. Who could have? As if to cement their suspicions, Eloise removed her wrapper and lay down upon the bed, arranging herself in a pose that could only be called seductive. It was only a few moments later that the door opened again and Christopher entered. He didn't pause or look surprised at his cousin-in-law's presence. Clearly she had been expected, as he immediately began removing his clothing. "We need to leave. Now," Beatrice uttered in the softest of whispers. Betsy nodded her agreement and then began leading the way back through the passage, her footsteps light and careful. Following in her wake, Beatrice was stunned by what she'd just seen. Never outside of those rooms and what she had just witnessed had Eloise and Christopher given the slightest indication that they were even aware of one another, much less that they were intimate. If they could conceal something that significant so successfully, what else might they be hiding? Once back in the safety of her chamber, dusty and covered with cobwebs, she met the maid's questioning gaze. Is anyone in this house not keeping secrets? "I highly doubt it, miss. Let's get you cleaned up before bed. And no more adventuring tonight. No more adventuring, period, until his lordship returns." Beatrice sighed. "He should have returned by now. He was only going to York. Do you think something might have happened?" Betsy didn't meet her gaze but looked away. It was a telling gesture, even as she offered a reasonable explanation. "The roads are muddy still. Might have taken longer than expected to get there. He probably stopped at an inn for the night and will be on in the morning. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about." Seated at her dressing table, with Betsy brushing the cobwebs from her hair, Beatrice wasn't so certain. "I hope you're right. I'd hate to think something untoward might have occurred." "It'll all turn out," Betsy reiterated, plaiting Beatrice's hair into a thick braid. "You're very fond of him, aren't you? More so than you expected to be." "It isn't something that I can put into words. It isn't fondness or liking or anything so simple. I feel drawn to him, compelled to be near him. It's utterly terrifying," she admitted softly. "I cannot take such risk, Betsy." "Matters of the heart often are. But if it doesn't scare you a little, then it doesn't matter enough to risk it anyway." A soft knock on the door interrupted their inappropriately familiar conversation. Betsy opened the door to the butler, who frowned at her dusty appearance but said nothing. He turned to Beatrice and uttered words that made her heart stutter in her chest. "Forgive me, Miss Beatrice, but I did not wish to distress her ladyship with the news, and Mrs. Blakemore is not in her chamber.
Lord Blakemore's mount has returned, but he has not.
Beatrice forced herself to think, forced her mind to work and not simply cave under the weight of panic that she felt. If he was close enough that the horse returned on its own, he is probably on the property itself or on the road nearby. Get the footmen, the grooms, all the stable hands out with lanterns. They will find him. If he's simply been thrown and not badly injured, he will hear them looking for him and lead them to his position.
The butler nodded. Yes, miss. I will see to it at once.
She looked back to Betsy as the door closed behind him. When Christopher entered the tower chamber, he was carrying a pistol, wasn't he? Betsy's face paled as she nodded. Aye, miss. He was. And he had mud on his boots. Chapter 10. Graham ducked behind the tree and clutched at his wounded shoulder. He was only a short distance from Castle Black, but it was telling that the first danger he'd encountered was so near. The shot had rung out in the darkness. He'd felt the heat of it as it passed him. A second one had followed, grazing his shoulder and taking a good bit of hide in the process. The horse had reared then, tossing him to the mud and bolting for home. Rather than risk taking the road and being out in the open, Graham stuck to the trees. Darting from shadow to shadow, he made his way toward the dark and looming silhouette of the castle in the distance. He'd made very little progress when he heard the sounds of shouting. There were lanterns emerging over the rise, people searching for him from Castle Black, no doubt. Blessing the worthless nag he'd been riding for returning to its familiar stables, he began making his way toward the search party. He encountered a terrified-looking footman in a clearing, no more than 100 yards away. The boy was white as a sheet and clearly terrified. "What the devil has you shaken in your boots?" he asked. "These woods are no place for a man to be in the dark, my lord," the boy confessed. "Full of beasties and banshees they are." "The only thing these woods are full of is poachers. One shot me and I was thrown from my horse." Graham didn't believe for a single moment that it was a poacher and that he had not been shot intentionally. But there was little point in giving away his suspicions until he had more irrefutable proof. "Lead the way back. Jones, isn't it?" "Yes, my lord. Jones," the boy said. "This way, my lord." Graham followed the boy toward the others as he called out that the search was done. It was only moments later, tucked in the back of a cart, rolling over the muddy ground, that he was nearing the large and imposing entrance of the castle. The butler opened the door, and Graham hopped down from the cart and climbed the steps. "Thank you for sending out the lads to fetch me, Hammond," Graham offered. "Do not thank me, my lord. It was Miss Beatrice who issued the instruction." "And did you ask her to?" Hammond shook his head. "No, my lord. I merely informed her that your mount had returned Son's rider, and she took the initiative." Graham nodded sagely. "I understand that you did not seek out Lady Agatha, given her fragile health. But why did you not ask Edmund for his input?" "He is not here, my lord. He was gone after dinner, and we have not been able to find him, as was the case with Mrs. Blakemore," the butler admitted. It wasn't proof, but it certainly solidified his suspicions. "I was struck by a stray bull. Poachers, no doubt." The butler frowned at that. "We've never had a problem with poachers here, my lord. But if you say it was poachers, certainly it must have been. Dr. Warner will be here tomorrow. I'll have him tend the wound more fully then, but I'll need someone to help me dress it tonight, if you please." "If my lord had a valet," the butler began. "If I had a valet, he'd take one look at my rough clothing and rougher ways and run for the hills. No valet, Hammond. No valet. Send me the housekeeper or someone else who will not faint at the sight of blood." "Yes, my lord." Graham took the stairs 2 at a time and headed for his room. Where was Edmund? What the hell was he up to? Once in his room, Graham had managed to shrug out of his jacket, but removing his shirt was pointless. It had need to be cut off him as he couldn't lift his arms over his head. Taking a seat near the fireplace, he poured himself a snifter of brandy from a bottle he'd liberated earlier. He'd need it for what was to come. A knock at the door had him pausing with the glass halfway to his lips. "Come in," he barked. The door opened slowly as he downed a healthy swallow of the fiery liquid. It wasn't the housekeepers he'd expected, but Beatrice. Her maid was with her, bearing a tray of supplies. She arched her eyebrow at him, clearly unimpressed with his churlish tone. "If that is how you intend to speak to the servants, I imagine we will have to get used to an endless stream of new staff in and out of the castle," she chided. "Are you here to patch me up or take me to task?" The question lacked heat, but held a fair amount of sarcasm. "Both appear to be required in equal measure," she answered, with just as much sarcasm and an imperiously arched brow. "Then I shall have to tolerate them both, I suppose," he snapped, and refilled his glass generously. He was needling her on purpose, trying to get under her skin. It was perverse and contrary, but as she tormented him for most of the day with her unrelenting presence in his mind, he felt compelled to seek his petty revenge. "You might want to save some of that for the wound," she snapped. "Numbed, certainly, I understand, but completely foxed is unnecessary." Graham considered tossing back another swallow, but then realised he was cutting his own nose off to spite his face. Being intentionally provocative to someone who was caring for a wound that could easily become putrid was stupid on his part. Reluctantly, he put the glass down. "You can leave. Your maid can assist me." The maid's eyes widened in sheer terror at the suggestion. Beatrice shook her head. "Betsy does not like the sight of blood. I'm afraid you will have to content yourself with my less than tender ministrations." "Give me your scissors," he said. "I'll have to cut the shirt away." "I'll do it," she insisted, and lifted the shears from the tray. Arguing was fruitless. He was learning that Beatrice would do precisely what she pleased, regardless of any protest he made to the contrary. She was the most bull-headed woman he'd ever encountered. He could only be thankful, he supposed, that she'd heeded common sense and remained safely tucked behind the walls of Castle Black for the day, rather than providing an easy target for would-be attackers. The blades of the scissors were cold against his skin as she carefully cut away the shirt, snipping the pieces near the wound first. He tensed in anticipation of her response. Would she be repulsed? Would the layers of scars on his back send her running from the room? She would not be the first woman repulsed at the sight, but it was the first time a woman's revulsion would wound more than his pride. She didn't gasp. In fact, no sound escaped her at all. He felt her tense, felt every muscle in her body stiffen next to him. Not even a breath escaped her. For what seemed an eternity, she simply stood there. Finally, after that long and interminable moment, she exhaled. "There's no saving this shirt," she muttered. The pistol ball, if that's what it was and not a musket, tore quite a bit of the fabric away. Between the blood and the damage I've done with my shears, it'll be good for nothing but the rag bin. He didn't sigh with relief, but it was there, a current running between them beneath the mundane words they uttered. "It was good for little better than that to start with. I hardly expected it to be salvaged." "There are some things in the attic that belong to Lord Nicholas. You and he are of similar size. I'll have them brought down," she muttered, as she pressed a cool, damp cloth to the wound. He hissed out a sharp breath. "What the devil is that?" "Just water with herbs to prevent the wound from becoming fevered. It will help the blood to clot and slow the bleeding as well." "Well, it burns like fire," he protested. Beatrice clenched her hands into fists to keep them from shaking.
She'd been told, of course, that his back was scarred from flogging. She'd even had some inkling in her mind's eye of what that might look like. The reality of it was far different, and infinitely more brutal. While she had not seen all of it, the skin bared by the cutaway cloth of his shirt revealed thick ridges of scar tissue where his flesh had literally been scourged, nearly to the bone. The agony of it must have been excruciating, and it was clear that it was a punishment he'd endured more than once. "Then perhaps you should have another brandy," she suggested mildly. It was nearly impossible to speak normally when she wanted to do nothing more than touch his battered flesh and weep for what he'd had to suffer. "Betsy, bring the tray here and you may go. It's going to require stitching, and heaven knows I can't have you in a swoon." The maid did as she'd been bid, departing quickly and without a backward glance. When the door closed behind them, Graham spoke first.
"You can stop pretending that it isn't shocking, or even something worse," he said softly. "I know what it looks like. I've lived with it for long enough."
"It looks like cruelty and brutality, nothing more," she replied. "Those are things that I have been blissfully spared in my existence here. I am sorry that you were not."
"I earned every mark. Don't think for a moment I didn't. The captain took legitimate work when he could get it, and less legitimate when he couldn't. I was a crewman on little better than a pirate ship. We robbed and pillaged every ship coming into Freeport that we could catch."
"And is that why you were flogged? As punishment for piracy?" she asked.
"No," he said. "I was flogged because I was the least necessary member of the crew at the time and could be spared."
"I don't understand," she said.
"It doesn't matter," he answered softly. "It feels like it was 100 years ago anyway. At this point, I can only be thankful that I wasn't hanged instead. Mercy, they called it."
"And what did you call it?"
He laughed, but it was a sound that lacked any humour. "Nothing. I lost consciousness after the second lash. Fainted like a fine lady," the captain said. "When it was done, they collected my bloody body, carried me back to the ship and tossed me into a small bunk to recover or die."
Beatrice didn't ask further questions as she applied a compress to the wound, a mixture of herbs that the housekeeper kept on hand for just such instances. She pressed it gently to his skin, and then placed a linen pad over it to hold it in place. It would help to numb him and ease the pain before she closed the wound. "While I am glad you are not hanged, and that you survived your ordeal, I would hardly call such treatment merciful."
"I am not a saint. Not simply some poor victimised child who was placed on the path to a life of crime, Beatrice. I committed crimes aplenty, even if they weren't the ones I was flogged for."
The words were uttered as a warning.
"Perhaps I lack the same cruelty you saw in me as a boy, but I am not a good man. I have not been."
"You have been good to me," she said. "You have saved me twice from terrible fates. Why are you so determined to turn me against you?" Beatrice continued as she carefully threaded her needle. She grasped the brandy and soaked a clean bit of cloth in it before using it to clean the needle, which she then held over the fire. Those were techniques that their old housekeeper had taught her. She had no notion of their importance or why they must be adhered to. Still, she completed the ritual as she had been taught. "We are none of us good or bad, Graham. We are simply fallible people capable of extremes, whether it be kindness and compassion or cruelty and brutality. The seeds for all exist within us. Whatever you may have done in your life, it is not the definition of who you are."
He sighed heavily. "You do not know what you speak of. Not truly. And I would not wish for you to. You have been sheltered from much of the ugliness in this world, though not nearly enough of it for my liking."
"Hold still," she commanded. "I have to stitch the wound now." She pierced his flesh with the needle, struggling at times to guide it through the thickest of the scars. "I'm not a child, Graham. I'm well aware that there is ugliness in this world, just as I am well aware that I have been blissfully spared much of it. Do not insult my intelligence or my sense of gratitude by implying I am too stupid to realize just how blessed I have been."
"It is a foolish man who insults a woman that holds his life in her hands," he conceded, turning his head slightly to look at her. "And I do not think you are stupid. Far from it."
Beatrice placed her hand in his hair, turned his head forward again, and said, "Hold still. I cannot make my stitches even with you moving about so, and I'll not have this wound become putrid simply because you could not heed a simple directive." She felt his smile, but did not see it. Dutifully he kept his head turned forward and allowed her to work. It was a far different thing to sew a man's flesh than it was to embroider linens. By the time she had finished, her hands were shaking and her stomach was churning furiously. Wearily, she sank onto one of the other small chairs that flanked the fireplace and willed the nausea to pass. It was done. The wound, altogether, had been relatively minor, but that did not mean he was safe. He would have to be monitored closely to prevent fever. He did look at her then. "This was too much for you," he said. "This kind of thing should not have fallen to your shoulders." "I am not so fragile," she protested. "It had to be done, and there was no one else to see to it."
"In a house full of servants, there was no one else."
"Would you have preferred one of them? Truly?" she asked. "There was already talk, gossip, about your scars. Would you have preferred that I send the housekeeper up and let her carry tales back to everyone below stairs?"
"What do I care what they say?" he challenged. "Better for them to gossip than for you to cast up your accounts. You take too much upon yourself, Beatrice."
"And you were not shot by a poacher," she fired back. "Also, I have come upon some information that may be useful."
He narrowed his eyes at her. "How did you stumble upon information when you were not to leave this house?"
"I did not leave the house. I accessed the tower through the passageways that the servants use. Betsy helped me," she said. It was a difficult thing to blurt out, to speak of such intimate things to him while they were alone in his room, regardless of the circumstances. "Eloise is... she has been having an affair with Christopher. And there's more. There are documents spread out upon the desk where someone has been researching the means necessary to have you declared legally dead, and the title passed on to Christopher."
"Of course they want that."
"Edmund has been insistent, yes. But I cannot fathom why Eloise and Christopher would be focused on such a task together. I fear that the plots and machinations occurring under this roof go far deeper than either of us realized, Graham. And I cannot help but feel this non-existent poacher who put a pistol ball in your shoulder is part of it." When he spoke, his voice was deadly quiet. "Do not put yourself at risk again. Not for any reason." "We needed to know what was going on in that tower," she protested, frustrated and furious with him for ignoring what she felt was vital information.
"I needed to know," he corrected. "You needed to remain safe."
"You're being ridiculous. There was very little risk." She had no time to respond as he grasped her by the arms and hauled her up, pulling her to him as he loomed over her. There were scant inches separating them, and she could smell the brandy on his breath.
"There is nothing in this house. Not the wealth or the title, not even the whole bloody estate is worth the risk to you. None of it."
There was no time to ask what he meant. Despite his injured state and the not-so-small amount of brandy he had consumed, he moved quickly, pressing his lips to hers in a kiss that seared her to her soul. Everywhere he touched, she burned. It left her shaken and breathless, clinging to him with a desperation she did not understand. Every time he touched her, it stoked the tension that had been building inside her since his arrival, heightening it, ratcheting it to a greater intensity until it felt as if she would simply shatter from it. His lips moved over hers ravenously, but they did not stop there. They moved along her jaw, down the column of her neck, and when they pressed against the pulse beating there just beside the hollow of her throat, she felt her knees weaken. Had he not been holding her so tightly, she would have collapsed at his feet. It wasn't the soft or romantic feelings she had anticipated. This was not the gentle love or desire that poets wrote of. It was darker, more consuming, more primal than all of that. The more he gave, the more she craved. Of their own volition, her hands migrated beneath the tattered remnants of his shirt, feeling the warmth of his skin, the dusting of hair that covered firm flesh so different from her own. He was more dangerous to her than anyone or anything else could be. He made her reckless, gave volume and force to that little voice whispering inside her mind to simply give in to temptation. And she was tempted. Terribly so. He pressed closer to her, holding her even tighter. Somehow he had manoeuvred them toward the wall without her knowledge, and she could feel the firmness of the stone at her back. As her knees had gone weak, the added support was welcome. Beatrice couldn't think. In truth, she could barely breathe. Her heart pounded wildly, and the blood rushed through her veins until she was dizzy from it. Or perhaps it was simply the heat. Her body burned, heat pooling low in her belly and spreading outward until her limbs became languid with it. He pulled back from her, drawing in a deep, gulping breath. "We cannot continue this." "Did I do something wrong?" She didn't want it to end. She wanted him to continue kissing her until they were both breathless and weak from it again. He pressed his forehead to hers, a slight smile playing about his lips, perfectly framed by the shadowy darkness of the day's beard. "You've done nothing wrong, Beatrice. Far from it. When I kiss you, I lose all sense of reason. I want more and more from you, but I do not think you are prepared for what that means." She was not entirely ignorant of what he meant. Having grown up in the country, the basics of carnal knowledge were at least familiar to her, and the giggle-infused whispers of parlour-maids had filled in a few blanks. But it wasn't the physical act that left her hesitating. They could not ever have anything lasting between them. His station and the precarious nature of the estate's finances would not permit it. And as painful as it was to imagine letting him go, the idea of doing so after sharing such intimacy left her shaken and afraid. She did not relish the notion of having her heart broken, yet she was fully aware that he already had the power to do so. "I should go," she whispered, lowering her gaze. "No doubt Betsy will be looking for me." Chapter 11. Graham felt her withdraw. It was as if a wall had suddenly sprung up between them. "Do not do this," he said softly. "This is merely a pause in the dance we have been doing since I first set eyes on you here." "This isn't wise," she replied. "Whatever this attraction is between us, we both know it can go no further. Continuing to put ourselves into situations where we'll be alone together, we're tempting fate each time, Graham. I cannot risk it."
"What is it that you would be risking?" he demanded.
He had called a halt to their lovemaking out of a misguided sense of honour, out of the belief that a woman like Beatrice should be wooed slowly, and with far greater romance and tenderness than he was capable of. It seemed he had only complicated an already tenuous situation. She did look at him then, her stormy grey eyes revealing far more of herself than he knew she intended. Everything she felt and everything she feared was right there for him to see. It humbled and terrified him all at once. "You have the power already to break my heart, if I let you. And consenting to this, to being intimate with you, would be precisely that. I cannot give my body without giving my heart, and you are not in a position that would allow you to accept them both," she finished sadly.
"The only obstacles in our path," he countered angrily, "are the ones you place there."
"The estate."
"The estate be damned," he snarled. "If this is what it means to be a lord, to have others telling me what I can and cannot do and what I can and cannot have, well, it's not so different from being a sailor then, is it? I'll walk away from it tomorrow, Beatrice."
"You cannot,"
she objected, her voice trembling with unshed tears.
"We cannot be so selfish. It would destroy Lady Agatha to have you return to her only to see you vanish again. And there are other considerations, Graham. You saw the village when you came here the first time and when you left for York this morning. You've seen how much the estate needs someone who will put the tenants' needs first."
He stepped back, raking his hands through his hair. He had seen them, and he could only concede her point. The farms and businesses should be profitable, yet the entire area looked rather derelict and unkempt. Edmund was eager to collect the rents, but far more reluctant to provide the upkeep and care that was warranted to allow those tenants to prosper. It was short-sighted, and it would see Lady Agatha lose everything. It also lent credence to Beatrice's theory that the funds were being directed elsewhere. But he was no one's hero. He needed her to understand that about him.
"I'm a selfish man, Beatrice. I will find a way to have what I want, eventually."
"And what is that? A tumble with me like some dockside tavern wench?" she demanded angrily. "I'm not available for such, and you are not free to offer anything else."
"No, damn it, that isn't what I want."
"That is all we could ever have," she stated with finality, "and I am not willing to settle for it. This cannot continue between us. Eventually you will have to marry according to the needs of the estate, and I cannot—" She stopped and drew a shuddering breath. "I cannot give you my body without giving you my heart, especially knowing that someday someone else will be your wife and bear your children."
Graham threw his hands up in the air.
"Why do you insist on placing obstacles in our path? The only person insisting I marry an heiress is you. Why? What possible reason could you have for thinking that?"
"Edmund has insisted for years that the estate is hovering on the brink of ruin."
"Aye, and it is. It has been for nigh on a decade. This estate was always profitable until he took over the management of it. Once that is wrested from him, it will be again," he replied.
"But an heiress—"
He laughed at her, but it wasn't amusement. There was meanness in it.
"What heiress would have me? I was born a gentleman, yes, but I've not lived like one. I've a crumbling estate, manners and bearing that belong to a labourer, and a body so scarred most women would faint at the sight. I don't want some weak-willed miss without a spine to call her own, even if her family coffers could fill the great hall."
"You are Lord Blakemore, Graham, and there are responsibilities. You're being unreasonable."
"I bloody well am not," he shouted, "and I don't give a damn about being Lord Blakemore. I lived almost 2 decades of my life not knowing who I was beyond a first name. I can just as easily go back to it."
"Then why did you come here?" she asked. "If it wasn't to be Lord Blakemore and reclaim your position, why?"
"Because I wanted to know where I belonged, where I'd come from, and because, God help me, in some twisted way I believe I was looking for you."
Those words stung to her soul. They offered a hope she dared not give wing to.
"The people of this village, the tenants on this estate, need you. It isn't about what you want."
"No, it isn't. It's about what I need, what I crave. It's about what I require to survive," he said, the words coming out between clenched teeth. "I'll marry you, Beatrice Marlowe, or I'll not marry at all."
She could not have been more stunned if he'd told her he was the Archbishop of Canterbury. Marriage had been discussed, but only in the context of him marrying someone else. He'd never made any statements regarding such intentions for her before. Why?
What do you mean, why?
She asked the question, hating herself for it, but needing so desperately to know. Do you love me? He looked at her, hands on his hips, his posture rigid with anger, and his jaw clenched so tight it was a wonder it didn't snap. Finally, he shook his head.
No, I don't love you.
Her heart stuttered in her chest. Was it guilt, then? Some misguided sense of responsibility because she was a ward of the family and he had taken her innocence?
Love is too tame a word for what I feel, he continued. Love is what sailors promise women in a dozen ports just so they'll have a warm bed and a warmer body awaiting them. It's trinkets and promises and silly dreams between people who don't know how ugly the world can be.
She couldn't breathe, couldn't take in the enormity of what he was saying to her. Slowly, Beatrice sank onto the edge of the chair, but he was far from done.
I crave you, every moment of every day. We're entwined, you and I, twisted up together in a way that we can never be fully taken apart. Whether or not we are together, a part of you will always live inside me. And whether you like it or not, Beatrice, a part of me will live inside you. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be there. And heaven help you if you ever dream to take another man to your bed, because my ghost will hover between you.
It wasn't pretty. It wasn't hearts and flowers and odes written to the beauty of her eyes. Those things had always seemed silly to her anyway. What he professed was primal, instinctual, tinged with darkness and a bit of the brigand he'd confessed to having been. It spoke to the part of her that was wild and irresponsible. It called to the selfish child within her who wanted to have him regardless of the cost. "Then you should ask me to marry you," she said. He laughed again, bitterly, and when he spoke his voice held a wealth of warning.
So you can tell me no? I don't think so, Beatrice. I'll not ask again. When it's time, I'll simply toss you over my shoulder and cart you away. I'm done with asking.
He swooped in then, pulling her hard against him and kissing her so soundly it was all she could do to draw breath. He consumed her with that kiss, ravishing her completely, and she revelled in it. When the kiss broke at last, she was weak from it, her knees quaking and her heart thundering in her chest. She looked up at him, but it wasn't love or anything so tender she saw in his gaze. It was victory. That sparked her ire enough to alleviate the passion-fueled haze he'd created in her.
I will find a way. I will find a way to save this estate and to have you. Mark my words, he challenged.
Beatrice moved toward the door, but paused with her hand resting on it. She didn't turn to look at him, but kept her head down as she spoke. Angry as she wasn't foolish enough to count on her own strength of will in that moment. This isn't a fairy tale, Graham, where people get to have happy endings and marry those of their own choosing with no thought to the consequences. I had made peace with what I thought my lot in life was, to live here and care for Lady Agatha in her old age, to die a lonely spinster living off the charity of others. I'd accepted those things, and a part of me hates you for making me want more than that. In the hall, Beatrice finally drew a deep breath. It was as if she had to escape his presence in order for her lungs to expand. The weight of desire, of longing and regret, the taunting visions of all that might have been clamoured in her mind. He was not for her, and she knew that, whether he was willing to accept it or not. She was not the only one struggling to make peace with her choice. The sound of breaking glass came from behind his closed door, and a growl of what she could only assume was frustration. He had not yet accepted the truth of their situation, of his duty to Castle Black. But he would. In the short time he had been there, she'd seen him step more confidently into the role he had returned to claim. Retreating to her room, she closed the door behind her and sank against it. Betsy was there, readying her things for bed. The maid looked up. took in her dishevelled appearance, and sighed. "I hope no one else saw you like that," Betsy said, her tone light. There was worry in her gaze, however, and Beatrice understood that only too well. She was worried for herself. He held too much sway over her, physically and emotionally. "No one saw me," she said. "Everyone else has gone to bed, or at the very least has settled into their respective rooms for the night." "I wish I knew what to do, Betsy." The maid approached the dressing table and picked up the brush, gesturing for Beatrice to take a seat there. She did so, sighing with relief as the pins were removed from her hair and the heavy mass was freed entirely. The monotonous rhythm of the brush working through the heavy strands eased her, offered a mindless relaxation that allowed her to recover from the charged atmosphere that existed between her and Graham. "Some things," Betsy said softly, "are just meant to be." "I don't believe in fairy stories and happy endings, Betsy. I never have, really. There is no good end for Graham and me," Beatrice replied. "Never said it had to end well, miss. Just said it had to be." Beatrice frowned at her in the mirror. "I cannot decipher such cryptic nonsense right now, Betsy." The maid sighed again and gave her a baleful stare as if she were being wilfully obtuse. "You can fight against it all you want, but you both are tied to one another in a way that there's just no getting away from. Others see it, feel it when they're in your presence. The two of you could fair set a room on fire." Beatrice hung her head, letting her forehead rest atop the dressing table. "Is it really that obvious?" Betsy picked up a heavy lock of hair and kept brushing that section as Beatrice bemoaned her fate. "No one is saying you've done anything improper. Nothing like that, miss. It's just that when two people have the kind of connection you and his lordship do, it shows." "What am I supposed to do, Betsy? I can't let myself love him. Not when I know I won't be the woman who gets to keep him." "It's a little late to stop that now, don't you think? You already love him, and if you're right, you're going to lose him anyway. So why not take what you can for yourself in the meantime?" Did she love him? Beatrice wondered. Not yet. But it was inevitable, as Betsy had said. Every day she stepped closer and closer to that precipice. All the caution and circumspection in the world would not save her from her own heart. "Should I go back, then?" Betsy smiled. "Now, miss, I said it was inevitable. I didn't say you didn't need to work for it. It'll happen in its own time. And in the meantime, you enjoy the chase. There are worse things in the world than having a handsome man after you." In the solitude of his room, Graham lay back on the bed and cursed her. He cursed her, himself, Castle Black, and the bloody jib that had struck his head aboard ship and allowed him to remember where he belonged. Belonged. The truth was, he didn't belong anywhere. He'd never be a part of society because he didn't want to be. He didn't want to fit in with them. Even if he felt bothered to try, his manners would always be lacking, his speech would always be critiqued. Every person he encountered would look for telltale signs of his past, or the possibility that he was a fraud. He'd be as much out of place there as he had been with the rough-mannered and rough-spoken men he'd sailed with. At every turn, Beatrice continued to torment him with the notion that he would have to find a wife in such hostile territory. He had little doubt that it would be difficult to set the estate to rights. It was clear to him that the funds the estate was producing were going somewhere, but they most assuredly were not going back into the estate. It was easier to let his mind wander to those subjects than to lie there tormented with the idea that she was only a few rooms away, tucked into her virginal bed. The vision of her there, in a soft white nightdress, with her glorious hair spilling about her shoulders and over the soft, supple skin of her back, haunted him. He wanted nothing more than to grasp her hair in his hands, to pull her head back and let the sound of her harsh cries wash over him as he took her. Cursing again, Graham rose from the bed. His options were limited. He could lie there thinking of her and pining away. He could take himself in hand and stroke himself to a disappointing completion. Or he could find some enterprise that was useful. With that in mind, he donned his one remaining shirt and left his chamber. There was no better time to go over the books in the study than when everyone else was abed. He could study them at his leisure and possibly determine, if not where the money had gone, at least how much was missing. Anything was preferable than being tormented by visions of her. In the library, a room that had been claimed as Edmund's domain, he poured himself a hefty snifter of brandy. It was of infinitely better quality than the swill he'd been quaffing in his own chamber. No doubt Edmund had instructed the servants not to waste the good spirits on someone who wouldn't know the difference. Taking the cut crystal snifter with him to the desk, he placed it on the carved mahogany surface before retrieving the account books from the shelf. He didn't start with the most recent. Instead, he went further back, to a time before his father's death. It would be the best way to understand what the estate ought to be earning. Settling in and preparing himself for a long night, Graham sharpened his quill, pulled several pieces of paper from the drawer, and hoped his rather rusty mathematical skills were up to the challenge. If ever there was a way to wither a stubborn erection, accounting was surely it. Chapter 12. Beatrice entered the breakfast room with a serene expression that hid her inner turmoil. She'd slept little, haunted by dreams of Graham, by yearnings for things she did not even fully understand. The room was full. Everyone was there, including Lady Agatha. Pale and wan, she had nonetheless roused herself to join the others. Edmund was seated near her, Eloise at his side, looking rather ragged and tired. Whether it was a result of overindulgence in wine or a long evening spent in the arms of her lover was anyone's guess. Christopher was his typically sullen self, lounging negligently in his chair and refusing to make eye contact with anyone. Was it guilt over cuckolding his cousin right under the same roof? Lady Agatha smiled at Beatrice. "Good morning, dear. I'm so glad you've come down for breakfast. Do tell Graham that I don't need a doctor. I'm feeling perfectly fine now." "You are not," Beatrice said, and walked over to kiss the old woman's cheek. "You're still pale and weak, though you do look much better. As for this new doctor, I believe he is already en route, so it's far too late to cancel, and it would be impossibly rude to have him come all this way only to be shuffled off again." Lady Agatha waved her away. "Stop being so very logical. It's an unappealing quality in young women."
"How did you know the doctor was on his way?"
The question had come from Edmund, his tone ugly and suspicious. Beatrice realised immediately that she'd misspoken, alerting everyone to the fact that she'd had a private conversation with Graham before he'd informed anyone else.
"I was thrown from a horse last night. I sustained a cut, and Beatrice was kind enough, along with her maid, to stitch the wound," Graham answered. "You've a nasty turn of mind, Edmund."
"Thrown from your horse?"
Christopher sneered. "No gentleman worth his salt is ever thrown." "I'm not a gentleman. I was by birth, but by raising I am a sailor, and we do not mix well with horses," Graham replied easily.
If Christopher had meant to offend, Beatrice thought he would need to work much harder. Graham, despite years of going through life without knowing his own name, seemed to be infinitely more certain about what manner of man he was than any gentleman of her acquaintance. Still puzzling over that after filling her plate, and in deference of the charged atmosphere in the room, Beatrice seated herself near Lady Agatha and avoided speaking to any of the men present. Mindful of what Betsy had said about others being able to sense the connection between her and Graham, she felt it wise not to offer further ammunition than they already had. They had only one ally at that table, and given Lady Agatha's fragile state, it would be unwise to depend upon her to intervene, should Edmund or Christopher begin tossing out accusations. Is it an accusation if it's true? The condemning voice of her own conscience, the very conscience that would not let her forget how he had kissed her, and even more importantly, how desperately she had kissed him in return, was an inconvenience at the moment, and one she could ill afford.
"If you mean to run this estate, then perhaps you should attempt to acquaint yourself with it," Edmund challenged. But that would be difficult for a man who professes to have so little skill with riding. Many of the farms are only accessible by horseback. Unless, of course, you wish to walk like a commoner.
I'll remind you that being common is not a crime, Lady Agatha said. You, but for the grace of my late husband and his very forgiving nature when it came to his brother, would be working as a vicar or a solicitor today, Edmund. A gentleman still, to be sure, but one with gainful employment.
Edmund's face purpled with suppressed rage, but he said nothing further. Instead, he focused on his plate as he stabbed a sausage far more forcefully than necessary.
I've no problem with a man going into trade, Eloise said, though I dare say solicitors and vicars would hardly be wealthy enough to catch my eye long enough to overlook such a flaw.
Do shut up, Eloise, Edmund snapped.
We're rusticating here in the country. We could be in London, Edmund, she replied, her voice rising sharply. We could be attending parties and balls. Instead, we hide here in this draughty old place with nothing to entertain us.
Beatrice choked on her tea. The sip she'd taken had been swallowed along with her gasp. Was it sheer boredom that had prompted Eloise's dalliance with Christopher? She dared a glance in Graham's direction to see him studying his cousin-in-law surreptitiously. Eloise was a puzzle, to be sure. After several moments of silence, Graham spoke, breaking the quiet like shattering a glass. I shall acquaint myself with the estate, Edmund. You are correct. I will begin with the tenants in the village, Graham said. I mean to go there today and inquire about whether or not their needs are being adequately met. In point of fact, he meant to ascertain whether the repairs that were recorded in the books had actually taken place. It was an easy enough way to siphon money from the estate. Their needs? Edmund guffawed, but there was a nervousness in his response that could not be entirely hidden by his bravado and bluster. You will bankrupt us all if you approach it that way. By repairing dwellings and business that we own? Hardly, Graham fired back. But this is not a conversation to have over breakfast. We will discuss it privately. Edmund rose from the table then, pushing back from it abruptly. Then let us discuss it now. I'll await you in the study, assuming you can find your way. After Edmund marched out, Graham sighed heavily. He hesitated for only a moment, then placed his napkin upon the table and rose. To Lady Agatha he said, Excuse me, please. I apologize for leaving so abruptly.
I'm very gratified to see you taking such an interest in the estate, Graham, Lady Agatha said. It gives me hope that you mean to stay. Doesn't it, Beatrice?
It does, she answered. It also meant that when he discovered the nature of the finances of the estate, and how desperately an influx of cash was needed, they'd be further apart than ever. I need to speak to you, my lord, before you depart. Other than a raised eyebrow and a nod of his head, there was no response. Beatrice rose and followed him out into the hall. She dragged him away from the always listening servants and ducked into a small alcove near the drawing-room.
You cannot think to go traipsing over the estate with Edmund, she hissed in a low whisper.
Why not? He asked, with all the nonchalance of a man who believed himself invincible.
Because someone tried to kill you last night, and it could very well have been Edmund.
As obtuse as he was being, she felt like strangling him herself.
If it was not him, there is very little he would do to intercede if another attempt were made today.
And as everyone on the estate knows, I will be with him. He'll do nothing lest he rouse suspicion, Graham replied stiffly. If I didn't know better, Beatrice, I'd think you were concerned for me. It was clear that any protest would fall on deaf ears. He had decided, after all, and if there were any traits of the old Graham that remained, they were his contrariness and intractability.
Of course I'm concerned. How could you think otherwise?
He arched his dark brows and shrugged, the expression and gesture imbued with equal amounts of sarcasm. Considering how eager you were to be rid of my company last night, Is it any wonder?
Last night, and every time we have behaved so recklessly and with so little restraint, has been a mistake. Surely you see that?
If I were a real gentleman, a dandy in fine clothes with perfect manners, would you still feel that way? He asked.
Beatrice's palm itched with the urge to slap the smugness from his face. If you were those things, it would not be an issue because I would not have the feelings for you that I do. Do you think that I've never had suitors? That men with pretty manners and pretty clothes have never tried to court me? Whatever is between us isn't in spite of who you are, it's because of who you are.
She turned to walk away, practically stomping her feet in high dudgeon. He grasped her wrist and pulled her back. They were out of sight of the servants, but still within earshot. You madden me. You make me say things and feel things that I cannot even recognise, he admitted gruffly.
I am as out of my element as you. Clearly, of the two of us, you have more experience, she pointed out.
He kissed her then, his lips moulding to hers so tenderly that it made her ache. Hidden in the shadowy alcove, his mouth moved over hers with exquisite precision. It was not about seduction, for neither of them had time to indulge in such activities. It was affection, caring, tenderness. That kiss encapsulated all the things she wanted most from him and the things that she feared losing far more than just passion. When the kiss broke, he spoke softly, his lips only a breath from hers. No, Beatrice. I have bedded women in the past, to be sure. But what is between us is as new to me as it is to you. That I promise you. Go back to Lady Agatha. I promise to be cautious today. Will that suffice?
It will have to,
she conceded, her own voice tremulous and breathless. Every part of her was in turmoil as she turned and made for the breakfast room. Her hands were shaking, and her knees were knocking together, but somehow she brazened it out. If anyone noted the high colour in her cheeks when she returned, no one dared comment. As she took her seat once more, Beatrice noted the long and lingering look that passed between Christopher and Eloise. He excused himself first, if it could be called that when he simply rose and walked out. Eloise made a pretty excuse only a moment later and scurried after him.
This house should be filled with happiness now, Lady Agatha said sadly. But everyone seems to be at war with one another. Why is that, Beatrice? People are uncertain. With Graham returned, no one knows their place in the house anymore. He will take over the running of the estate, which has been Edmund's purveyance. Because the world at large believed him dead, it was always assumed that Christopher would be the heir one day, and now that hope is gone for him, leaving him at loose ends like the rest of us. And you, my dear? Beatrice looked down at her plate. The food was like sawdust in her mouth. He will marry eventually, as all men of his standing must. And when he does, I will no longer have a place in this household. He would never allow you to be tossed out. And she could never live beneath the same roof as the woman who occupied the very role she desired so fiercely for herself. But she would not admit that to Lady Agatha. Wives have ways of changing a man's mind, Lady Agatha. But for now, things will continue on as they have been. Let us not borrow trouble. Chapter 13. Graham noted the ease with which Edmund sat his horse. He was not a horseman. He could ride, but he didn't have the gift for it, some did. Mostly because he'd spent more time on ships than on the backs of the temperamental beasts. Still, he could at least hold his own. Given that they were alone, it was as good a time as any to see what information he could get out of Edmund. "Is there good hunting on the estate?" Graham asked casually. Edmund frowned. "Of course there is. I've worked diligently with the gamekeeper to ensure it. Perhaps we could organise a hunt." Graham uttered the suggestion with the thought that it would give him an opportunity to gauge Edmund's marksmanship.
I do not hunt myself, Edmund replied with a distasteful sneer. Smelly, noisy dogs running to and fro, making a racket and a mess. I've never had much use for it. I leave that to the gamekeeper and his apprentice. If you wish to hunt, you'll need to speak to them about it. I will do that, Graham agreed reasonably. Tell me, is there much trouble with poachers? Edmund drew his mount up. We have no poachers at Castle Black. I have always taken my responsibilities here very seriously, and that means ensuring that all aspects of the estate are cared for properly. I don't like what you're insinuating. Graham realised that Edmund's anger stemmed from thinking his management skills were being questioned, rather than any accusations of attempted murder. Halting his own horse, he confronted the man squarely. I was shot last night. On the estate, just as I'd turned my mount up the drive. If it wasn't a poacher, it was something infinitely more sinister. Edmund didn't appear shocked, but it was clear he understood where the line of questioning had been going. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't be foolish enough to put a pistol ball in you on a darkened road. I'd simply challenge you to a duel on the field of honour and see you dispatched forthwith. Further, if I had attempted to shoot you, we'd not be having this conversation today. I may not hunt, but I'm a better-than-fair shot. Edmund wasn't at all bothered at having been accused of being a murderer. He was offended by being accused of doing a poor job of it. If Graham had needed further convincing that Edmund was innocent of at least that crime, he no longer did. I had to ask, Graham said. And for what it's worth, I believe you. But there are other issues at stake. Beatrice's near drowning was no accident, and she is the only one who can verify my claims. You understand why that makes you the primary suspect. Edmund's glare was icy. I understand it, but I'm no less insulted by it. Who else stands to gain, Edmund? If it isn't you, there is only one other, and I know too little of him to even hazard a guess. For the record, of the two of you, he seems less likely to be a villain. I spent the better part of the night scouring the account books for the last decade. I've found some interesting discrepancies. I mean to dig until I find the truth. Be forewarned. I'll not stay here and be insulted by the likes of you. If you want Castle Black, it's yours, Edmund said, his tone cold and brittle. I'll be leaving for London now, and I will file a petition with the House of Lords to have you declared an impostor. I'll have Lady Agatha declared mad, as I should have done years ago. Castle Black and all that is within it, even your precious Beatrice, will be at my disposal. Enjoy it while you can. Graham watched as the other man wheeled his mount in the opposite direction and took off at a gallop. If Edmund truly went to London, it would at least be one less person he'd have to keep his eyes upon. It was afternoon when chaos descended on Castle Black. Mr. Eves, the man who had been obtained as an investigator to look into Graham's disappearance, arrived from London, no doubt at the request of Edmund. Shortly after, Dr. Warner, whom Graham had gone to fetch, arrived. The servants had grown accustomed to having no callers at all. To have two arrive in such short succession put the entire household into a tizzy. Betsy entered Beatrice's chamber, breathless and gasping. "He's very handsome, miss." "Mr. Eves?" Beatrice asked, thinking of the shrivelled little man with the enormously large moustache. "Dr. Warner. Handsome as the day is long, miss." It didn't require skill or deductive reasoning to ascertain that the maid was thoroughly taken with the young doctor. Her face was flushed, her bosom heaving, and a gleam of excitement had lit her eyes that clearly indicated trouble was brewing. "Gather the female servants in the kitchen just after tea," Beatrice said. "I will speak to them. We cannot have all of them falling all over themselves to attend the man. He'll think he's come to a madhouse." Betsy ducked her head. "Yes, miss. Will you be heeding those same sorts of warning for yourself when it comes to Lord Blakemore?" "Don't be impertinent." "I'd just like to know, miss, if I should come here to perform your morning toilette, or if it should be started in his lordship's chamber." The maid replied cheekily, Or are you still weighing the decision?" "Did you come here just to taunt me with my lack of judgment?" Beatrice asked. "Or is there an actual reason for you to be here?" Betsy's smile vanished, and she relayed the whereabouts, known and unknown, of the castle's inhabitants. "Miss Eloise is nowhere to be found. Lord Blakemore and Mr. Edmund are still touring the estate. Lady Agatha is napping, and Mr. Christopher, well, I dare say if we could find Eloise, we could find him." Beatrice sighed heavily. "Have the doctor shown to the drawing-room and the investigator shown to the library? I'll see them both shortly." Betsy nodded again and disappeared into the corridor. Closing her eyes and pinching the bridge of her nose to stave off the headache that threatened, Beatrice rose and retrieved a paisley shawl to ward off the chill in the corridor. It was not her place to play lady of the manor, yet she found herself once more thrust into that role. The physician first, she decided, and made for the drawing-room. As she stepped into the hallway, she saw Christopher disappearing down the narrow corridor that would lead to the tower. He was not even attempting to be discreet. Someone would have to speak to him, but to do so would be to acknowledge their awareness of his relationship with Eloise, and that could only go poorly. Beatrice was halfway down the stairs when she paused. Christopher was approaching her, taking the stairs hurriedly. It was impossible, she thought. Was she seeing things? "How strange," she said, striving for a casual tone. "I could have sworn I just saw you in the hall." He sneered at her in his typical fashion. "You're not some heroine in a Gothic novel to see spirits in the castle, Beatrice. Get hold of yourself," he muttered as he strode past her. He didn't turn toward the tower at all, but in the opposite direction and to his own room. Beatrice stood there for the longest moment, watching Christopher's vanishing form as she considered the implications of what she'd just discovered. Had she imagined it? Was the stress of everything causing her to see shadows and figures where none existed? Or was it something more sinister? Was there someone else in the castle? Someone unknown to them? It's all such a muddle. "Talking to yourself?" she screeched. There was simply no other word for it. Her hand flew to her heart as she whirled to face the person who had spoken. It took little thought to realise that it was the handsome doctor she now faced. Dark-haired, but not so hard-featured as Graham. There was a softness to his face that Graham simply did not possess. Still, he was a very attractive man, and it was easy to see why he had Betsy in such a flutter. "You must be Dr. Warner," she said breathlessly. "I am. Forgive me for startling you, but rather than twiddle my thumbs in the drawing-room, I thought I might impose upon you. Forgive me, but I did not catch your name." "I did not offer it," she said. He was charming. More charming than he ought to have been. "I am Miss Beatrice Marlowe. It is unfortunate that Lord Blakemore is not here to make the introductions, but such social conventions must be overlooked in times such as these. Come this way, Doctor, and I will take you to Lady Agatha." They climbed the stairs, heading toward the family wing. At Lady Agatha's door, Beatrice knocked softly. Crenshaw, her maid, answered. "Her ladyship is sleeping," the woman said, her tone clearly disapproving. Beatrice forced a smile as she faced down the veritable dragon of a woman. "Crenshaw, this is Dr. Warner. He's come from York at Lord Blakemore's request to treat Lady Agatha." "And is waking her from the rest she needs a proper treatment, then?" the maid demanded. Beatrice didn't wish to do battle with the woman in front of a guest, but she'd been left with little choice. "Crenshaw, I might remind you that Lord Blakemore is your employer. He wants Lady Agatha examined by Dr. Warner. When that occurs is at Dr. Warner's discretion and Lady Agatha's, not yours. Now step aside, or I will have to speak to Lord Blakemore about it." The maid bristled, her broad shoulders drawing back as she lifted her head. "It will be on your head, then, if being disturbed thusly brings on a relapse." "Yes, it most assuredly will," Beatrice agreed quickly. "I'll leave you to assist Dr. Warner with anything he needs. And I do mean anything, Crenshaw. Do not attempt to interfere with his work. I must go below and greet Mr. Eves." Leaving the doctor to see to Lady Agatha, Beatrice hurried back down the staircase to the library, where the investigator was waiting. A small man with thinning hair and rough manners, he looked ill at ease in the large book-lined room. "I'm so terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Eves. I'm afraid Lady Agatha has been unwell. Her new physician had just arrived, and I had to take him up to her chamber," Beatrice said breezily, striving for a tone that was warm and friendly despite the fact that the man unnerved her terribly. She had no idea where on earth Edmund had dug him up, but there was something, well, criminal about him. "Not to worry, miss," he said. But his tone and his words did not align. His eyes shifted quickly, taking in every corner of the room. "Is Mr. Edmund Blakemore in? I dare say he's the one I need to see, anyway." Beatrice shook her head. The man made her skin crawl, and had from the very first moment she encountered him. Edmund had insisted that he was not only a capable investigator, but one of the best. To Beatrice, he'd always seemed more like a criminal than anything else. "No, Mr. Eves. Edmund is out touring the estate. I assume he sent word to you about the unexpected return of Lord Blakemore?" The investigator's expression hardened. "Begging your pardon, miss, but I'd not be so quick to hand him such a title just yet. These types of folks are only too happy to take advantage of the kind nature of people like Lady Agatha. Grief can make a body do and believe very funny things, miss." "I assure you, Mr. Eves," Beatrice said firmly, "that we have taken the necessary measures to confirm his identity. I've no doubt that he is Lord Blakemore, and Lady Agatha is fully convinced as well. I do not need to tell you how detrimental it could be to her health for you to cast such aspersions." He bowed his head, and while the gesture might have been one of deference, there was something in his expression that belied it. "I meant no offence, miss. My apologies." "Would you care for tea, Mr. Eves?" She did not want to get into another conversation with him debating the merits of accepting Graham at his word or further challenging his claims. It was very possible that she might say something that would damage his case, and that was the last thing she wanted to do. "Tea would be lovely, miss. Thank you," the investigator answered. "Let me inform the butler," she said. "I'll also check to see if Lord Blakemore and Mr. Blakemore have returned." Stepping into the hallway, she found Hammond, the butler, waiting for her. "Have they returned yet?" she asked. "No, miss, but I did have one of the lads from the stable set out to find them. They were touring the village this morning, and the smaller tenant farms this afternoon, so they should not be so terribly hard to find. If it pleases you, miss, I can show Mr. Eves to the housekeeper's sitting area. He is an employee and not a guest, after all." Beatrice shook her head. "No, Hammond, it might have been best to do that from the outset, but it would be impossible to move him to such a location now without it adding insult. We'll simply keep him in the library until Graham and Edmund have returned. Have tea sent in. I'll serve, and then perhaps some urgent situation could arise elsewhere in the house that requires my attention." Hammond, clearly understanding the subtext of the conversation and her request, nodded. "Certainly, miss. I foresee some disaster relating to a shortage of beef in the kitchen and last-minute menu approvals." "Bless you, Hammond." Returning to the library, she frowned. Mr. Eves was behind the desk, and the papers that were on top of it were now in disarray. "Were you looking for something, Mr. Eves?" "No, miss, just clumsy, is all. Was looking at the books on the shelf here and backed into the desk," he lied, with a too-slick smile on his thin face. "I see." Beatrice made a snap decision. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that I'm going to need you to wait below stairs. There's a small sitting room that Hammond will show you to. I'm needed elsewhere in the house and won't be able to attend you here. If you'll come with me, Mr. Eves?" He appeared to be on the verge of refusing. The protest was evident on his face, but was stayed at his lips. After a long moment of tense silence, he nodded,
"Certainly, miss. You lead the way," he conceded. Beatrice walked out into the hallway to see Hammond delivering instructions for tea. "Hammond, please show Mr. Eves below stairs to the housekeeper's sitting room and get him some refreshments while he waits for Lord Blakemore and Mr. Blakemore to return." The butler raised his eyebrows at the abrupt change of plans, but recovered quickly. He nodded to Mr. Eves. "Please follow me, sir." When they had gone, Beatrice retreated back into the library and went immediately to the desk and the sheaves of papers that had been disturbed. She scoured them one by one, but there was nothing that would have warranted Mr. Eves's snooping. Unless whatever it was that he'd found was tucked away on his person. Was he a thief and not a snoop? There was no way to verify that without making an accusation, and that could be very ugly indeed. Plopping down into the chair, she leaned forward and pressed her heated cheek to the cool leather blotter on the desk. "Why can it not be simple?" she asked aloud. Graham entered the house to find the hall empty. The butler was nowhere to be seen, and the footmen were proving equally scarce. With a frown, he continued down the hall and opened the doors to the study. He'd informed Edmund he intended to look at the account books, and the other man had gone off in a huff. It was a very clear indication for Graham that there would likely be more than a few discrepancies in those books. As he stepped into the dim room, he stopped in his tracks. Beatrice sat behind the desk, her head laid over on it, as if the weight of the world rested upon her shoulders. "Surely it isn't all that bad," he said softly. She let out a startled cry as she sat up. With her hand pressed to her breast, she glared at him. "I didn't hear you come in. You frightened me." "I had not expected to find anyone in here," he replied, then paused and favoured her with a curious glance. "Why are you in here?" "Mr. Eves," she said. "He arrived earlier and was shown in here." Graham frowned. "The investigator? Does he have information?" "I couldn't say," she replied before adding in a cautious tone, "I think he isn't here to deliver information as much as to obtain it. He played it off that he'd just bumped into the desk, but after I left him alone in here for a moment, he'd rifle through all the paperwork on the desk." "Where is he now?" Graham asked as he crossed the distance between them. The ledgers were in the bottom drawer, and he retrieved them. Nothing appeared out of place. They were all in the order that he'd left them. Whatever he'd been looking for had nothing to do with the estate's accounts. "He's below stairs in the housekeeper's sitting room. Why are you checking the ledgers?" Graham replaced the books and squatted on his haunches beside her. It was easier to converse when he wasn't towering over her, and he found that he wanted to see her face, to have the pleasure of simply drinking it in. "He works for Edmund. What if he wasn't looking to steal information but to replace it? Edmund, who is made for London, by the way, is convinced the estate is failing. But there's no reason for it to be so. Not really. The farms are small but thriving. The tenants in the village all pay their rents timely. So where has that revenue gone?" "To Sir Godfrey," she answered succinctly. "Edmund is not a spender. He's not extravagant in any measure as far as his dress or entertaining, and while Eloise certainly enjoyed dressing in the first state of fashion, that alone would not bankrupt us. But Sir Godfrey is another matter, and Edmund has always been desperate for his father's favour." Graham considered it carefully. "So we still have no idea who attempted to shoot me. We have no idea who pushed you off the rocks at the cauldron and left you for dead. Mr. Eves is an investigator and possibly a thief. There is a significant amount of money missing from the family coffers, and it appears Edmund may be siphoning funds to his wastrel father. And Christopher is apparently sleeping with Edmund's wife. Does that cover everything?" Not entirely, she thought. Did she dare tell him what she'd seen? It bordered on insanity, and the truth was she questioned the accuracy of her own vision. It was impossible for Christopher to be in two places at once, and to argue that he could be would see her in Bedlam. Instead, she said softly, "Is that not enough?" Graham pinched the bridge of his nose.
As if all of that wasn't enough to make him want to run eagerly back to the rigorous life of a sailor.
You are quite right, of course.
But there is one bit of good news. Your friend Dr. Warner has arrived, she finished lamely. He's seeing to Lady Agatha now. In fact, he should already be finished with his examination.
Then Eves can stew for a bit longer, he said decisively. Let's go see what Warner has to say about my Lady Agatha.
Beatrice had not missed his slip of the tongue, and he could see from the expression on her face that she would not let it go easily. Can you not even call her mother? It would mean so much to her, she urged.
And if I do, and it is not true, what then? He asked. I need to maintain some reasonable distance in the event that we are mistaken, and I am not who I believe that I am.
That question plagued him endlessly. The small flashes of memory, a scar that may or may not be entirely coincidental, and his resemblance, on the report of others, to a man he could not recall as his father were not substantial proof for him. He needed more. He needed to have the damnable gaps in his memory filled. If Warner and his mystical methods could manage that, he'd gladly indulge him. With Beatrice at his side, they climbed the stairs toward Lady Agatha's room. They were still yards away when they heard the shouting. Beatrice looked at him, eyes wide, and uttered one single word. Crenshaw. Chapter 14. The chaotic cacophony inside Lady Agatha's chamber only worsened as they entered. Crenshaw was all but screeching about her innocence and persecution. Dr. Warner was valiantly trying to calm Lady Agatha, who was weeping softly. "Enough!" Graham shouted, loudly enough and forcefully enough that everyone in the room simply stopped. Not a sound was made by a single living soul in that chamber. Impressed and more than a little envious of the skill, Beatrice waited for him to follow up. He did not disappoint. To Crenshaw he said, "Not a word from you until I have heard from Dr. Warner. Not a word." The maid drew herself up stiffly, her back poker straight and chin high, but she gave a curt nod of understanding. He turned then to the good doctor. "What the devil is going on here?" Dr. Warner held up his hands in mock supplication while offering a charming smile. He was too handsome to be trusted, Beatrice thought with a frown. "First, I must say that I am not accusing Mrs. Crenshaw of anything. I only asked to view all of the tonics and elixirs that have been prescribed for Lady Agatha, as I think they might actually be contributing to her illness," the doctor explained. "Poison?" Graham clarified, his tone clearly indicating his surprise at such a hypothesis. "Well, yes, but it may not be intentional poisoning. Until I examine the substances, I will not know for sure," Dr. Warner insisted. "And I cannot tell you how imperative it is that I do this quickly before any more time is wasted." "Crenshaw," Beatrice spoke to the maid calmly, attempting to avert disaster. "Go and fetch them. No one here believes you would ever do anything to intentionally harm Lady Agatha. But perhaps Dr. Shepherd was incorrect in prescribing one of those remedies. Let us help Dr. Warner to discover that and not be a hindrance, please." The maid was somewhat mollified by the request and nodded curtly before leaving the room to obtain the necessary items. The door had no sooner closed behind her when Beatrice turned back to find that Graham had pinned Dr. Warner with a hard stare. "Now tell me what is really going on here," he demanded, his tone clipped and angry. The doctor looked at Lady Agatha sadly. "I know this is distressing for you, my lady, but it's best we talk about it openly." Agatha appeared weary and so much older than Beatrice could comprehend as she nodded her assent. "Go ahead, Doctor. It is best if they know the truth, shameful as I find it." Dr. Warner patted her hand in a consoling manner before explaining. "Dr. Shepherd has been giving Lady Agatha laudanum for decades. Initially, it was to negate the stress of your disappearance, my lord, but when she elected to stop taking it, he concealed it in other medications that he prescribed. Since the accident where her son, you,
disappeared. She has been consuming a highly addictive substance daily."
"How can you know that?" Beatrice asked. Dr. Warner patted Lady Agatha's hand reassuringly.
"The symptoms of opium addiction are quite easy to identify, Miss Marlowe, and unfortunately Lady Agatha has displayed them all. Also, I noted that her pupils were heavily dilated, and she admitted to me that she had taken her medications just an hour earlier. That is a hallmark of opiate usage. But there is more at stake here than simply that. Her body has become dependent upon it, and it takes more and more of the substance to have the same effect, and when it is not forthcoming, it results in illness. That explains a portion of her symptoms, but not all. I believe that some of the tonics she has been given are laced with foxglove."
"Foxglove?"
Beatrice exclaimed with horror. The poison was terrifyingly effective.
"Foxglove is not something that is accidentally prescribed."
"No, it isn't," Dr. Warner agreed. "But I do not think it has been prescribed, nor do I believe that Lady Agatha has been betrayed by her loyal maid. I do, however, believe that someone who was unaware of Lady Agatha's treatment with laudanum has hidden the poison amongst her regular medications."
"Why would that matter?"
Beatrice asked, clearly puzzled by the statement.
"Because, my dear Miss Marlowe," the doctor explained, "laudanum counteracts many of the more harmful effects of foxglove. Were it not for Lady Agatha's dependency on the rarefied form of opium, no doubt the foxglove would have killed her already. Were they not administering it in such a small dose, well, I do not have to tell you what the consequences would be."
Lady Agatha's weeping intensified.
"I cannot imagine who would do such a thing. Why?"
"Greed," Graham answered softly. "But the question remains, who is responsible?"
"Let us first ascertain if I am correct," Dr. Warner stated firmly. Turning to Lady Agatha, he explained patiently, "We will leave you to rest. Your maid will give you another reduced dosage of laudanum tonight so that we can begin weaning you off it. It will be difficult, but I have no doubt that you will master this."
"Thank you, Doctor,"
she replied tearfully just as Crenshaw returned.
"Here are the bottles you asked for," the maid said stiffly. "Come with us," Dr. Warner urged her. "I want you to examine each of these bottles and tell me if they have been tampered with since you received them. We're counting on you to help us determine who is trying to harm her ladyship."
Beatrice watched the maid puff up under such importance, and wondered just how trustworthy the doctor actually was. He had been charming with her, now he was charming Crenshaw. But he did appear competent, and that was more than a step above Dr. Shepherd, who thought every ailment experienced by women was imagined simply because they were women. They stepped out into the small sitting room that abutted Lady Agatha's chamber, and Graham immediately began hounding the doctor with questions, as Crenshaw diligently inspected each bottle. "How will you be able to determine if foxglove is present?"
"The first step will be removing this lot from her. She'll be ill from the reduced dosages of laudanum, but within a se'nnight she should be significantly improved," Dr. Warner answered. "And while I will be doing my best to analyse the contents of each bottle based on how they react with other chemicals or components, it will be time-consuming and tedious work that may not provide definitive answers. Sadly, I do not have the necessary equipment to complete true experimentation on the compounds, but I will do my best." "And if she's not better?" Graham asked, waving a hand toward the bottles. "What if these elixirs and tonics were actually beneficial to her?" "I will treat any symptoms as they arise, Lord Blakemore, but these remedies are not medication," Dr. Warner exclaimed heatedly as he began sorting through the various bottles. "Galvin's tonic for ladies, sweet rosebud elixir for nervous conditions. Even the names are utterly ridiculous. These have been purchased from snake oil salesmen, from travelling confidence men peddling heaven knows what and calling it medicine."
Graham rose. "I must see to this investigator who is here. I will trust your judgment, but if her health fails further—" "She will worsen before she recovers," the doctor warned again. "But I promise you, recover she will."
"Why such small doses of foxglove, Doctor?" Beatrice asked. "Surely that would only delay death if murder was their intent."
The doctor nodded his agreement. "Precisely, Miss Marlowe. If a person who has been ill for some time passes away, there is no reason to question it. However, if a person descends from the peak of health to keeling over unexpectedly, it might spur curiosity. It's a devious way to go about it, to be sure." "The maid will show you to your chamber. This stays between us, Crenshaw," Graham stated emphatically. "If whoever intended to harm her learns that we now know the truth of it, they may speed up or alter their plans in a way we cannot predict. For her safety and all of ours, we must go on as if the truth remains undiscovered. Is that clear?"
The maid nodded and bobbed a curtsy.
"Yes, my lord. I'll do whatever is necessary to see that my mistress is cared for."
The doctor left the room accompanied by Crenshaw, who would take him to his quarters, leaving Beatrice and Graham alone once more. Alone, Beatrice looked at him. He was tired, lines forming at the corners of his mouth, and there was a tension in him that made her want to do whatever was necessary to ease it. "This isn't your fault."
"Isn't it?" he asked.
She walked toward him, taking his hand in hers, holding it tightly. "No, it is not. Whoever is plotting against Lady Agatha has been doing so for months. Had you not returned home to us, had you not demanded, much to the dismay of both Edmund and Christopher, that she be treated by a capable physician, we might never have known. Murder would have been done, Graham, had you not returned to Castle Black."
He met her gaze steadily. "I pray you are correct. But in the meantime, let us go and determine what it is Mr. Reeves knows. Then we'll discuss this further in private," Graham suggested. "It is becoming more imperative by the minute that we get to the bottom of this."
"You will have to see Mr. Eaves alone. The man makes me very uncomfortable. Also, I believe the meeting will be more productive if he doesn't feel the need to censor himself due to the presence of a lady," Beatrice explained. It was not a task that she looked forward to, but there were still things that required her attention. "I need to have a talking to with all the female servants in the house, lest they begin brawling over who gets to attend Dr. Warner. His presence has created quite a tizzy."
"We are not finished, Beatrice. What happened last night, and again this morning? We will discuss it."
He did not phrase it as a question, and the heated look that he directed toward her relayed his meaning very clearly. Discussion was not what occupied his thoughts at all. Beatrice blushed and mumbled her reply. "Very well." Graham watched her leave, enjoying the sway of her skirts with each step she took. She was a distraction at the moment, and one he could ill afford, but he took that moment of pleasure in watching her, committing it to memory to savour at leisure. He needed to be focused while speaking to the investigator. If Beatrice was correct and Eaves was less than above board, he needed to be able to fully ascertain what the man's motives might ultimately be. There was far more at stake than his claim to the title. Lives were hanging in the balance. Heading toward the kitchen and the small sitting room that was the housekeeper's domain, he wondered what might be waiting for him. As he reached the door, a footman rushed ahead of him to open it for him. Apparently, even in the servants' quarters, protocol was to be maintained. Mr. Eaves was small in stature, but his posture was outwardly belligerent. Chin up, arms crossed, chest puffed out, the man was obviously angry.
"Good evening, Mr. Reeves. I apologise for the delay. What news has brought you to Castle Black?"
Graham kept his tone even and his expression, if not friendly, at least civil.
"News of you, my lord.
Your miraculous resurrection from a watery grave, that is," the man answered with a smug smile.
Graham raised one eyebrow at the man's tone.
"To my knowledge, Mr. Eves, any talk of a watery grave was simply supposition. Therefore, resurrection is an inaccurate accounting of the facts." "Mr. Blakemore sent word you'd arrived, my lord." The last was offered with a sneer of disbelief. "I'll be needing some information from you to confirm that you are who you say you are. It could take some time, you understand, checking and rechecking all the facts." "Ask your questions, Mr. Eves, and mind your tone," Graham said. "You're not the lord of this castle yet. My employer has not exhausted the means at his disposal to have you barred from this house," the little man snapped. "Because I am Lord Blakemore, I will allow your behaviour to stand. For the moment," Graham uttered in a soft warning. "Speak to me in that manner again, Eves, and I will show you just how far from my gentlemanly birth I have strayed."
The man heeded the warning, and his next question was couched in a much more civil manner. "What was the name of the ship that rescued you?" Graham sighed. He had no doubt the man was already aware of the information. He wasn't looking for new information, but confirmation of the facts he already had, or better yet, a slip-up on his part.
"It was the Marian Gale, captained by a man named Jasper Smith. I served as cabin boy on that ship for 2 years. I worked my way up through the ranks, but the ship foundered off the coast of Freeport after a pirate attack. From there I worked on numerous ships, some with more legitimate cargo than others. During a storm, the mast broke, and I was struck on the head by one of the spars. I laid in bed, senseless for days, at an inn in Freeport run by Captain Smith and tended to by Dr. Warner, who is here now. That is when my memory of my name returned. Once I had recovered, I began taking whatever positions were open on any ship that would bring me back to England."
Mr. Eves withdrew a small journal from his pocket, made a series of notes.
"And is Captain Smith still in Freeport?"
He remained in Freeport. He married a local woman, a widow, there, and helped her take on the running of the inn that had been her late husband's.
The facts were recited with little emotion. It felt almost as if he was speaking of someone else's life. How strange it was that the short time he'd spent at Castle Black seemed more real to him than all the years before it.
"So you are close to this Captain Smith, then? One might even say he's a father figure to you?"
Mr. Eves asked, a challenging note in his voice. Graham would have laughed at the absurdity of such. Jasper Smith had been a harsh taskmaster, quick to bark orders and quicker still to punish at the slightest hesitation or anything he interpreted as disobedience. He'd also been quick enough to throw a young boy to the wolves to save his own thieving hide. The marks on his back were proof enough of that.
"No, he is not. I was at his inn because they had a room, and it was all I could afford. There was no sentiment involved in the choice. As to my time on his ship, Smith is now, and always has been, a bastard, sadistic and quick with the lash."
Eves didn't look perturbed or even especially surprised by the description.
"I'll be looking into all of this. If it doesn't add up, I'll be letting Mr. Blakemore know. If you're an imposter, sir, you will be found out and held accountable."
"You do that, Mr. Eves. I have never claimed absolutely to be Lord Blakemore, only professed the belief that I may be. What others choose to believe is at their discretion for the time being."
Graham started to walk away, to let sleeping dogs lie. But some sixth sense prompted him to alter that plan. He turned back to Eves and added,
"What was it you were looking for in the library, Eves?"
"I don't know what you mean,"
the man denied instantly. Graham laughed.
"I trust you as little as you trust me, sir. You'll be closely monitored every moment you remain under this roof, now and forevermore."
Eves's eyes narrowed and his fists clenched tight around the journal he held.
"You've taken to the role of Lord of the Manor quite well, I see." Some things one never forgets, Graham answered. Before a footman shows you out, you will empty your pockets.
Eves bristled at that.
You've no right to demand such things.
Graham cocked his eyebrow and stared the man down.
I've every right. Miss Marlowe saw you pilfering through items on the desk in the library. Either you were taking something that didn't belong to you, or you were searching for information for reasons I cannot fathom. I'll have the truth out of you one way or another. Pockets. Now.
And if I refuse?
The man demanded. It was clear that he believed having the backing of Edmund Blakemore offered him some protection. He could not have been more wrong. A smile spread across Graham's face, but it was not a warm expression. The events of the last few days had begun to wear on him, and the idea of planting his fist in the man's face held more than a little appeal. He took one menacing step forward, and then another, until he towered over Eves. He stood close enough to smell the brandy the man had no doubt filched.
Refusal isn't an option, Mr. Eves. You misunderstand me if you think it was a request and not an order. You empty them, or I will empty them for you.
The investigator blanched. Whether it had been his tone, his expression, or his proximity that highlighted the very different nature of their physiques, Eves must have felt suitably threatened. He began emptying his pockets, producing little of interest until it came to a folded piece of paper that he tried too hard to make seem insignificant.
What is that?
It's only a letter,
he replied dismissively, his expression of false innocence patently obvious.
A letter from whom? Graham demanded.
At the man's hesitation, he snapped,
Do not test me, Eves.
It's a letter I wrote to Mr. Blakemore last winter, the man admitted reluctantly. It wasn't very long after I was employed by her ladyship, at Mr. Blakemore's discretion, to find the missing heir.
It wasn't simply a letter, or he would not have gone to such lengths to lay hands on it again.
Why did you take it?
I didn't, he denied hotly. I'm no thief.
Give it to me.
When the man didn't move to comply, Graham grasped his wrist. As the man flinched and cowed, he snatched the missive from his hand. Unfolding it, the information contained within changed everything.
Did you take this from the desk?
Graham snapped.
Yes, I was searching his desk for other letters we'd exchanged about all this.
Damn you, why?
Graham shouted.
I wanted more money, Eves admitted with a tremor. I figured if I had proof that he'd known you were out there, and that he'd done nothing about it, and in fact tried to stop it, I could get more money out of him. Figured Mr. Blakemore would pay me to be quiet, and I wanted him to know he couldn't hang me out to dry for it all. That I had proof he was just as guilty as me of keeping secrets from the old woman.
Graham shoved the letter into his own pocket and met the man's gaze with a chilly one of his own.
When you leave this house, you will not return. If you need to see Mr. Blakemore for anything, you will do so while he is in London. Get out!
As Graham made his way through the kitchens, the housekeeper stopped him. "What shall we do about dinner tonight, my lord?"
"Serve it,"
he answered shortly.
"We have guests, my lord,"
she reminded him, and looked at him with expectation, as if he would have some great wisdom to impart. Assessing the situation, Graham provided the information he thought she wanted from him.
"Mr. Eves is not staying, and Dr. Warner is not a guest. He's here to treat Lady Agatha. He will be attending her this evening, so a tray sent up for him will suffice. Edmund has gone to London, so it would only be Beatrice, Mrs. Blakemore and myself at dinner, and Christopher, if he bothers to show."
She nodded.
"Yes, my lord. Master Christopher has gone out at any rate. I saw him ride out toward the village just moments ago. He likes to spend time at the inn there. It's not a very nice place. Lots of immoral goings-on there."
It had been uttered with disapproval, and no doubt with the notion that he would do something about it. It was, at the moment, the very least of his concerns.
But rather than offend the woman, Graham nodded.
"Thank you for letting me know. Given the small number, prepare trays and have them sent up. We will all dine in our chambers tonight."
With his head whirling with what he had learned, Graham went in search of the one person who could help him make sense of it all. Beatrice. Chapter 15. The meeting with the female staff had gone predictably, if ineffectually. She had no real authority in the house, and everyone knew that. Still, Beatrice had attempted to be firm in regards to maintaining propriety with Dr. Warner, and not appearing to be a house in chaos. Her admonitions had been met with blushes and giggles hidden behind hands. They would do what they wanted, and there was little she could do about it. And who was she, after all, to take someone else to task for their loose behaviour when she was carrying on so herself? Entering her chamber, she did not shriek in surprise. Even before her gaze settled on him, she knew that she was not alone. His presence filled the chamber, but as she observed him, it became immediately clear that he was more troubled than he had been before. He looked very much as if the weight of the world were pressing in on him. It was a feeling she recognized well. She closed the door softly and walked toward the man who awaited her. "What is it, Graham?"
"Must it be something other than the desire for your company?" he asked, his lips quirking upward in a half-smirk. The expression was simply a mask, but the truth was revealed in his gaze. He was hurting.
"You would not risk coming here at this time of day if there was not something afoot. Did you learn something from Mr. Eves?" she asked. There was something in his expression that had alerted her to the truth. He had discovered something, and it was deeply disturbing. "Tell me."
"He knew where I was. All along," Graham admitted. "For the past 5 years, they knew where I was."
"Who did?" she asked, horrified at the notion.
"Edmund and Mr. Eves. They had spoken with the captain I sailed under for all those years. 5 years ago, while we were in port at Antigua. He relayed the entire tale to them then, and gave them my direction, told them which inn I was lodged at while we were there, where we were to sail to next, and when we were expected to return. And they never sought me out."
Beatrice sank down onto the edge of the bed. That kind of willful cruelty was alien to her. She could not fathom it. "All this time, when Edmund has been badgering Lady Agatha to have you declared dead, he knew that you were not?"
"Precisely," he answered.
"How did you discover this? I have to assume that Mr. Eves was complicit in all of it." Her dislike of Mr. Eves had been immediate, but Edmund had offered the sensible argument that information was often traded in shady places, and who better to ferret it out than a slightly shady character? She'd had no cause to gainsay him, but it had not changed her opinion of Mr. Eves. Graham stepped forward, a letter in his outstretched hand.
August 14th, 1817. Mr. Blakemore. I spoke with a man in the port of Antigua, Captain Jasper Smith, who reported fishing a young lad from the sea in the winter of 1804 off the coast of England. He stated that the boy was badly burned from the sun and wind, nearly dead of thirst, fevered, and had been struck on the head. He could recall only his first name, which he reported to be Graham. The captain described him, and he does meet the description provided of the missing heir at the time of his disappearance. It should also be mentioned that this captain, after stumbling across new sheets advertising the boy's disappearance, around 1807, became interested in the reward offered. He sent word to Sir Godfrey Blakemore, who was acting as Lord Blakemore's agent at that time, to inform him about the boy. He was paid by Sir Godfrey to keep word of it to himself, and spare the family the ordeal of an impostor, as Sir Godfrey relayed his certainty that the boy was dead. I include this information, which you may already have, in case Sir Godfrey did not keep a record of it. The man reputed to be Lord Graham Blakemore is working as a sailor now aboard this captain's ship. They are to set sail for America in a week's time, but will be returning to Antigua afterward. I'll await further instruction from you if you wish for me to pursue this further. Eves.
How could anyone be so dishonest? Beatrice asked. Sir Godfrey knew, and so did Edmund. He listened to your account when you shared these very details and challenged the truth of them. What could he have been thinking?
That he means to make Christopher a puppet and run this estate himself, bleeding it dry. Or perhaps he's more devious still. Perhaps once I have been declared dead, Christopher will meet a similar fate and the title will go to Sir Godfrey, and eventually Edmund will take it for himself, Graham suggested. Could Sir Godfrey be the mastermind behind all of this?
Beatrice shook her head. At one point I would have said yes. Sir Godfrey has always been a supremely selfish man. Even now he continues to rack up debt after debt and has all the bills sent to Edmund. But for all that Edmund dotes on him and takes care of his every need and whim, Sir Godfrey was not even bothered to attend Edmund's wedding to Eloise. Graham sighed. It was one obstacle after another in determining who the true culprit was.
Edmund is headed for London even now to petition the House of Lords, and no doubt to begin the necessary measures to have Lady Agatha committed. If he continues to spend money at the rate indicated by the false entries in the account books, the entire estate will be bled dry within the year.
Graham began to pace the length of the room, his long strides eating up the small space. She could feel the anger emanating from him, rolling off him in waves. What Edmund had done to him, to Lady Agatha, to all of them, truly, was unpardonable. As the truth of it began to sink in, other ugly notions crept forward in her mind. To put a fine point on it, that means Edmund was likely responsible for the attempt on my life as well, and for the shot you took coming home. But you dismissed that, thinking he was incapable. Then, of course, there was Christopher, who had clearly been out that night and was armed. And I have to say, I do not think you are wrong. Yes, Edmund is devious, and lies and deception are clearly within his repertoire, but you said yourself that he is unlikely to dirty his own hands, and that is an assessment that meshes very well with all that I know of him, Beatrice protested. But if what we are dealing with is not simply one villain and one agenda, but multiple ones all working toward different aims but with common interests, namely eliminating all of those who would stand in their way. He settled beside her, the bed dipping beneath his weight. With his elbows resting on his knees and his hands steepled, it was apparent to her that the strain was taking a toll.
I cannot say, Beatrice. I only know that there are many plots afoot here. I cannot accurately assess who is and is not a villain. I did not expect it to be easy to return to this life, assuming that all this is true and it is mine and I am entitled to it. But I did not anticipate this.
We must speak to Crenshaw. I do not want Lady Agatha to know any of this, at least not until she is well enough. But Crenshaw needs to be aware. If Edmund, Christopher, or Eloise attempts to see her, they should be sent away. Aside from the two of us, no one else should have access to her. The very idea of it, given the woman's current weakened state and vulnerability, incited panic in Beatrice. Lady Agatha is the only mother I have ever known.
How old were you when your mother died? He asked.
I cannot say for certain, but no more than 2 or 3, I think. I was young enough not to fully understand that it was permanent. I kept waiting for her to return.
And your father?
She smiled sadly. Old enough by then to know it meant forever. I no longer looked for my mother and understood that I would not see either of them again in this life. I was 6. I came here, well, my father had been a school-chum of Lord Blakemore's at Eton. They did not have to take me in, yet they did and were undeniably generous. I couldn't bear it if something happened to her, or to you.
He looked at her then, his eyes locking with hers. Nothing will happen to her, or to me, or to you. Whatever comes, I will take care of you both. And if they mean to kill me, they've had little enough luck with it already. I don't expect that to change."
"Do not jest about such things," she said sharply. "It isn't at all amusing."
"It is not. Sarcasm is just a way of making a difficult situation seem less daunting. I do not take it lightly. Not the attempt on my life, not the attempt on yours, and certainly not the slow and devious poisoning of Lady Agatha. Whoever is ultimately responsible for this, whether it be Edmund or Christopher, will pay dearly for it."
"I'm less concerned about making them pay than I am about maintaining your safety. Lady Agatha does not need you to be a hero, Graham. She simply needs for you to be here."
He looked at her steadily, his gaze potent and unsettling.
"And what do you need from me, Beatrice?"
The obvious choice was to lie, to deny that she needed anything from him. But Betsy's words came back to her, about the inevitability of their coming together. Whenever he was near, she was drawn to him like a moth to a flame. When he was not, she looked for him, sought him out above all others. The yearning for him, not just the physical ache of desire, but the need to be in his presence, to hear his voice and to revel in that connection that existed between them, overwhelmed her good sense. Beatrice felt herself sinking, falling against him, desperate to feel the heat and strength of him. It wasn't about passion, but about the need for comfort, for a moment to feel safe and secure. When his arms closed around her, pulling her even closer, holding her firmly to him, she found that sense of peace. Any thoughts or fears of the future would be dealt with when the time came, but the present and the dangers they faced in it had to take precedence.
"Beatrice,"
he groaned, whispering her name against the sensitive skin just below her ear.
"I want nothing more than to stay here with you, to hold you this way for as long as you permit it. But we have an opportunity now that cannot be squandered."
"What?" she asked. She had the very distinct feeling that she would not approve of his answer.
"I've instructed the servants that we will all be dining in our rooms tonight, and was told that Christopher has gone into the village. Show me how to get to the tower," he said.
"Now?" she asked. "What if the servants bring our dinners up and we are not here?"
"Betsy will deliver yours. If she finds you absent, she will not question it. And no one will dare question me," he said. "We both know this. I am an unknown factor to them, and they have yet to determine whether to treat me like an honoured guest, a common criminal, or their long-lost employer."
What if he returns? It could be dangerous. The more she reflected on what she and Betsy had seen, the more she began to wonder if the man she'd seen in the tower with Eloise had been Christopher at all. Was it possible that he had a double? Could there be someone else within the halls of Castle Black who looked enough like him to pass for Christopher at a distance? It was the only explanation she had, and yet it sounded too preposterous to even utter.
"While he's out, it's our best chance to look around and see what he's been up to," Graham insisted. "Can you remember the way?"
"Yes, certainly. But are you sure this is wise? Given what we've learned, and that we still have no certainty if Edmund was acting alone or in collusion with Christopher. I'm worried, Graham. I cannot help but feel we are on the verge of something truly horrific." He took her hands, pressing them to his chest and covering them with his own.
"This will all be fine. I do not give my word often, but when I do, I mean it. I promise you, Beatrice, that all will be well. But we cannot be swayed by fear. Not now, when we finally have useful information. Show me the way. That's all I ask."
Beatrice tamped down her panic, ignoring the ill whispers that hovered at the periphery of her mind. Collecting the tinderbox from the mantel, she went to light the candle that was placed beside it, but her trembling hands defeated her. Graham stepped forward and took the tinderbox from her, easily setting the match ablaze. With the candle lit, he lifted it and motioned for her to lead the way. The panel opened easily enough, just as Betsy had shown her. Stepping into the dimly lit, narrow space, it felt as if there simply wasn't enough air. It was panic, she reminded herself. Her own nerves were suffocating her, not the hidden corridor. "It's very narrow," she warned, "and it only becomes worse the higher you go. Also, the walls are very thin. We shouldn't risk speaking lest we be overheard." He nodded, and she continued on, traversing the tight space until she reached the stairs. Climbing those steep, treacherous steps carefully, she stifled a scream as something scurried past her foot. "It's only a mouse," he whispered. "Rat," she corrected. He shrugged as if it made no difference. Beatrice shuddered but continued the climb. Once they reached the door that would open to the tower room, she carefully slid the small panel back that would allow them to peek into the room first. It was empty, as it had been before, but there were signs that someone had been there recently. The dishes had been cleared away, but an opened bottle of wine rested on the desk. The bed was rumpled and in far greater disarray than it had been the first time she'd peered into that room. Blushing as she recalled what might have taken place to result in those tangled linens, Beatrice quickly averted her gaze. A discarded cloak was draped over a chair, and a small valise had been placed beside it. "I think it's clear," she whispered. "I'll watch at the door and alert you if anyone is coming."
"I am, until someone can prove otherwise, Lord Blakemore. It is my right to go where I please in this castle," he reminded her.
Beatrice cocked her head, the arrogance of his statement reminding her very much of the boy he had once been. "And I need to remind you that we are attempting to be covert, not because you do not have the right to be here, but because, by your own admission, we do not wish to tip our hand." He stared at her for a moment, clearly displeased to be taken down a peg or two, before finally ducking his head and offering a curt nod.
"You are correct. You are absolutely right. And I'm being an ass."
Beatrice didn't smile, but her lips twitched with the urge to do so. "Those are your words, not mine, Lord Blakemore." Opening the secret door completely, Beatrice stepped out of the narrow passage and crossed to the chamber door. It creaked loudly as she tugged it open, just enough to see into the stairwell beyond. She knew Graham had followed her because she could hear the shuffling of papers and other items behind her. "I looked at those the last time I was in here," she pointed out. "It's all maps and plans of the castle, and legal writings, of course."
He made a sound of derision. "Clearly they mean to see me removed from Castle Black and stripped of the title by fair means or foul."
Beatrice didn't turn. She didn't dare let her gaze waver from the stairs, but she did ask the question that burned inside her. "If you were to be told that the title was not yours, and that you had to leave here, where would you go? Back to the sea?" A part of her, she could admit at least to herself, wanted him to be found an impostor. If he was not Lord Blakemore, she could have him for herself. It was selfish and wicked to even think it.
"No," he said. "That life is done for me. I never wanted it. I never loved the sea the way that some men do. For the longest time it was simply the only life I knew. I'd find something on land, where I could feel the rocks and the soil beneath my feet every day. I could always try my hand at farming, I suppose."
Another question rose unbidden to her lips and escaped before she even had the thought to call it back. "Would you take me with you?" The rustling of papers stopped. The room became utterly still and silent. Afraid of what she would see in his eyes, Beatrice dared a glance anyway. He stared at her, his gaze thoughtful and intense.
"Would you go?" he asked softly. "If I were to be naught but a humble farmer, with dirt on my hands and not a sovereign to call my own, could you live that way?"
"I do not know," she answered honestly. "I've been poor the entirety of my life, but I've never had to feel the deprivation others have because I was here.
under the generous care of your parents. But I couldn't remain here without you. That much I know. Edmund has made it clear what he intends for my future to be. I'd rather take my chances as a farmer's wife than a gentleman's whore." He walked closer, his steps quiet on the dusty floor. She didn't flinch at the weight of his hands on her shoulders, or when she felt the warmth of his breath at her ear.
"Is that the only reason you go, Beatrice? To escape him?"
"If that were my only reason, I'd never have found myself here in this chamber with you," she answered. "I know that you desire me. You've admitted as much. And I know that you have some affection for me, but there are far too many obstacles in our path to move forward, unless it was for something far greater."
"Affection? If you wanted a love-drunk fop, Beatrice, I'm hardly the best candidate. I'm not the man to offer pretty words and romance."
She whirled on him then, her eyes glaring and her lips pressed into a thin, firm line. He infuriated her at times, and she couldn't even fathom why. "I want nothing but what you are, maddening as it is. So kindly stop taunting me with it. I'm far less bothered by your lack of courtly manners than you are."
"Is that what I'm doing? I don't think so. I want you. In ways I cannot even begin to describe. I crave you. But I cannot say if that is love, Beatrice. I've no experience with it. What I do know is that I can bear anything but your regret. I do not ever want to look in your eyes and see that you wish for someone better than I am."
The heat of her anger faded under his admission. "You knew love once. You knew it here as a boy. Will you ever remember? Will you ever be able to utter those words?"
"I cannot say," he answered softly,
his tone softening the blow of the admission.
"But for the moment, we should be focusing on searching this room. Don't bother standing watch. Help me look, and we can be safely away all the quicker."
Beatrice moved away from the door, following him deeper into the room. She checked the trunk at the foot of the bed, finding dusty clothes and nothing of interest. Graham was still at the desk going through a journal. Moving toward the chair that flanked the hearth, she picked up the cloak, only to dislodge the hat that rested beneath it. As she bent to retrieve it, her breath caught. "This belongs to the man who tried to kill me," she said softly. "He was wearing these things when he—" Graham stepped forward and took the cloak and hat from her. He began searching the garment for any pockets, but there were none. Examining the hat, he said,
"This is French infantry. An officer, by the looks of it."
"French infantry?" Beatrice repeated, her confusion increasing with each passing moment. "The more we learn, the less we understand. Why would someone in this house possess items belonging to a French uniform?"
"The late Lord Blakemore served as a diplomatic envoy to France before the war, didn't he?"
"Your father," she corrected. "Graham, can you not accept that it's true? You are Lord Blakemore. Surely the letter that passed between Mr. Eves and Edmund and the latter's attempts to conceal it for his own gain are all the proof you need."
"Beatrice, whether it is true or not isn't the issue. Others will have to accept the truth of it before I can. If the House of Lords grants Edmund's petition, my belief will not matter."
He ran his fingers through his dark hair, clearly frustrated by their situation.
"Hope is a dangerous thing, Beatrice, for one such as me. I cannot allow myself to fall into it just yet."
It cut her to the quick. Had she ever, at any point in her life, felt so utterly without hope? So afraid of yet more disappointment that hope itself represented nothing more than the promise of pain? Has your life truly been so devoid of goodness that, even now, you cannot accept that what you found here is real and permanent? Edmund will not succeed in having Lady Agatha committed. She has a new physician, one who is not at Edmund's mercy and who will attest to her soundness and to the fact that any infirmity in her has been brought about because of another physician's malpractices. When he didn't immediately respond, she continued, "As for the title, it would take years for such a decision to be made, and in the interim you would remain here, with the family who is grieved, mourned for your absence, prayed and wished daily for your safe return. You have reclaimed your identity and the love of your family. No one can take that from you, Graham."
He stared at her for the longest time. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and gruff, filled with emotion that she knew he would not allow to seep fully to the surface. "Has your life been so devoid of hardship that in the face of all adversity you can maintain such optimism?"
"It has not. But I choose to believe that things can be good. Living in anticipation of the bad does nothing but rob the present of any joy. If all I did was think about the eventual end of things between us, I would never have allowed you to kiss me, to take the liberties that you have. I certainly never would have responded to them in such a reckless and wanton way."
"So it's your eternal optimism that is responsible for your passion?" he queried.
"You make me sound very foolish when you put it that way. But the simple truth is, I have lived the entirety of my life never knowing what it felt like to desire the touch of a man's hand. And now I do."
"My touch," he corrected. He moved closer to her, so close their bodies were nearly touching. His voice was pitched in a low growl as he continued. "Make no mistake, Beatrice. No man will ever touch you but me."
Chapter 16.
Graham took note of her response to his proclamation. Her breath caught, her eyes widened and her lips parted. But she did not back away. She did not cower from him, nor did she contradict him. "I want you in my bed, Beatrice," he admitted roughly. "But I will not force you there. It must be your choice."
"Is it a choice? From the moment you returned, it is as if I have been falling downhill. Try as I might to catch myself, I simply keep tumbling headlong into this thing that we are both either unable or unwilling to name." He reached out, cupping her face. The softness of her skin was a wonder to him.
"Is it so important to give it a name, then? Must we label what we are to one another?"
"No, because the outcome will not change regardless. Have you seen all that you require in this chamber?" she asked.
"I have. Nothing in it has given me any inkling of what is truly afoot, and who, if any, is a co-conspirator."
"We should return. The longer we're here, the more risky it becomes."
Graham stepped back from her on a heavy sigh, reluctantly letting go of her. "Very well. I'll escort you back to your room and say good night."
"I do want you to escort me back to my room, but I hadn't intended that you should leave me there alone. I had thought you would stay with me. That is what you want, after all? For us to become lovers?"
The words were uttered matter-of-factly, with little fanfare and no warning. He had prepared himself to be turned away, to be rejected by her. By all rights, she should turn him away. And yet the invitation hung there between them, a promise of something that he had no doubt would alter both of their lives irrevocably. "You're certain?" He called himself 1,000 kinds of fool for even offering her the chance to renege.
"I am certain. We cannot continue dancing around one another as we have. If you are Lord Blakemore, and I believe that you are with my whole heart, then you will never be my husband. But for now, for this short time until things are proven, you can be mine in the only way that I will ever have you."
Graham didn't hesitate a moment longer. He took her hand, tugging her behind him and back into the narrow corridor. The cape and hat lay forgotten behind them as they closed the panel and made for her chamber. As they entered, he noted that the tray bearing her dinner had been delivered, and Betsy was nowhere to be found. Quietly offering thanks that the maid understood the better part of discretion, he shut the panel as soon as Beatrice's skirts were free of it. She preceded him into the room, crossing it with purpose until she reached the bed. He remained where he was, leaning back against the wall. For the longest moment, Graham simply stood there and looked at her. The simple truth was that he had no idea where to begin. The women of his experience had been well versed in the carnal arts. Beatrice, while passionate, was still an innocent, and the rules of play as he knew them did not apply. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "You're looking at me very strangely."
"It's just that you've no idea how much I want you," he admitted, his voice gruff and ragged.
She ducked her head, a blush staining her cheeks and a shy but cheeky smile turning her perfect lips up at the corners. "No, I do not. But even my limited understanding of what is about to take place points to the fact that I will never know if you continue to maintain the width of the room between us." He chuckled, which had no doubt been her intent. It was a pleasing counterpoint to the tension that, even during their most proper exchanges, remained ever present between them.
"I'm nervous," he admitted to her. "I'm not one for wooing and seduction. I've never had to be."
"Since I've invited you into my chamber to go to bed with me, one could argue that you aren't the seducer but the seducee," she replied. "Does that alleviate your nerves in any way?"
"You deserve better than this. Far better than me. You deserve a man who knows a gentle touch, whose hands aren't rough and calloused."
She walked back to him but said not a word. Instead, she reached for his hand, lifted it, and pressed the tenderest of kisses into his palm. "I do not mind your work-roughened hands, your calluses or your scars. They're all part of what made you the man you are today, are they not?" That simple touch, along with the complete and utter acceptance that she offered him, was his undoing. His arms snaked about her, tugging her close until she was pressed fully against him, the weight of her breasts crushed against his chest a welcome torment. Her breath rushed out on parted lips, and he swooped in, kissing her eagerly. He claimed her lips like a man starved for them. In truth, he was. Every minute of every day when he did not have the taste of her on his lips was a moment wasted. As she kissed him back eagerly, his blood thrummed in his veins, his pulse echoing in his ears as it pounded ferociously. Her hands pressed against his chest, sliding upward over his shoulders. It was a timid caress, tame and fairly innocent by most standards, but his response to it was anything but. Without warning, he simply scooped her into his arms and carried her toward the bed. As he deposited her there, he could see the uncertainty in her gaze.
"If you've changed your mind—"
"I haven't," she replied, her voice breathless and husky. "I'm simply nervous because I've no idea what I'm supposed to do." He settled onto the bed beside her, reaching for the simple ties that closed the bib front of her gown.
"You do not have to do anything other than feel. If you like the way I touch you, tell me and I will continue it. If you do not, tell me and I will do something different. That is all."
With the ties of the gown loosened, the fabric sagged. She clutched it to her chest for a moment, and then with a boldness that hit him like a blow, let the bodice of her gown fall. The simple stays and shifts she wore beneath did little to conceal the bounty. Above the sturdy white cotton he could see the dusky pink of her areolas. Unable to resist, he reached out and cupped one lush mound, closing his hand over it and letting his thumb brush lightly over the sensitive peak. Her responding shudder was all the encouragement he needed. Pressing her back onto the bed, he laid down beside her and continued his exploration. At every turn he reminded himself to go slowly, to ensure that her desire for him surpassed any fear or reservations that she might have. Kissing her neck, her collarbone, the tender skin just behind her ears, he continued to tease her nipples to aching awareness. A soft cry escaped her as he closed his thumb and forefinger over the taut little bud and rolled it gently. He repeated the movement and she arched her neck, her head falling back as a guttural moan escaped her. "I feel like I'm burning up inside," she murmured.
"We are burning," he replied,
carefully stripping her gown from her entirely. Loosening her stays, he slid the delicate straps down her arms until she could shrug free of it. Her petticoat was next. Then she lay before him wearing nothing but a thin linen petticoat and her stockings.
"When I rescued you at the cauldron and brought you back here,
It should have been the last thing on my mind, he uttered, his hands coasting over every curve, into every dip and valley. But the image of you clad only in your shift, your perfect body bared to me, has haunted me from that moment.
I was so embarrassed, she admitted. It was awful.
Do not ever be embarrassed, he said. You are beautiful, perfect in every way.
The words sounded trite to his own ears, but he did not possess the ability to tell her how much she moved him, how she consumed him. She was everything he'd ever dreamed of in a woman, full, lush breasts with large, dusky-hued nipples that begged for the warmth of his mouth, ribs tapered to a narrow waist that flared out into generously curved hips, and at the juncture of her thighs, the dark triangle of hair that shielded her most intimate parts beckoned him. He longed to stroke that flesh, to find her wet and ready for him. She was a virgin, but not some shy and innocent miss. Would she be shocked by all the things he wanted to do with her, all the ways he wished to explore the secrets of her body?
You've no idea just how enticing you are, he murmured thickly.
She reached upwards, closing her hands behind his neck and pressing the length of her nearly nude form against him. Then show me. Perhaps it was her own heightened desire, or perhaps it was the way his heated gaze travelled over her that emboldened her so. Whatever was responsible, Beatrice was more than ready to explore this much more risque aspect of her character. With her naked breasts pressed against the rough cloth of his tattered shirt and the rasp of his woolen trousers against the soft skin of her thighs, she wanted nothing more than to have him naked as well, to feel the heat of his skin against her own. "Do not let me linger in ignorance any longer," she implored softly. "Touch me." Those words were like a catalyst. It was as if she'd struck a match to tinder. He lifted her then, heedless of his wound, and stripped her shift from her. But he was no longer content to lie beside her. He was above her now, his body pressed intimately against hers. He pressed his knee between hers, parting her thighs. She could feel the hard and unrelenting ridge of his manhood against her. He pressed against her more fully, his hips grinding against hers until she let out a shattered moan. Then he was gone, pushing his weight off her and taking stock of her nakedness. Laid out beneath him, he touched her everywhere. His hand stroked over her, building the fire that burned inside her. Then his mouth followed, trailing hot kisses over her fevered flesh. He touched her everywhere, her shoulders, her neck, the swells of her breasts, the aching peaks of her nipples that made her cry out. But when he pressed a hot, open-mouthed kiss low on her belly, just above the thatch of curls at the apex of her thighs, panic struck her. Surely he did not mean to kiss her there. Instinctively she tried to clench her thighs together, to halt such an intimate invasion, but he placed strong hands just inside her knees, forcing them apart.
You wanted to eradicate your ignorance, Beatrice. Do not let your bravado fail you now, he challenged.
"You cannot mean to kiss me there," she protested.
"But I do. I mean to taste you intimately, to know the very essence of you on my tongue. I mean to kiss you there until you shudder and cry from the pleasure of it. Has your courage failed you?"
"No," she lied. It had failed her entirely. She wanted to flee from the erotic challenge she saw in his pointed gaze, from the gentle mocking of his slight smile as he surveyed her. But that was only part of her. The other part of her, the wanton creature who had been lurking inside her, demanded that she allow him to do just as he'd stated, that she savour every second of the decadent and hedonistic pleasure he offered. As he lowered himself between her thighs, Beatrice tried to brace herself, tried to fathom what on earth it might feel like. Nothing could have prepared her for the reality, for the immediate surge of pleasure that washed through her as he kissed her. His tongue moved over flesh so sensitive that every touch seemed to arc outward until she felt it throughout her entire body. Instinctively she clenched her fingers in the bedclothes beneath her, searching for something to cling to as the world simply spun away from her.
As his tongue speared inside her, intensifying sensations that already surpassed anything she could comprehend, she moaned his name desperately. He was relentless. His mouth was ravenous on her flesh, nipping, licking, sucking at her until she was breathless and shuddering, poised on the brink of something that she both craved and feared. Her body was no longer hers to control, but had been given over solely to him. Every muscle tensed and quivered. Her entire body had drawn taut, aching with anticipation of whatever was just beyond. Her hips arched upward against his questing mouth, and then she simply broke. The tension inside her shattered like glass, and she cried out breathlessly as waves of pleasure coursed through her. As she lay there, struggling to regain her breath, to comprehend what it was that had just occurred, he was shedding his clothes. Each garment came off so swiftly that she had no time to study him, to take in and fully appreciate the differences in their forms. Then he was, once again, nestled between her thighs, the hardness of his chest pressed against her, the thick ridge of his arousal against her thigh. She'd heard the maids giggling about such things. She'd also heard them uttering words of caution to the younger girls, warning of the pain that always accompanied the first time. "Do not let your courage fail you now," he uttered in a pained whisper. "Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not ask me to stop."
"Would that be so very awful?"
she teased. She would not, of course. Her own desire, curiosity, and the very evident need that he felt all shored up her decision to stay the course.
"It might very well kill me," he replied.
His tone was serious, but it was belied by the amused glint in his eye. He'd seen through her completely.
"For the sake of my conscience, I suppose I must endure," she answered solemnly.
"Endure," he repeated. "You are hard on a man's vanity, Beatrice."
Slipping her hand between them, she tentatively touched the hot flesh of his shaft, stroking it with her fingertips. A strangled sound escaped him, but when she looked up, she could see the pleasure etched there in the harsh planes and angles of his face.
"I'd be lying if I said I didn't have concerns."
"Concerns are well and good. You've trusted me this far. Why not a bit further?" he asked.
"Why not, indeed?" she capitulated.
He removed her hand from him, pinned both of her hands above her head with one of his, and said,
"Do not move until I tell you to. I've little enough control left as it is without you exploring."
The notion of him losing control appealed to her more than she cared to admit it. What would it be like to have such power? To rob a man like Graham of his self-control? She wanted to find out, but not in that moment. In that moment she was fully content to let him take the lead and teach her what she needed to know. He let go of her wrists, but she did not move her hands. Instead, she gripped the pillow beneath her head, biting her lip at the foreign sensation as he gently parted the folds of her sex. When he began to nudge inside her, panic returned. He felt too large, filling her so completely. She couldn't breathe from the sensation of it.
"Relax,"
he whispered, halting his movements as he gently kissed her ear, her neck. Those slow, languorous kisses eased some of the tension. As she began to relax, he sank deeper. It didn't hurt, but it was impossibly alien. He tucked one hand behind her knee, hitching it higher until she had no choice but to wrap her leg around him. It opened her more fully, easing his passage. There was a slight flash of pain, a second and no more, and then she felt him deep within her. Graham rested his forehead against hers for a moment, taking deep, steadying breaths. Then he began to move. Long, slow strokes as he set an easy rhythm that had her gasping. All the giggling, whispered conversations between maids had not prepared her for the reality of what it meant to have him inside her. The soul-scorching intimacy of it as she looked into his eyes as he sank into her again and again, stripped her of every defence and left her vulnerable in a way that rattled her. But soon such thoughts fled. As the tension built again, it robbed her of thought altogether. There was no time to contemplate the emotional ramifications of what she had done. There was only one exquisite sensation bleeding into the next, driving her upward, climbing toward release. It happened quickly. The tension sharpened. Her muscles drew taut, and she knew what it meant, understood the pleasure that was to come, and she reached for it, arching up to meet him as he thrust more deeply into her. She shattered, her body spasming around him. He tensed every muscle of his body like warm stone against her as his breath escaped on a shattered groan. His hips jerked against hers, and she felt the warmth of him flooding her as he took his own pleasure. Afterward, lying there in his bed, their limbs twined together and sweat drying on their skin, neither spoke. Neither of them was ready to acknowledge the magnitude of what had just occurred, or the consequences it could bring for them both. The morning was soon enough to think of such things. Edmund drew his horse up, pausing at the side of the road as he looked back over his shoulder. He had not put as much distance between himself and Castle Black as he'd intended. What he'd intended to be a brief stop at the inn had turned into something else entirely. Young Christopher had been there, drinking ale with the light skirt he fancied. They'd shared a few pints of the swill and discussed what to do about the great pretender in their midst. Then, slightly drunk and feeling a bit envious of the boy's lusty tavern wench, Edmund had spent a bit of time with her compatriot. For a bit of coin, the lovely girl had taken him in her mouth and shown him a bit of heaven. A noise from the trees beyond pulled him from his sensual reverie. "Who's there?" he demanded. No answer came, and yet he'd never been more certain of the fact that he was not alone. He felt watched, hunted even. Was it that upstart following him? Trying to avoid the inevitable outcome of being labelled an impostor by the House of Lords? Edmund turned his horse and headed back the way he'd come. There, just beyond the trees, he saw a shadowy figure emerge. "Identify yourself," he demanded. The figure stepped forward, the blonde hair gleaming in the moonlight. Immediately, Edmund relaxed. "Christopher, what are you doing out here? I thought you meant to stay at the tavern." "My plans have changed, it would seem." Edmund frowned. The voice was wrong, different. The words accented strangely. Was it just the drink? "Are you with me to London, then? It would lend weight to my petition for you to be there with me. Together we can have him declared an impostor with little or no effort, I think," Edmund said. He stepped forward, coming closer. It wasn't just the voice that was different. The clothes were as well. He'd changed into a heavy redingote that Edmund did not recall seeing before. "No, Edmund, that is not part of my plan. I cannot afford to have you drawing undue attention to us right now. Not when I am so close to having all that I have ever wanted." Edmund didn't question the statement. Instead, his attention was focused on the pistol that Christopher had drawn from the pocket of his greatcoat. "What are you about? This is madness!" The weapon fired with a flash, and blinding pain exploded in Edmund's side. He tumbled from his horse, falling to the ground as he gasped for breath. The blond man walked toward him then. The closer he came, the more wrong he looked. It had to be Christopher. Who else could it be? Yet even as he lay there awash in his own blood, Edmund was not certain. Pressing a hand to his wounded side, he tried to staunch the blood. His shooter slapped the rump of Edmund's mount, sending it fleeing into the woods. "I only brought the one," the man said, gesturing to his pistol, "and no extra shot. A merciful man would have shot you in the head or the heart and made it quick. As you lay here bleeding from your gut, you may draw your own conclusions about my character." "Not Christopher," Edmund muttered. The man squatted down next to him. "Not yet, but I will be." Chapter 17. Graham had slept, but very little. Most of the night had been spent marvelling at the woman beside him.
Physically, she was perfect to him in every way, but more than that, he felt to his very bones that she was what he'd been searching for all along. He'd wanted a sense of belonging to something, to someone. In the dark hours of the night, with her in his arms, her body warm and willing beneath him, he'd found that. Still, there was a part of him that whispered he did not deserve it, did not deserve her. She slept peacefully, untroubled by demons and by a dark and twisted past. Curled against him, soft and warm, she represented all that he craved in life and all that had been denied him to that point. Absently, he lifted a lock of her hair and twined it about his fingers. The dark strands felt like spun silk. She stirred then, her lashes fluttering against his chest, until finally her eyes opened fully. They had not closed the bed curtains, and the first faint light of dawn was seeping in through the curtains. "You should go," she said, her voice husky with sleep. "If the servants see you sneaking out of my chamber in the wee hours of the morning, there will be no end to the gossip."
"And is that your only reason for hurrying me off?" he asked.
"What other reason could there be?" she asked, sitting up. She clutched the sheet to her chest, shielding her breasts from his view. His temptress of the night had grown shy with the dawn, it seemed.
"Regret?" he offered.
She didn't answer immediately. For the heartbeat it took for her to form a response, his stomach knotted with tension. "I regret nothing, except that I have to ask you to sneak away in the light of day," she finally said. "I do not feel any shame for what we did, for the liberties I allowed you. I know that I should. But, try as I might, I cannot muster any real contrition. False piety after hedonistic enthusiasm does not sit well with me."
"Then come to me tonight," he urged. "When the servants are abed and the house is dark, come to my bed and let me show you what true hedonism can be."
Her expression revealed clearly just how tempted she was, but she ducked her head, her hair falling over her face in a movement that was unconsciously seductive. "I don't know yet. It all depends on what happens today with Agatha. If she isn't better—"
"Dr. Warner has assured us that she will recover, but that it will be a difficult process."
"Do you believe him?" she asked, pausing as she attempted to bring some order to the wild, tangled mass of her hair. Recalling how her hair had wrapped around him the night before, the silken tresses sliding over his skin as he made love to her a second time, Graham had to fight the urge to simply drag her back to the bed. Forcing himself to focus on the issue at hand, he said,
"He's beyond a doubt one of the most skilled and knowledgeable men of medicine that I have ever encountered."
"How do you know him?" she asked, rising from the bed and taking the sheet with her. He sat there, completely oblivious to his nakedness. She was not. When she glanced back at him, her face flamed with a vivid blush.
"It's a bit late for missishness," he teased.
"You have no shame."
"Not a bit of it," he admitted, "and I'll soon have you prancing naked through this chamber without a second thought. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. You have the most perfect backside, lush, full, heart-shaped. It fits perfectly in my hands."
"Stop it," she hissed, but there was laughter in her voice as well. "Now you're embarrassing me on purpose."
"Yes, I am," he admitted,
but there was no teasing in his tone. He was completely serious as he spoke.
"Because more than your face blushes, and if it weren't daylight, I'd drag you right back to this bed and show you just how entrancing I find it."
She had managed to don her shift and was struggling into her stays, but she stopped then. "I'll come to you tonight. You've persuaded me with sadly little effort, it seems. I've turned into quite the wanton."
"There's no shame in it. Whatever this is between us, Beatrice, it isn't simply slaking a lust. You do know that."
She'd managed to untangle her shift from their array of discarded clothing and donned the rumpled garment. "I know that I want it to be. But there is far more at play here than what we want. You are Lord Blakemore. That comes with responsibilities, Graham, that you would not be meeting if you were to form some sort of permanent attachment to me.
That will be my decision to make. Mine and yours. Everyone else and their opinions be damned, he said, and rose from the bed.
Naked, he stood before her and helped her to tug the mass of her dark hair from the wrap she'd been struggling to don.
When I decide I want something, nothing will stand in my way, Beatrice. Nothing.
She said nothing in response, just stared up at him for the longest moment. The silence stretched between them until he reached out, cupped her face in his hand, and leaned forward to kiss her. A soft knock at the door interrupted them. It opened, and Betsy ducked inside. She took one look at Graham, her eyes widened, and then she turned her face away.
Miss, the servants are up and about, and I heard them talking in the kitchen that his lordship's dinner hadn't been touched. They gossip something awful, the maid offered weakly.
In deference to the servant's clearly scandalised state, Graham reached for the discarded sheet and wrapped it about his waist.
Can you get to my chamber and retrieve fresh clothing for me?
Yes, my lord, Betsy answered. We had the trunks brought down from the attic with the late Lord Blakemore's things in them. They've all been laundered and aired out. You'll be togged out like a lord ought to be.
Go fetch them for me, he said.
You've gotten very comfortable issuing orders for someone who wasn't even sure a day ago that you were actually a lord, Beatrice rebuked, as Betsy made her escape, carting his discarded clothing with her.
What's got your feathers ruffled, Beatrice? That your maid found me here, or that others might be whispering about us even now?
What has my feathers ruffled, Graham, is your autocratic behaviour. You may be the Lord of Castle Black, but I'm not a servant for you to order about and command. I have a say in what happens between us.
Yes, he agreed. You certainly do. And if you say no to me because you truly do not want me, I will abide by it. But if you say no out of some ridiculous notion that I have to land myself an heiress for the sake of the family, I'll ignore that as any sane man ought to.
It isn't ridiculous. I will not see the home I love, the only home I've ever known, destroyed because I was too selfish to do what was right.
Betsy returned then and shushed them both.
As if realising that she'd just reprimanded her employer like one would an errant child, she said,
You can be heard in the corridor. Be mindful of what you say, she whispered.
Graham reached for the breeches she'd delivered, managed to don them beneath the sheet, and then quickly tugged a shirt on over his head.
Clearly the dew is off the rose if we cannot avoid being at one another's throats already. Can you get me to Lady Agatha's chamber from here?
Yes, my lord. Not directly in, but just across the hall from it.
I will go and check in on her, and if anyone has questions about where I was or what I was doing, that should suffice as a handy enough alibi, he offered.
Beatrice watched them leave, Betsy leading him through the maze of secret corridors and priest holes. She'd turned into a shrew, and she had no notion of why. You do know? Her conscience pricked her once more. It was fear. Having given herself to him so completely, she knew that there was no going back. She would, in her heart at least, be tied to him forever. The maid returned then. She stepped forward and lifted an impossibly tangled lock of Beatrice's hair and clucked her tongue disapprovingly.
I did tell you that a man would one day be very appreciative of it.
You judge me for the snarls in my hair more than the man in my bed, Beatrice said with a shake of her head.
Begging your pardon, miss, but if the other women in this house knew what was hiding under his clothes, there'd have been a queue outside his chamber door, especially Mrs. Blakemore. With Mr. Blakemore gone off to London and Mr. Christopher hiding out in the village tavern all night, she near broke one of the footmen. Several of the maids said they could hear them carrying on.
You've always bordered on inappropriate, Betsy, but now you're saying scandalous things on purpose.
No, miss. Now, since I know that neither your ears nor any other part of you is virginal, I no longer have to censor the gossip I bring to you, she answered smartly. Mrs. Blakemore has been dallying with more than one of the footmen and the stable hands for years. Mr. Christopher was something of a surprise, but, in truth, not completely unexpected.
They'd somehow made it to her dressing table, and Betsy was doing her best to untangle the knots. It would take a miracle, Beatrice thought. How
long has this been going on?"
"Since Mr. Blakemore brought her here," the maid replied. "I never said anything to you because I always thought it was just the footman. She'd not be the first lady to take one of her servants as a lover."
"I suppose not. Do you think Edmund knows?"
"I think a better question, miss, would be whether or not he cares."
Beatrice continued to mull over that as, one by one, each of the snarls was coaxed out. Graham knocked softly on Lady Agatha's door, and an exhausted Crenshaw finally answered. The woman looked haggard and tired.
"Is there another servant in this house you would trust to watch over her?"
There was no preamble, no softening of the statement, and at the woman's startled look he realised she feared being sacked.
"It's too much for one person to provide round-the-clock care, Crenshaw. If there is someone else, you may look after her in shifts so that you can get a decent amount of rest."
The maid immediately relaxed, the tension seeping from her face. "My aunt is not currently employed here as she is retired. She had been Lady Agatha's maid before I took up the position, and resides with my mother in the village. I think she would welcome an opportunity to return to Castle Black to care for her ladyship."
"Speak to Hammond and see about having her fetched, then. If he questions it, tell him it is on my order."
She bobbed a curtsy. "Certainly, my lord." Entering the suite as the maid exited, he crossed the small sitting-room to Lady Agatha's bedchamber. She lay in the centre of the large bed, looking impossibly fragile and weak. Her pallor was alarming enough, but the fine sheen of perspiration on her skin was even more so.
"You are too ill. This cannot be good for you. Warner has decreased your dosage too quickly," he stated.
She shook her head even as she beckoned him forward to the chair placed next to her bed. "Physically, the misery is nearly unbearable. Yet my thinking is clearer than it has been in years, Graham. I would rather be done with it quickly if I can. I will gladly tolerate the discomfort for the desired outcome." Her expression shifted, a worried look crossing her features as she glanced up at him. "You must believe that I did not know what Dr. Shepherd was about. I would never have knowingly succumbed to such a weakness. I find it utterly shameful."
"I do believe that," he agreed as he settled into the chair she'd indicated. "Your strength of character is not in question. What I do question is Dr. Shepherd's motive. Is it possible that the laudanum was added to those elixirs and tonics in the hopes of making you more compliant?"
It was an ugly suspicion, but he could not shake the thought that, perhaps, someone had been attempting to control Lady Agatha's behaviour by leaving her in a vulnerable state. "Compliant with what?" she asked.
"With taking the necessary steps to have me declared dead and the title passed officially to Christopher."
"There is no amount of opium that would ever have prompted such," she denied vehemently.
"And when that was realised, someone began adding foxglove to the mix to eliminate you altogether. I very much fear," he admitted reluctantly, "that we are not dealing with a straightforward case of one villain being responsible for all of the misdeeds in this house. I feel that there are multiple schemes in play, and we are untangling all the threads at a snail's pace."
She shrugged sadly. "There have been too many accidents of late. Beatrice nearly drowning, someone shooting at you. And it was foolish of you to think you could hide such a thing from me in this house. I understand that Edmund and Christopher are the most likely suspects, as they are the two people with the most to lose upon your return. But I cannot allow myself to think so badly of them. They are difficult, to be sure, but they are not evil. I cannot allow myself to think so." Graham thought about the letter recovered from Eves yesterday. He would not burden her with that just yet. Until she was stronger, and until he could ascertain beyond any reasonable doubt that Edmund was the culprit, he would keep that unfortunate truth to himself.
"I will continue to look into things. Crenshaw is having her aunt fetched from the village to aid in your care as you recuperate. In the meantime, Edmund, Christopher and Eloise will not be permitted to enter this chamber. Only Beatrice, Dr. Warner, your maids and me will be able to see you. I fear we are at a point where it would be dangerous and foolhardy to trust anyone else."
Lady Agatha sighed sadly and placed her hand over his.
"You should not have returned to such an inhospitable welcome. We should all be rejoicing to have you safely amongst us again, and yet it is nothing but plots and machinations. And here I lay, useless, nothing more than another burden for you to bear."
Graham shook his head. "You are not a burden to me. I have spent almost the last 2 decades roaming this world without any inkling of where I belonged. Even now I am between 2 worlds, too finely mannered to be a sailor, and yet not fine enough to be the gentleman I claim. Acceptance from you means the world to me, and even if Edmund should succeed with his petition to the House of Lords, I will not abandon you here."
"And Beatrice?" she asked pointedly. "What will become of her?"
Graham met her far too perceptive gaze. He'd made his decision. He'd made it long before the innocent temptress turned shrew had lured him into her bed.
"Beatrice will be my wife, whether I am Lord Blakemore or not. She could accept me more easily if I am not, to be honest. The notion she has that the estate is in peril and I must wed an heiress, where has that come from?"
"Edmund is always going on and on about the estate operating at a loss. He insists we are hovering on the very precipice of poverty, though I cannot fathom why," Lady Agatha replied. "I should have looked into things more closely, but I lacked the strength or the will to do so. If we are on the verge of being paupered, I am at fault for not taking a more active role in maintaining your legacy."
"You take too much upon yourself. Your oldest son was missing and presumed dead for nearly 2 decades. Your husband had just perished. It is only natural that you would look to people you trusted, to family, to help you in such dire times. But that is neither here nor there. My concern now is how. If we are bleeding money, how and where is it going?"
A pensive expression twisted her features as she considered that question.
"Little has changed in the way the estate functions since your father's passing, which means that it must be in how the finances are managed that we have a problem."
"Mismanaged," Graham corrected. "From what I have learned from Beatrice, I think it is safe to assume that a good portion of the revenue produced by the estate is being utilised to see to the care and comfort of Sir Godfrey."
Lady Agatha made a sound of disgust.
"I never could abide him. How he and my dear Nicholas could be siblings when they are so different of character and quality is beyond me."
"Are Christopher and I not so different, then?" he asked.
It was telling that she immediately looked away, a guilty flush colouring her face. The suspicion had been there, hovering in the periphery of his mind after their previous conversation. All her talk of not being a good wife and of Lord Blakemore's mercy and forgiveness had fed that ugly seed of doubt.
"He is not Lord Blakemore's son, is he?"
Lady Agatha closed her eyes, as a single tear escaped and rolled unchecked over her cheek.
"He does not know my greatest shame, and I beg of you not to tell him."
"I see no reason to if it can be avoided. But I need to understand who the players in this very dangerous game are. Tell me what you can."
She was silent for a long moment, collecting her thoughts and her courage. With a heavy sigh, she began.
"It was while I was in France with your father. You were just a boy, 10 when we first arrived there, and 12 when we returned to England on that ill-fated ship."
When she paused again and drew in a shuddering breath, he took her hand.
"I know this is difficult for you to discuss. I wouldn't press you if I didn't feel the information were vital."
"How can anything so ancient as this be vital?" she queried.
It was a question he was asking himself.
"I cannot say. Perhaps it was because my memory was so lacking that I learned to trust something far more indistinct and difficult to fathom. For almost 2 decades I have lived primarily by instinct alone, and it has not failed me. My instinct now tells me that this is important, even if I cannot say how."
Their gazes locked, and after a long moment of silence, she said softly, "The first year was misery. Nicholas was always gone. You were a terror then. But you were a boy with no playmates, no friends, in a country you despised and that honestly despised us for being English. It's little wonder you were difficult. I hated being trapped in that house and would take every opportunity to escape it."
"And the second year?" he asked.
"I met a man while I was out shopping. A Frenchman named Etienne Lachance. Needless to say, that was false." She grew silent again, and her pain was evident, written clearly on her features. "Even now, I cannot be certain if anything he said to me was based in truth. I was lonely, terribly homesick and filled with a kind of ennui that I hope you never know. In short, I was easy prey for him. He seduced me to gain access to your father's papers. If your father had not been such a kind man, such a forgiving one, I could very well have gone to the noose for treason."
Graham sat back in the chair and contemplated his answer very carefully. "He loved you," he finally said. "More than honour, more than country."
She ducked her head and wiped the tears from her eyes. "You must despise me."
He shook his head. "You are human, as we all are. At one time or another we are all guilty of trusting the wrong person. I cannot imagine what it was like to learn the truth, and in such troubled times."
"Are you certain this is important?" she demanded. "I have tried so very hard to forget those awful times. I thought losing you was my punishment. I'm still not certain that it wasn't."
"That is not how the world works," he reproved. "I've little enough acquaintance with religion, but I do believe that God exists, and I doubt that he would let me suffer for what I did for your sins, if you committed any."
"Adultery is sin enough," she scoffed.
"And if it were a divinely punished offence, more than half the ton would be in constant peril."
She shook her head, but a slight smile curved her lips. "I do not for one moment believe that we are dissecting my checkered past for the sake of idle curiosity. I may be trapped in this bed by my weakened body, but my mind, at least, is sound. Tell me why you need to know this."
Graham ran his fingers through his hair in a gesture of frustration. "I cannot say. I'm not even entirely certain that I do. In the meantime, remain in your room and far from both Christopher and Edmund. And Eloise."
"Very well. Crenshaw and her aunt will keep me well guarded. Between the two of them, they could raise enough noise to bring this whole castle down around our ears if the need should arise. And you will guard Beatrice carefully? She is not my child, but in many ways she is the daughter I always wanted. Heaven knows I could never have been blessed with one better."
"I will keep her safe," he vowed. "I will keep both of you safe."
Graham rose, the weight of that promise pressing heavily upon him as he left the room. He needed to find Dr. Warner. If Mesmer's techniques could unlock his fragmented memory, he'd gladly look like a fool during the process. Chapter 18. Eloise slipped from her chamber and headed for the tower. It was more difficult to get there during the day when the maids were all about, but in the past 6 months she'd become intimately acquainted with the floor plan of Castle Black. There wasn't a room she did not know. Ducking into an alcove as one of the maids emerged with an armload of dirty linens, she waited until the girl had passed before continuing on along the corridor. She didn't even know if he was there, but nothing ventured was nothing gained. She needed to see him. It had been days. Dallying with a footman eased the physical ache of not having a man in her bed. Heaven knew her husband had never offered her any fulfillment in that area, but nothing compared to what she felt when she was with him. At the end of the corridor, she removed the ribbon tied around her neck that held the key and unlocked the door to the tower. She climbed the stairs with her heart pounding in anticipation. As she neared the top, she heard the sound of footsteps and sighed in relief. Entering the chamber, she leaned back against the door and took in the length of his perfect form. Broad-shouldered, lean-hipped, blonde and perfect. She could not have ordered a better specimen.
"My darling, you have been gone too long," she said.
"I may yet be gone for good," he snapped. "You are supposed to reel in your husband. He very nearly ruined everything."
"Edmund will do nothing," she said. "He is not well liked enough by anyone with a title to be able to get a petition through the House of Lords. His pleas will fall on deaf ears, and your plan will continue as always. There will simply be one more body to contend with than initially believed."
"2," he corrected. "As for your husband, he has already been taken care of. His fat, bloated corpse will be found in a thicket near the road."
"You should have told me," she snapped. "We were not ready for that yet."
"We're ready when I say we are," he shouted back at her. "We've dawdled long enough. We'll eliminate the others, and when Christopher assumes the title, we'll eliminate him. I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of hiding in this goddamn tower while you fuck every man in this house." Eloise stepped back. His jealousy was becoming a problem, but for the moment, she still needed him.
"Lady Agatha will be easy enough to explain away. As for Beatrice, there will be no one to raise a fuss or request an inquest. Graham can assume the title and then die of an unfortunate accident. He admitted himself that he is a poor horseman, did he not? It all sounds perfect, but I worry that so many deaths, even with reasonable explanations, will raise questions."
She stepped forward, loosening the ties of her gown so that it fell to her feet, revealing that she was nude beneath it, save for intricately embroidered stays and silk stockings tied with black ribbon garters. She noted how his eyes darkened as they roved over her form.
"I couldn't bear it if something happened to you, my love."
He didn't touch her, but allowed her to run her hands over his body. "You left out Christopher, or have your feelings for him gotten in the way of your ultimate plan?" Eloise was an insatiable creature, and while he had no qualms about her taking every footman in the house to her bed, her dalliance with Christopher stirred his envy. It wasn't about her, but about his resentment of his half-brother, the English bastard who'd had everything while he'd eked out a meagre existence in the infantry.
"No," she stated firmly. "I will be Lady Blakemore, and you will take his place with no one the wiser, just as we've always planned. I would never have married into this dismal family otherwise. Edmund is a plodding fool, and Christopher... Well, we had to establish a history between us so that when we become engaged after Edmund's death, no one will question it."
"Are you certain you do not prefer him? The gently reared bastard over the coarse and impoverished one?"
"Thanks to my father-in-law's excessive spending and my now late husband's inability to say no, you're both more impoverished than I like."
He grinned at her, tugging her close. "Edmund has been stopped. Sir Godfrey will have to take his chances with the moneylenders. And in a few short months, you and I will rule this house together."
"We'll dismiss the servants and hire an entirely new staff who will never suspect a thing. And in a few years, when Christopher is a dim memory to those he knew at school, we can leave this dismal spot and go to London. Lights and parties and the theatre, and we can indulge our every desire no matter how wicked it is."
He smiled, but there was a hint of cruelty in his gaze. "Did you not enjoy fucking that footman last night? Was his cock not enough for you?"
Eloise pressed herself against him, hoping to entice his appetite enough to lighten his decidedly sour mood. She adored him, but she had learned that his moods could be capricious and often vicious. I only did it because you told me to. You are the only one that I want, Alain, and I want you right now. Take me.
I'll give you what you want. But you have to do something for me first, he said, his hand coming up to tug her hair from its chignon. When the mass of it was wrapped tightly in his fist, her head pulled back with the kind of violence that she both craved and feared. He kissed her neck. Say yes, Eloise.
Yes. Yes to anything.
Find a way to get to Lady Agatha. The foxglove has been too slow. Give her more of it, and let us at least end one part of this farce.
There was no hesitation, no doubt as she uttered her agreement. Anything, my darling. Anything for you.
He bit her neck, his teeth sinking in hard enough to form a bruise there. For us. For our future.
Yes, for us, she whispered,
as his fingers dug into her hips.
For us.
Just braid it and pin it up, Betsy. Let's make this quick before I shout the house down, Beatrice said, rubbing her tender scalp. They'd been fussing with her hair for what felt like hours. Betsy huffed and murmured something under her breath. Do not think to take me to task, Beatrice snapped. Certainly not after all your talk of inevitability. You are as much to blame for my fall from grace as I am. Betsy did roll her eyes then. Hardly that, miss. And it isn't your fall from grace that's such a burden. It's the knots in your hair. Tell him next time that he can put his hands anywhere but near your hair, or so help me, Lord, or not, I'll take a chunk of his hide for it. Really? Should I go tell him this now? Betsy blanched. No, I'm only talking. But do have a care. You might find it tiresome to have me brushing your hair for hours. But think about what man will still have me when I've got muscles in my arms to rival a blacksmith. Beatrice blinked for a moment, and then, despite her best intentions, a giggle escaped her. I didn't say such to be funny, Betsy protested. It's true. After a moment's struggle, Beatrice regained her composure. You are absolutely correct. It is not funny. It's ludicrous. Betsy grinned. But it got you out of your mood, didn't it? How you could spend a night with a man like that and still be a grump the next day is beyond me. He wasn't a total oaf in bed, was he? Sometimes it doesn't matter how they're put together if they don't know how to use it. Beatrice blushed furiously. That is not an appropriate question. Did you enjoy it? How's that for appropriate? Betsy asked, jabbing more pins into the braided chignon. I did, and that is all I intend to say on the matter. He is your employer. If you want this to be a proper house where servants know their place, you'll have to sack the lot of us and start fresh, Betsy said. We've grown too used to being able to carry on without appropriate supervision. Beatrice paused. She couldn't put her finger on it, but there was something in what Betsy said that had given her pause. Betsy, if someone were to assume the role of Lord Blakemore and send all the servants away, and assuming there was no one left in the family to properly identify him, who would gainsay him? Betsy shrugged. No one, I suppose. The servants let go would most likely be too terrified of being turned out without a reference to make much of a fuss about anything. And when you're new in a house, you won't risk losing a position by poking into much of anything if you're smart. She stepped back, cocking her head as she surveyed the chignon, and then sighed as she reached for more pins. Why would you ask such a thing? You're not thinking that his lordship isn't his lordship, are you? Surely not after last night. No, not in the least, Beatrice said. It was true. She believed it, and it broke her heart. If he weren't the Lord of Castle Black, she could be with him forever. Pushing that thought aside, she added, I'm fully convinced beyond the shadow of any doubt that he is Lord Graham Blakemore. But there was an odd thing that happened yesterday, and it sounds positively mad to say it. But have you ever noticed that Christopher seems to be in two places at once in this house? The maid stopped, growing unnaturally still. I just always assumed he was using the tunnels, or that I'd lost track of time from one site into the next. But it wasn't even 2 days past that I saw him up here in the corridor heading towards his chamber as I went to the laundry. And then I saw him outside through the kitchen window heading toward the beach.
Even with the tunnels, there'd be no way for him to get that far that quickly. That's not the first time I've seen the like either.
Did Christopher have a double? Was such a thing even possible? And if so, who had brought him to Castle Black? Was it Christopher at the root of all the plots and schemes, or was it Edmund? The more she learned, the less things made sense. The only thing she could be certain of was that Graham was not an imposter. If someone intended to have Christopher replaced by another, then Graham's return would have most certainly put a kink in their plans. As the younger son, he would have been given the title only after Graham was declared dead. All this time they'd assumed he could be the villain when, in fact, he might very well be the next intended victim. Even to her own mind the plot seemed far-fetched. Yet there was no other possible explanation for what she had seen. Implausible as it seemed, it was the only option that could account for all that had occurred thus far. Beatrice rose, excitement buzzing inside her. "I have to find Graham. Oh, Betsy, bless you for saying such wildly inappropriate things. I believe I know exactly what's going on in this house now." The maid shook her head in confusion. "Well, I certainly don't know what's going on, and I think I prefer it that way. He went to Lady Agatha's chambers, but I don't know if he's still there or not. But I don't think you need to be running around these halls on your own either. I know Mr. Edmund isn't in, but there are still strange things afoot. It'll be fine, I promise. But I need you to do something for me." The maid crossed her arms. "What is it?" "Has Christopher left his rooms yet?" "He wasn't in them," Betsy replied, in the tone she always reserved for scintillating gossip. "Not all night. I reckon that's why Mrs. Blakemore had to wear out that poor footman. Mr. Christopher went into the village to spend the evening at the inn with Mary, the tavern wench. He's been doing that a lot lately, come to think of it." Beatrice sank down onto the edge of the dressing table. If he was spending his nights in the village with the tavern wench, was it his doppelganger that Eloise had been with in the tower? If so, why would she have spent the night with the footman? Unless her lover was absent as well. More questions than answers continued to arise, but her certainty about what was happening did not waver. "If he returns, watch him. Watch him like a hawk. I cannot explain more except to say that there is someone else in this house who comes and goes through those very same tunnels that you and I used, who looks enough like Christopher to be easily mistaken for him." Betsy didn't immediately gainsay her, which meant she knew more. "Out with it. Do not withhold information now," Beatrice urged her. "How can that be, miss? It's the only thing that makes sense, I grant you. But there's no family to resemble him. He's only got the one brother, and they are night and day." Unless they were not the only brothers. "I am going to check on Lady Agatha and find Graham. Be vigilant if Christopher returns." Chapter 19. Graham had just emerged from Lady Agatha's chamber when he felt the weight of an all-too-familiar form crash into him in the corridor. One arm snaked around her waist, both to steady her and to give him an opportunity to hold her softness against him for just a moment longer. "You were certainly in a rush," he commented. Beatrice stepped back. "We need to talk, privately." "Where do you suggest?" "Your chamber," she answered, and spun on her heel to head in that direction. Graham followed behind her. Once again he found himself admiring the sway of her hips. That admiration was only deepened by the fact that he knew precisely what was hiding beneath her prim skirts. The urge to have his hands on those hips again, to plunge into the soft heat of her body until he lost himself, robbed him of any sense. She reached the chamber first and opened the door. As she crossed the threshold, she glanced back at him over her shoulder. It was unintentionally seductive, but nonetheless effective. Following her into his rooms, Graham forced himself to keep at least an arm's length between them. Otherwise, he'd have her bent over the nearest piece of furniture, and whatever it was she'd wanted to say to him would be forgotten. "What is it that you've discovered?" he asked. "I've discovered nothing, but some things have simply become clearer to me upon reflection." She paused and then said in a rush, "I do not think Christopher is a villain. I think he is to be another victim." His brows shot upward. "How did you come by this conclusion?" "Betsy said something to me.
that if I wanted to be in a house full of servants that knew their place and behaved properly, we'd have to sack the lot of them and start fresh. It dawned on me then, as isolated as we are and as little as we've been in society, that no one would know if someone else who looked enough like him took Christopher's place.
You'll need to explain that a bit better.
You'll think me utterly mad, but I need you to hear me out, Beatrice insisted. He stepped closer to her.
I have often thought you maddening, Beatrice, but never mad. Tell me what you were thinking, and I promise you that I will give it all the consideration deserved by virtue of the source.
He was too close, Beatrice thought. Too overwhelming as the heat of him seared her. I can't think when you do that, she whispered. Closer still, he crowded her, his hands skimming over her hips as he tugged her close enough to feel the hardness of him pressing into her. Beatrice felt herself swaying, leaning into him, craving the rush of desire and the pleasure that he'd incited in her the night before. "It's about Christopher," she said, her voice breathless with need and the weight of anticipation. "Graham, this is unwise."
"And yet I find myself both unwilling and unable to care," he said, one hand cupping her neck until her head tipped back. Looking up into the dark blue of his eyes, she felt herself falling, the importance of what she'd needed to say forgotten in the wake of the desire that seemed to consume her whenever she was in his presence. A knock sounded at the door, but it was opened before they could bid anyone to enter. Betsy stepped inside, trembling and ashen-faced. "I'm so sorry, miss, but something awful has happened. You must both come at once." Disappointed and more than a little embarrassed, Beatrice stepped back. "What is it, Betsy?" "It's Mr. Blakemore, Edmund. One of the tenant farmers found him, miss." "Found him?" Graham demanded. "Is he injured?"
"Gravely, my lord," the maid offered with a terrified nod. "I cannot imagine that anyone could recover from such a wound. You must come at once." "Has someone fetched Dr. Warner?" Beatrice asked. Whatever her feelings for Edmund, she did not wish him dead. "Aye, miss. The doctor is seeing to him now." As Betsy departed, Graham turned back to Beatrice and uttered, "This is not finished. Do not think for a moment that we will reverse course, Beatrice. We are only delayed." Beatrice had no intention of reversing her course. It seemed impossible at any rate, comparable to battling a force of nature. Now that she had ceased resisting, the only course of action left to her was to simply capitulate. She meant to enjoy him for as long as she could. "I will not, but let us see to Edmund first. I cannot help but feel this is related to the respective attempts on our lives."
"If Edmund is as gravely injured as Betsy stated, we may have very limited time to ascertain if he can identify his attacker. Let's go," he urged. Beatrice followed him from the room, dreading what was to come. They found Dr. Warner tending to Edmund in a small room off the kitchen. The frenzy of activity gave further testament to Betsy's assessment of the situation. Some of the older servants, those who might have known Edmund as a boy, wept. Others, maids who had undoubtedly spent the better part of their employment at Castle Black dodging his unwelcome advances, remained dry-eyed. Graham could not fault them for it. Entering the narrow room, Edmund lay on a small cot, his face pale and his skin clammy. The blood-soaked bandages about his midsection told the truth of it. A wound to the gut was one of the more brutal ways to shuffle off the mortal coil, but shuffle off he undoubtedly would. What the bullet didn't do, fever would. "What is his condition?" Graham asked. Warner turned back and shook his head, his silence speaking volumes. From the bed, Edmund sputtered a cough and opened his eyes. They fixed on Graham immediately, but for the first time they held no hostility. Stepping forward, Graham squatted on his haunches next to the injured man, until they were eye to eye. "Who did this to you, Edmund?"
"Chris," he broke off, a fit of coughing interrupting his speech.
Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and Graham knew then that the other man's lungs were filling with the substance. He would not be long for the world.
Christopher," Edmund finally managed to utter. Though the word was barely more than a whisper, it resounded in the small chamber like a pistol shot. The servants gasped in surprise, their shock clearly evident upon their stunned faces.
"Are you certain that it was Christopher?" Graham pressed. "Is there any doubt?"
Edmund frowned at him, then admitted in a voice that was growing ever weaker. "He sounded wrong. Thought it was the drink. Not him. Not like him."
"Wrong how, Edmund? What did he say to you?" Graham persisted.
Edmund turned his head slightly and met Graham's gaze more directly. Graham could see death in the other man's eyes. It had already sunk its icy claws into him. Edmund's lips parted, but not in answer. His last laboured breath passed them on a sigh, and then his chest stilled. It wasn't the first time he'd watched a man die. In truth, of those he'd watched take their last breath, he'd had less feeling for Edmund than most. But the dismayed sound from Beatrice, the tears that gathered in her eyes as she looked at the corpse of a man she'd known since childhood, struck a chord in him. She was hurting, though why he could not fathom given Edmund's treatment of her. Yet her pain was evident, as was his complete inability to do anything about it. He rose and nodded curtly to Warner. To Hammond he stated,
"You'll see to the preparations."
"Yes, my lord, it will be taken care of," the butler answered gravely. "What of Mr. Christopher, my lord? What is to be done?"
Graham's lips firmed. "I will handle that part of it, Hammond. The servants must say nothing to him when they see him. In fact, they should avoid him at all costs for now until I have a firm plan of action in place. If anyone sees him, take note of his direction and come find me immediately. Is that understood?"
"Certainly, my lord," the butler answered quickly and with complete conviction. A chorus of agreement followed. Graham offered Beatrice his arm.
"Come, we must see to Lady Agatha before she hears the news of it elsewhere."
He needed to get her out of that room. He also needed to curb his own ridiculous jealousy of a dead man. Beatrice brushed tears from her eyes as they left that small, dismal chamber and made for Lady Agatha's suite. She did not weep for the man Edmund had become. Her tears were for the boy he'd once been, and for the woman they were about to face. Lady Agatha had suffered the agony of a missing child for almost 2 decades. She'd buried her husband, a kinder man never to be found. Now, with her missing son returned to her, she would have to say her farewells to Edmund, who had been like a son to her. It was too much for her to bear, and Beatrice feared that it would trigger a setback in the woman's recovery.
"Why do you weep for him?" Graham asked softly. "After all that he has done and all that he has threatened. Why?"
"Because when we were children and I was afraid, he would tell me stories. Because when you were gone and Lady Agatha wept enough to fill the ocean itself, he would sit with her," she answered. He was different then, before Sir Godfrey's influence tainted him beyond repair, before his own jealousy and envy, his awareness of the lack of permanence of his position as steward here, nurtured the meanness that Sir Godfrey planted in him. Graham stopped in the corridor, and since he held her arm, she was forced to stop as well. She looked at him then, evenly and without rancour. It was clear from his expression that he disapproved of her tears. Given what he knew of Edmund, she could even understand it. But in a joint history that spanned nearly 2.5 decades, it was impossible to condense it down only to those unpleasant moments he had witnessed. "You do not have to mourn for him," she said softly. "He was little more to you than a rude and ill-tempered stranger. But we've been living in one another's pockets here for decades. The relationships built within these walls are complicated. You do not have to mourn him, but you must not judge me for doing so." They stood there in the corridor, silent for the moment. It stretched between them, fraught and tense, until finally he sighed heavily.
"I have no right to dictate what you may feel and who you may feel it for.
It is not my place.
Because you are not my husband? And he never would be, she thought. It seemed she needed to constantly remind herself of the impermanence of their relationship. Failing to do so would only give rise to hopes that, when inevitably dashed, would only bring more pain. Yet she found herself wondering what manner of husband he would be to the woman he wed. Would he be the sort of man who attempted to control even his wife's thoughts? Because marriage had seemed such an unlikely future for her, she'd grown accustomed to doing as she pleased with little thought to anyone else's opinions or thoughts. She told herself it was just as well that their relationship would end, because she could not imagine ceding control to anyone in that fashion.
No,
he replied with another heavy sigh as he scrubbed his hand over his face.
Because it is not my right to tell any man, woman or child what they may feel. I may not understand how you can separate who he was as a boy from the disappointment of him as a man, but I also cannot understand how you can look past all of my many flaws. To exploit your generous nature for my own benefit while castigating you for it when it is applied to others would make me the worst sort of hypocrite.
Beatrice hadn't expected that he would so easily accept it, or that he would so willingly admit to error on his own part. At every turn his behaviour confounded and baffled her. She never knew what to expect from him. Electing to change the subject altogether and to focus on matters that required immediate attention, she pitched her tone low and whispered, "In your chamber I came to speak to you because I have information that, given what Edmund said, is more imperative than ever. There is another man in this house, one who comes and goes at his leisure through the tunnels and passages, and who looks enough like Christopher to pass for him." He didn't immediately discount the idea, but his scepticism was obvious even as he replied in hushed tones to match her own.
"I do not wish to believe that Christopher is responsible for this, Beatrice. I have only just discovered my brother, and, while things are certainly tense between us, I had hoped to build a relationship."
"I saw him, Graham. Yesterday afternoon when I was going downstairs to greet Dr. Warner and Mr. Eves. I saw a man I assumed was Christopher at the end of the corridor making for the tower. Then, when I turned to descend the stairs, the real Christopher was walking up them," Beatrice insisted. "And I'm not the only one who has had such experiences here. I spoke with Betsy and she revealed that several servants have had similar experiences. While it seemed unlikely that he could traverse such distances even with the tunnels, that was the most reasonable explanation anyone had."
He drew a deep breath. "If that is true, to what end?"
Beatrice sighed. "I do not fully understand it myself. I've only just been able to put together everything. But before you returned, it was almost a certainty that Christopher would eventually take on the role of Lord Blakemore. But he was sent down from school and even then maintained his innocence of the crimes he'd been accused of. What if he truly was innocent? What if his exile home was engineered as part of a greater plot?
"This is all ridiculously Machiavellian," he said. "I'm not denying that it's possible, but the degree of planning and strategy required is prohibitive. Why would someone do this?"
She was speaking in whispers, but growing more animated as the ideas and theories expanded in her mind. "I told you we are isolated here, our own secluded enclave. As young as Christopher is, his face is still changing, still transitioning from boy to man. In 5 years' time, anyone who vaguely resembled him could return to London, claim to be Lord Blakemore, and no one would bat an eye. All the people who would be able to gainsay him have been walking targets. You, Lady Agatha, and me. Now poor Edmund, but not Eloise, who is meeting her lover in that tower. She is the key to all of this, Graham. I feel it to my bones." He was silent then, considering. Did he think her ready for Bedlam? When at last he spoke, he stunned her yet again.
"I cannot think how he would ever encounter someone who looked so much like him, or how such a plot would be hatched, but I cannot reason out any other scenario that fully encompasses everything that is taking place here either. For now, we will proceed cautiously, as if your hypothesis is accurate."
"What are you not telling me?" she asked. It was clear to her by his expression that he was concealing something.
"Lady Agatha confessed to me that Christopher is my half-brother, sired by a lover she took while in France," he said. It is possible, then, that I am not Christopher's only half-brother.
The revelation was not as shocking as it should have been. In some ways, Beatrice realised she'd always suspected as much. What shall we do about Christopher and his double? It is clear to us what Edmund must have meant, but perhaps not to everyone else. How will we manage to capture or confront this madman when he slips in and out of the shadows? Graham took her hand again, a much more intimate gesture than simply offering his arm, and one that, if anyone were to see them together, would fully reveal the nature of their relationship. Her protest died on her lips. She had told him she would not renege, and if that meant accepting public declarations, she would.
If, as you say, Eloise is the key to all of this, then we start with her and let her lover come to us, he said. First, let us speak to Lady Agatha, and then we will figure out how best to proceed.
You think to use her to get a confession out of him? What if his feelings for her are not so genuine? She may be nothing more than a pawn to him.
Then I will persuade him, he stated evenly, by whatever means necessary.
Beatrice shivered at the cold and implacable expression that hardened his features. He'd told her he'd been a pirate when it suited his needs to be so, and in that moment she could see it in him clearly. The gentleness he'd displayed with Lady Agatha, his protectiveness of her, those were only a few of the many layers that comprised the complicated man before her. They could have 3 lifetimes together, she thought, and she would never know them all.
"Have I repulsed you at last?" he asked.
Was that your aim? If so, you have failed. I may not like your methods, and I may be far too squeamish to be party to them, but I'd be a fool to deny their necessity. This must stop before other lives are lost, she said firmly. So do what you will, what you must, and stop expecting me to turn on you at any moment. He stared at her intently for the longest moment, his sharp gaze taking in every detail of her, it seemed. At last he gave a curt nod and said, "Then let us go and take the sad news of Edmund's passing to Lady Agatha. It is a task that I dread, but postponing it is not an option." Beatrice said nothing further. She simply walked hand in hand with him to Lady Agatha's suite and waited as he knocked softly. Crenshaw answered, looking, if not rested, then at least less like a walking corpse. "My lord, I had to send Mrs. Blakemore away only moments ago. She came here demanding to see my mistress, but I did as he said and would not let her in," Crenshaw explained, high colour blooming on the cheeks of her otherwise pale face. "Was she aware of Edmund's injuries?" Beatrice asked. Crenshaw stared at her blankly. "If she was, miss, she said nothing of it to me. Is he terribly hurt, then?"
"He has died of his wounds," Graham answered softly. "Is Lady Agatha's condition well enough for her to hear such news?"
Crenshaw looked down at the floor, clearly upset by the information. When she looked up again, her eyes gleamed with unshed tears. It was the most outwardly emotional display that Beatrice had ever witnessed from the woman. "I dare say no one is ever in a condition to hear such, my lord," Crenshaw stated, her voice trembling with unshed tears. "But delaying it will not change the truth of it, and will not spare her the suffering, only postpone it. I believe it would be best to tell her now and be done with it." "What is it that you are all conspiring about?" The question had come from just beyond the bedchamber door. Lady Agatha stood there, her grey hair in a simple braid, and a heavy brocade wrapper dwarfing her slender frame.
"You should sit, or better lie down," Graham said.
"I am ill, not feeble," she replied evenly. "Tell me what has happened." Beatrice moved deeper into the room to take Lady Agatha's hand. She led her to a small settee. "It's terrible news, Lady Agatha. Please sit." "Has something happened to Christopher?" she asked. Fear made her voice tight and sharp. "No," Beatrice denied quickly. "He is well. However, Edmund is not.
He was injured in an attack on the road to London.
She stopped, unable to utter the truth, knowing how much pain it would inflict. Edmund had been like a son to Lady Agatha, albeit an often disappointing one.
"How serious is his injury?"
Lady Agatha demanded, bracing herself for the news. Beatrice looked to Graham imploringly. She could not make herself say it. Chapter 20. "Edmund is gone," Graham stated unequivocally. He did not relish relaying such news, but he agreed with Crenshaw. To delay and draw it out would be more cruel. "His wounds were too severe, and he has succumbed to them." Lady Agatha's hand tightened on Beatrice's to the point that her knuckles went white. A sound escaped her, a mournful cry that told him beyond any question how dear Edmund had been to her.
"Who is responsible for this?"
she finally asked through her tears. There was no end to the ill tidings he brought, it would seem. At first glance, and based on what Edmund said, it would appear to be Christopher.
She gasped then. "I will not believe that of him. He is sullen and moody, I admit, but Christopher is not violent."
"No," Graham agreed. He prayed that Beatrice's theory was correct, because it might at least spare Lady Agatha some anguish. "I do not think he is. Is it possible that your former lover had more than one son?"
"A half-brother?"
Lady Agatha asked.
"I do not doubt that it is possible. In retrospect, it is quite easy to see that I was not the only woman to fall prey to his schemes and lies. Be truthful, Graham. Do you really believe that might be possible, or are you only trying to spare my feelings?"
"There is a man who comes and goes freely from this house, who looks enough like Christopher for it to be possible. Many of the servants have seen him, albeit at a distance, and even Beatrice, when she saw him, assumed he was Christopher," Graham explained. "Did he know that you were with child before you fled France?" Lady Agatha drew a deep breath and then answered with a quavering sigh.
"He did. But he denied me and the child, claimed to want no part of either of us, as I had fulfilled my only purpose to him."
"I know this must be a difficult thing for you to speak of to us, but it is imperative," he reassured her. "Have you had any contact with Etienne Lachance since you parted?"
"He wrote to me once," Lady Agatha admitted. "He asked for money and threatened to expose me. To expose Christopher as his son and see that he would not inherit. At that point, I had almost come to accept your death, Graham, and I knew, whether I was willing to admit it or not, that in all likelihood Christopher would take the title. It had been Nicholas's wish. We had discussed it at length. So I had the money delivered to him by courier. I expected that it would be the first payment of many, but no other demands were forthcoming."
"It seems unlikely that he would have been satisfied with so little, when he clearly had the necessary means to extort more," Beatrice mused. "Why would he stop?" "Perhaps it was not by choice," Graham said. "At this point, we cannot even be certain that he still lives."
"But he has a son that might be here within these very walls," Lady Agatha questioned. "This all sounds ludicrous."
"Is it any more ludicrous than your son returning from the dead after 18 years? Impossibility and implausibility are the order of the day," Graham chided gently. "The only other option would be that Christopher himself is the villain. It is certainly the more preferable of the two scenarios available to us at this time." Lady Agatha sighed heavily. Her hand trembled as she placed it to her heart.
"It is difficult enough to accept that Edmund is gone from us. To think that my dear Christopher might have had a hand in it is more than I can bear."
"We must proceed carefully," he said. "It seems likely, from what we've gathered thus far, that Eloise figures heavily within this plot."
"Go on, then," Lady Agatha urged. "Tell me what you plan to do."
"Eloise will cooperate or she will face prison. I have proof that Edmund was siphoning funds from the estate. It would be easy enough to show that she was complicit in it. She will help us apprehend the killer,
or face the consequences."
"I cannot believe it of her," Lady Agatha said in dismay. "She is certainly not the most attentive of wives, but surely she had no part in Edmund's death."
Beatrice stepped in then, clarifying for Lady Agatha the source of their suspicions. "Because Graham thought he'd seen Christopher entering the East Tower, I had Betsy lead me there through the passages to investigate it, while Graham travelled to York. Eloise entered the chamber while we observed her without her knowledge. She was there for an assignation with a man I initially believed to be Christopher, but I know differently now. She is in the thick of this scheme, Lady Agatha, and now she is a widow. I hardly think it coincidence. As to this man, the likeness is uncanny, unlike anything I have ever seen. It's quite remarkable." The servants heard Edmund state that it was Christopher who attacked him. They are unaware that he has a double roaming these halls, though some may suspect, which means that if Christopher returns here, I cannot predict how things will go.
"Do you think this man is a danger to him?"
Lady Agatha asked.
"I think this man is a danger to us all," Graham insisted. "I think he is behind the attempts on Beatrice's life, on mine, and behind the poisoning that you endured, though I strongly suspect that Eloise had a hand in that. His goal, if we are correct, is ultimately to take Christopher's place."
"If he eliminates Graham and Edmund and all of us, the servants can be dismissed and he can assume Christopher's role as the heir to Castle Black and the title," Beatrice said. "His goal is to take control of everything here." The gravity of what she'd said penetrated the haze of grief and illness that hung over Lady Agatha.
"Do what you must to keep him safe, to keep us all safe, by whatever means necessary."
Graham nodded.
"Remain here until I return for you, Beatrice. I hope I do not need to stress how imperative it is that you all remain safely in these chambers, and that neither Eloise nor Christopher is to be permitted entrance."
"We are neither helpless nor half-wits," Beatrice protested. He cocked an eyebrow and gave her a quelling glance.
"Then you will not balk at heeding sound advice simply because it offends your pride."
"We will remain here, all of us,"
Lady Agatha said, effectively curbing any further argument. Graham turned on his heel and left the room to seek out Dr. Warner.
Beatrice seethed, and not quietly. "He is ridiculously high-handed."
"He is concerned for you," Lady Agatha protested. "As he should be. He is Lord Blakemore, and you, along with everyone else in this house, are his responsibility."
"I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself, and I would prove infinitely more useful out there than in here. We have a limited number of people who are privy to what may really be going on in this house," Beatrice protested.
"And if you were out there, searching through tunnels and abandoned rooms, looking for this man, what would that do to Graham but distract him?" Lady Agatha argued. "I will not lose anyone else to this fiendish plot, Beatrice. I will not allow you to take undue risks, and I will not allow you to place Graham at risk by distracting him from the task at hand. Let him handle this, because I have little doubt that, as a man, he is far more equipped to deal with a villain in a physical confrontation than we are." It had not helped Edmund, Beatrice thought grimly. A fair shot, a frequent visitor to Gentleman Jackson's when in London, and more than handy with a sword, Edmund should have been able to properly defend himself. "I know what you are thinking," Lady Agatha said. "He caught Edmund by surprise. That is all. Graham will not be taken unawares. Go to the desk and fetch my cards. We will amuse ourselves in the meantime."
"I've no intention of playing parlour games at a time like this."
"And neither do I. Those cards are not for games of chance. They are for divination. It is a skill I have not practiced for some time, but I dare say I am still capable," Lady Agatha insisted. "Fetch them, please." Beatrice sighed and did as the older woman had bid her. It had been ages since she'd seen Lady Agatha consult her cards.
So long, in fact, that she'd forgotten the habit. The deck of cards was wrapped in cloth and stored neatly in one of the drawers. After retrieving them, Beatrice returned to the small settee and passed them to Lady Agatha. "Where did you ever pick up such a skill?" "From my old nurse," Lady Agatha replied. "When I was a young girl, she did this. In secret, of course. If my father had known, she would have been sacked without a thought. At any rate, when I was old enough that a nurse was deemed no longer necessary for me, she stayed on for a bit as a companion, and then retired entirely when I was to be wed to Lord Nicholas. She taught me how to read cards and left hers with me." "Do you really believe it works?" Beatrice asked sceptically. Lady Agatha smiled coyly. "These cards have told me for years that my son was still alive." "Coincidence?" Beatrice insisted. "Perhaps. But I didn't get them to read my fortune, Beatrice. Today," Lady Agatha stated dramatically, "we will be reading yours." Chapter 21. Graham found Warner in the small workroom he'd set up near the conservatory. There was an array of bottles and concoctions spread out on the table before him.
"What is all this?" he asked.
"These are the medications that Quack had prescribed to Lady Agatha in various stages of experimentation and disassembly."
"And?"
"Most of these tonics are little better than cheap spirits. I'm allowing the alcohol to evaporate, and then we will see what's left," Warner answered. "Are you here to question my methods, or to let me attempt Mesmer's technique?"
Graham waved his hand at the mess on the table.
"I am not here to question your methods or to undergo such experimentation. I'm here to ask a question, but in order to do so, I will have to relay very damaging information about Lady Agatha. I need your word that you will not repeat it."
Warner placed his instruments back on the table.
"You have it, of course."
Graham nodded.
"Christopher is my half-brother, fathered by her lover while she and my father resided in France."
"I can certainly see how that would be damaging information," Warner agreed. "But given that your father is already passed and Christopher is no longer in line for the title, why should it signify?"
Graham worded his response very carefully.
"Perhaps I am not Christopher's only half-brother. Is it possible for half-siblings to look so much alike they could pass for one another?"
Warner sat down heavily in one of the chairs that had been provided for him.
"It is possible, of course. It is unlikely, but not impossible. With you, you have dark hair, as both your mother and father did, too, according to Lady Agatha. Christopher's blonde hair is certainly out of character for the family, but it could be a throwback to someone on your mother's side. Or to his father, who was blonde as well."
Warner shrugged.
"Yes, I suppose it could. Do you think this has something to do with whoever has been attempting to poison Lady Agatha? And of course the events that befell poor Mr. Blakemore. By the way, I've sent for Dr. Shepherd. I mean to question him about why he drugged her without her knowledge. Perhaps that information might be of use to you in discerning whatever it is that is going on here and who might be responsible."
Graham took the other chair.
"Someone is slowly poisoning Lady Agatha. Someone pushed Beatrice from a rock formation at the beach and left her to drown. Edmund was shot and left for dead, and when I was returning from York after coming to see you, someone took a shot at me. And Beatrice has seen someone in the house who looks enough like Christopher to be his twin."
"And how does she know it was not Christopher?" Warner countered.
"Because immediately afterwards she ran into Christopher on the stairs. It would have been impossible for him to be in both places at one time. There is a word for this, German. Doppelganger. Do you know it?"
"Ghostly double. Of course I do. I've heard it and know what it means," Warner said. "But I've yet to encounter anything like that in all my years practicing medicine or travelling the world. Do you really believe this is what's happening here?"
Graham considered his answer very carefully.
"The other option is that Christopher himself is responsible for these crimes. For Lady Agatha's sake, I can only hope that is not true. And I trust Beatrice's judgment. She is not given to flights of fancy or untruths." Warner eyed him curiously. "You've become very close to her in a very short time." "I remember very little about growing up here. The few flashes of memory that I have experienced have all been centred around her. Whatever my feelings for her are, I do not believe that they are new." "Let us try Mesmer's technique. It will only take a few moments, and perhaps something will come to light that will further cement your claims here." Graham wanted to say no, but he was also curious. He wanted to be certain. He wanted everyone else to be certain as well. 5 minutes. 10, Warner counted. "And then whatever it is that you wish me to do, we will get on with it. I do not believe for a single moment that you came here only to ask questions." Graham wanted to refuse. In part it was sparked by his belief that Mesmer and his techniques were ridiculous. But another part of him feared both that he would remember and that he would not. If he remembered things that conflicted with his current belief that he was Lord Blakemore, what then? Or if he underwent the experiment and nothing changed? "Fine, get on with it," he relented. Warner rose then, gathered items that he needed, and then dragged a small table over to them. On it he placed a bowl filled with water and various bits of metal, and on each corner of the table he placed a magnet. A single candlestick was placed behind the bowl and lit. "Take these," Warner said, holding out 2 metal rods. "Hold one in each hand, close enough to the table to feel the draw of the magnets, but not enough to let them touch." Graham did as instructed with a heavy sigh and a roll of his eyes. "I will go on record as stating that all of this is utterly ridiculous." "They are trappings, physical things to distract the body and allow the mind to focus. That is all," Warner explained. "If you can focus without them, I can remove them." "No, let's just get on with it." Graham relented and followed the instructions he'd been given. "Work on keeping the rods equidistant from the magnets." "Good. Focus on that, but don't look at them. Instead, look into the flame of the candle. Follow the dancing of it with your eyes." Graham watched the flame, flickering up and down, left and right, all the while keeping the metal rods from touching the magnets. It was more difficult than he'd imagined it would be. The longer he stared into the flame, the heavier his eyes felt. Warner took a small instrument and struck the edge of the bowl until it emitted a tone that resonated throughout the room. "Tell me about the day you were rescued by Captain Smith." "I was thirsty," Graham said. "I'd lain in that boat for days. The nights were so cold I thought I'd freeze, and then the sun would beat down during the day until I'd long for the cold. I was surrounded by water, and not a drop of it to drink. But it rained. It rained one of those days, and I lay there in the boat with my mouth opened, catching all the water I could." "How many days?" 3, I believe. I was going into the 4th when I heard the ship. Tried to call out, to ask for help, but I was too weak. Didn't matter. They'd seen me anyway." With his body focused, muscles intent on the task he'd been given, and his other senses focused on the flame and the hum that still reverberated around him, Graham felt the reality of the present slipping from him, and the past clawing at him. "Where were you before that small boat?" "A larger ship, in a storm. It pitched and rolled and I was sick from it. We all were. I heard one of the crew say it wasn't seasickness. They said it was poison." "Who else was with you? Who else was ill?" "Mother was ill. Father wasn't. It never bothered him. No matter how rough the waves or how the boat pitched and rolled, he was unfazed by it." "Your father? What was his name?" Graham stared into the flame, but he no longer saw it. Instead, he saw his father leaning over him in the bunk. Tall, strong, his dark hair beginning to silver. Lord Nicholas had scooped him into his arms and made for the deck amid a cacophony of shouting and splintering wood. Cold water had rushed around them. The metal rods fell from his hands, crashing onto the small table and sending the other items askew. Abruptly, Graham rose. "That's enough. That's enough for today," he said breathlessly. "You remembered?" "It isn't proof. I may only be remembering what I wish to," he said. "I want Lord Nicholas Blakemore to be my father because that memory substantiates my claims." "Then let us ask Lady Agatha about the journey, about the seasickness and the rumours of poisoning. We can verify what you saw," Warner protested. "Later," Graham agreed. "Later. For now, I need you keeping watch on Eloise. She's the key to all of this. I'd stake my life on it. I am sending one of the servants into the village with a note for Christopher." "Asking him to return?" Graham shook his head. "I need him back here, so the note will instead insist that he remain where he is for the moment. That'll ensure a speedy return." Graham paused before continuing. "So, what next? I need you to keep watch. Eloise will likely make a break for it, and I am headed for the tower room. I'll have to overpower him." "No, you won't." Warner took a small bottle from the work table behind him. "There's enough laudanum in this bottle to knock out an elephant. I'm assuming he stashes some brandy or wine in his little turret?" Graham grinned. "There's a hefty amount of brandy in there. Come. I'll add it to his stash while you monitor Eloise. She may try to warn him, or she may simply try to make a run for it. It's anyone's guess with her." Growing serious again, Graham added, "Thank you, Warner, for everything." "Are we not friends?" Warner countered. "Is this not what friends do, but help one another?" "I've never had friends," Graham admitted. "Or if I did, the memory of it is buried." "Even on the ship where you served for so long?" "No," Graham said. "I was mistrusted. My mannerisms and speech set me apart from the others, and I was considered high-handed and difficult." Warner laughed at that. "You still are. You still are." Beatrice frowned at the cards. "You're making it up as you go along because you are trying to influence my thoughts and feelings." Lady Agatha drew back, affronted. "I would never dream of saying anything that was not an accurate representation of the cards. The Two of Cups has always meant a proposal. Always. Would it be so terrible if he were to ask?" "He has already asked. No, actually, he has not asked. He has informed. He has assumed. He has ordered. And I have said unequivocally no. Because, as we both know, I am not the sort of bride he needs." It was an argument she'd made countless times, and yet every time she uttered the words she did so with less and less conviction. "And what sort of bride is that, Beatrice?" "A wealthy one. The castle needs a ridiculous number of repairs, the village is in dire straits, and I haven't a cent to my name. Would you have him marry me only to lose the home that he has only just returned to?" Lady Agatha waved her hand dismissively. "Pish-posh! This castle has stood for more than 500 years. It will likely stand a few hundred more. The village will rebound as it always has in the past. And as for his home, I strongly suspect that Graham will view home as any place where you are. I would rather see him happy and loved than miserable in an eligible match." Beatrice looked down at her hands, clasped together in her lap. "I had not thought to marry. Well, I had not thought it in years. I am independently minded, Lady Agatha, and he is a high-handed and imperious man. What if every day is a battle between us?" Once the words were out, she recognised that every argument she'd made against their marriage had been an excuse. It was fear, and nothing more. Not that her reasons lacked validity, but she had to admit she'd been hiding behind them nonetheless. Lady Agatha smiled then. "My dear, then every day will be an opportunity to reconcile. Loving someone is not always peaceful or tranquil. In fact, if it were only that, it would be rather boring. There is fire in you to match his, and he needs that. And you need it. If you would have ever thought yourself to be content with a peaceful marriage, I dare say you would have married years ago.
You have been waiting for him, my girl. Do not let fear hold you in its sway now."
The truth of that statement was undeniable. She was a perverse creature, Beatrice realized. She'd denied every suitor she'd had during her seasons because she'd deemed them too staid and boring. Graham was anything but, and still she found herself reluctant to commit.
"What if I am not meant to be a wife? Not every woman is, I think."
"You are mistaken if you think that, my dear. Being a wife does not, or should not, mean changing who you are. Rather, when marriage is undertaken for the right reasons, it's about finding someone to share your life with, who knows your true self and loves you for it. He does love you. And I think, without question, that you love him. Find your courage. Do not let fear deprive you both of the happiness you deserve." Beatrice looked down at the card again, at two lovers drinking from one cup.
"I'm not certain that I can."
"You will never know if you do not try, my dear. I have never thought you a coward. Be brave now and seize all that you desire. Live without regret and take all the joy that life can offer you," Lady Agatha urged. "You only have to look at poor Edmund to see what happens when one marries for duty and position rather than love." "That's unfair, Lady Agatha." "I'm fighting for the happiness of the people I love most in this world, Beatrice. If that doesn't call for a bit of ruthlessness, I don't know what does." Chapter 22. In her chamber, Eloise was packing. She had no idea where Alan was, or if he was even aware that Edmund had lived long enough to identify Christopher as his attacker. Regardless, their plan was now sunk. His recklessness had ruined everything. It would be impossible for them to continue their scheme. Christopher would be hanged publicly for the crime, ending any chance that Alan would be able to simply take his place.
"Damn his temper," she whispered,
tossing garments willy-nilly into a case. If anyone dared stop her, she would simply claim that her grief was too great to remain, and she needed to return to the bosom of her family for comfort. It was a blatant fabrication, of course, but who could gainsay it? Gathering up her bag, she opened the door and peered out into the corridor. Seeing no one, she stepped out and closed the door quickly behind her. She'd taken no more than 2 steps when someone emerged from a room across the hall. "Embarking on a journey, Mrs. Blakemore?" Eloise gasped, dropped her bag, and her hand flew to her heart.
"Dr. Warner, you frightened me near to death," she exclaimed.
"Surely not to such a degree, Mrs. Blakemore. I anticipate that you are made of infinitely sterner stuff than that," he replied cagily. Eloise considered his tone and his words carefully. It was quite obvious that he was suspicious of her.
"If you've something you wish to say, Dr. Warner, then I suggest you get on with it."
"I cannot say precisely what role you've played in this fiendish plot, Mrs. Blakemore, but I am not so foolish as to believe you innocent. You are not leaving this house."
"And will you stop me?"
she challenged, her words snapping with temper.
"You are barely above a tradesman, and I am a gentleman's wife."
"In point of fact, madam, you are a gentleman's widow, and a widow of your own making," he chided in a deceptively mild tone. "I've no wish to detain you physically or to assault your person in such a manner, but I shall, if need be. Return to your rooms, Mrs. Blakemore, and await Lord Blakemore. What is to be done with you is entirely at his discretion now." For a moment she considered attempting to get past him, to make a run for it, but she had to acknowledge that she would likely not succeed. Her only hope lay in Alan's return, and even that she could not be certain of.
"You seem quite impressed with your own cleverness, Dr. Warner. I find myself rather fatigued. I will retire and undertake my journey to visit my family on another day. Surely you can understand why a woman would wish to be in the bosom of her family after such an ordeal?"
"Of a certain, Mrs. Blakemore." "Rest well," Dr. Warner said softly, but he made no move to leave. In fact, he leaned nonchalantly against the opposite wall as if he meant to remain there, guarding her door throughout the night. Retreating into her chamber, Eloise leaned back against the door and let her head fall back. It was all crashing down about them, and they would likely both swing for it. Eloise began to pace the room, from side to side and back to front. She paced until her feet ached in her sturdy kid boots, and a fine sheen of perspiration glistened on her brow. But it wasn't the exertion that prompted it. It was the cold sweat of fear that dampened her flesh. Prison was not for her, and neither was the hangman's noose. Her pacing stopped abruptly as she stood in the centre of the room and considered what was, in fact, her very last option. Her only chance of being spared came from making herself useful. If she offered information in trade, perhaps Lord Blakemore would be merciful. In truth, she reasoned, she had yet to do anything wrong other than to be aware of Alain's doings and keeping silent. She had reason enough to fear him, did she not? Surely no one would fault her for such. Opening the door again, she met Dr. Warner's speculative gaze. "If you'd be so kind, Dr. Warner, to escort me to the library where I may await his lordship. I find that there is pertinent information that I may need to share with him." In a priest-hole tucked into the wall next to the fireplace, Alain Lachance listened to the exchange between his lover and the good doctor. The greedy bitch was hanging him out to dry, he thought. "I will not burn for this alone, Eloise. If at all." He needed leverage, and Miss Marlowe would suffice. Turning on his heel, he backtracked through the tunnels and corridors to a position just outside Lady Agatha's chamber. He'd have to wait there for the right moment, but she was his one chance for making a clean escape from Castle Black. Chapter 23. Graham was in the library, having sent off the missive to Christopher. He'd no doubt be home within the hour, demanding to know who the hell Graham thought he was to issue such edicts. The door opened and Warner entered, Eloise on his arm. "Confession is good for the soul, but as hers will no doubt be carefully edited, I cannot say how good," the doctor stated. Eloise jerked her arm free of his. "You may keep your smug comments to yourself, sir." "Enough," Graham barked. "I'm in no mood to tolerate this foolishness at present. The issues in this house need to be resolved post-haste. For once in your miserable life, Eloise, tell the truth. Who is he, and how did he come to be here?" "His name is Alain Lachance, and he is Christopher's half-brother. But I'm sure you already knew that," she said. "I only ever married Edmund because of him. He needed entry into this house, and at the time, Christopher was too young to wed." "And how did he compel you to assist him?" Warner asked, "because I have little doubt this story will be told to paint you as the victim." She glared at Warner, even as her next statement proved him right. "He's a very violent man, my lord. Threats were made, and he was certain that I was made aware of how legitimate they were. He did horrible, unspeakable things." "And yet you are his lover and his accomplice. Why did you not confess to Edmund and let him assist you? Why did you not confess to any one of the strapping footmen you have apparently been taking to your bed?" The question had come from the doorway, where Christopher stood, drenched from the rain and clearly more than a little drunk. "I'll tell you why. Because you're a heartless and evil bitch. You've never cared for anyone in your life. You let him kill Edmund. You probably encouraged him to do it." "I did know," she said softly, "that it was his ultimate plan. I had no idea he meant to do so now. I am as much his victim as anyone else." "Tell that to your husband. Via a medium, of course," Warner added. How did you meet him? Graham demanded, hoping to get the conversation back on track.
In London. He'd learned of his half-brother's existence when his father attempted to blackmail Lady Agatha. They argued, and I believe that he murdered his father in a rage. He considered taking up the blackmail scheme himself, but he meant to come after Christopher with it rather than Lady Agatha, as he believed that Christopher, as the heir, would have access to larger sums of money.
And then he discovered their likeness, Graham surmised. And where do you fit into all of this?
He demanded that I seduce Christopher, to get information from him that would help him in being able to take Christopher's place. But it was soon apparent that Christopher knew little enough to help us.
And so you moved on to Edmund, Christopher summed up. You left me, made a laughingstock of me, and married my cousin to get your hands on money that we don't even have, because he's been sending it all to Sir Godfrey.
I didn't have a choice, she protested. He would have killed me otherwise. He may still. There is a madness in him that you cannot begin to understand.
What I understand is that you have wittingly assisted him in coming and going from this house, that you fully intended to stay by his side after Christopher became Lord Blakemore, and then to eliminate Christopher and take his place, Graham said. Where is he now?
I don't know, she said. And if you believe nothing else I have said, believe that. He moves freely in this house because he has learned every inch of the tunnels and passageways. There is nowhere he cannot reach. He could be listening to us even now.
How long have you known about his existence, Christopher? Graham asked. The boy shrugged. I suspected something when I was sent down from school. There were witnesses who swore I had attacked a schoolmate, beaten him to a bloody pulp and walked away. But I had been with Eloise at the time, much to my shame. I continued my relationship with her even after she left me for Edmund. But I had no proof, and I didn't know of her involvement with him. I thought her only guilty of being mercenary. I didn't know she was a murderess as well. It goes against everything I believe is right. But this man is too dangerous to let live. If you help us capture him, Eloise, I will see to it that you are returned to your family and will face no consequences for your actions in these matters, Graham offered. But you will not see a penny from the estate. She didn't argue. Whatever her many faults, Eloise was not stupid. It galled him to let her get away with it when he was fairly certain she was the mastermind of the entire scheme. But the scandal would be horrific otherwise. What is his next move?
He'll look for someone to use as leverage. Either Lady Agatha or Beatrice, she offered. He'll offer their safety in exchange for his freedom, but you shouldn't believe it. He'll kill them as soon as they've ceased to be useful to him.
Those words settled over him like a cold, leaden weight. Do not let her leave this room, he said to Christopher. Whatever it takes. Graham rose from the desk and headed towards Lady Agatha's room, taking the stairs 2 at a time with Warner at his heels. They'd wasted precious time questioning Eloise. It would have been better to simply let her go and guard both Beatrice and Lady Agatha. But it was too late for second guesses. He could only hope he wasn't too late to save them. Lady Agatha had returned to her bed, exhausted from the news of Edmund's death and the suspicions about Eloise and Christopher. It was all too much for her in her weakened state. Gathering up the cards, the 2 of cups slipped from her hand and fell to the carpet. Beatrice stooped to pick it up and glared at the offending lovers who faced her, hand in hand. "Don't be so smug," she said to the card. "He hasn't asked, and in all likelihood he will not." Placing the cards back into the drawer of the desk where she'd gotten them earlier, Beatrice turned to go back into the small sitting room. A sharp sound, the scrape of metal, stopped her in her tracks. Crenshaw, who had been carefully mending the lace on Lady Agatha's favourite wrapper, sat up in her chair. "What was that?" "I'm sure I don't know," Beatrice said.
But it came from just beyond the door. Go in with Lady Agatha and lock that door behind you. Be quick."
The maid looked ready to argue, but as the door handle began to rattle, she thought better of it. Her sewing forgotten, she darted toward her mistress's bedchamber, slamming and bolting the door behind her. No sooner had the loud crack of that door closing reverberated through the room than the door to the sitting-room swung inward. He did not look so much like Christopher. The similarities were there, of course, but in full view and bright light it was apparent that he was older, taller, a bit leaner of feature. The colouring and build were nearly identical, and in time she imagined that those similarities would be more marked. But that had been part of the plan, had it not? Christopher was sent down from school so that London society would have just enough time to forget his face. "Miss Marlowe," he said, the faintest of French accents colouring his words. "We meet at last."
"I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, sir."
He laughed. "I do have you at a disadvantage. I mean to keep it that way. You are my way out, Miss Marlowe. I do not relish the idea of causing you pain. If you cooperate, I will spare you as little of it as possible." It was very obvious that was a lie. From the gleam in his eyes to the cruel twist of his mouth, it appeared that inflicting pain was something he revelled in.
"What does cooperation entail, sir?"
she asked. It was simply a stalling tactic. Graham would come. She believed that with her whole heart. He raised his hand, revealing a pistol. "I am going to walk out of the front door of Castle Black, and you will walk out with me. If Lord Blakemore is wise, and if he values your pretty head still sitting upon your shoulders, he will allow me to do so. If not, well, a pistol ball in your brain will certainly curb his more amorous tendencies toward you. Would it not?" The silver-handled letter opener gleamed on the desk. It was just beyond her reach. Could she get to it before he could get to her? She didn't fear him shooting her. He'd as much as admitted that he needed her in order to get away. Shooting her would only complicate that task for him. Regardless, she would not simply give in to him without a fight. Without giving herself time to second-guess or consider the consequences, Beatrice dove for the makeshift weapon. He cursed and sprinted toward her. His hand tangled in the loose chignon of her hair just as her fingertips grasped the elaborately carved handle of the letter opener. With little thought to aim, she drove it backward, the sharp end embedding itself into the flesh of his thigh. The shriek of rage was nearly deafening as it roared from him, but it was the exploding pain in her head as he tossed her against the desk that made her ears ring. Her vision swam alarmingly, and she struggled to remain conscious. "You'll pay for that," he hissed as he loomed over her. His hand wrapped in her hair, once more hauling her up by it. Beatrice struggled against his hold, clawing at his arm and kicking at his legs as he dragged her toward the chamber door. She grasped the frame in a futile attempt to stay him. If he managed to remove her from Castle Black, he would kill her, regardless of whatever empty promises he offered. That much she was sure of. His hand came down atop hers, and he pried her fingers from the ornately carved doorframe, her nails breaking in the process. The momentum sent them both tumbling to the floor again. Beatrice screamed as she attempted to scramble away from him, but one hand snagged around her ankle, pulling her unceremoniously toward the door. They'd no more than breached the threshold when she heard Graham's voice over the din they were creating. Her relief was short-lived. The heavy weight of the pistol in his hand pressed against her temple, and his arm closed around her throat, squeezing so tightly she could scarcely breathe. In fact, her vision began to dim. Graham shouted in protest as he watched the bastard grab Beatrice. He could see her struggling to breathe. "Do not touch her again," he warned. "Or what?" Alan asked. "I will shoot her where she stands if you take another step." Graham halted, Warner at his side. "Leave. If you leave her be, you may simply walk away from here a free man," he offered. And leave as poor as I entered? Alan laughed bitterly. I think not, Lord Blakemore. Miss Marlowe, now that she's been effectively tamed, will be coming with me. I imagine you'll pay handsomely enough to have her returned. Graham had never felt so helpless and so angry in his life. Standing there, only yards from her, and it might as well have been miles. He could not allow Alan to take her from the house. He was not so foolish as to believe that he would ever see her again if that happened. Graham took a step forward. You have one shot. Shoot her and I will kill you. Shoot me and Warner will see you dead before my body hits the ground. Alan removed the pistol from Beatrice's temple and aimed it directly at Graham. It was the only opportunity he would get. Rather than charge directly at him, Graham dove low and tackled him just below his knees, taking all three of them to the floor. He grasped Alan's coat, pulling him away so that Warner could get Beatrice to safety. They traded blows and kicks. Evenly matched physically, the battle for supremacy continued for what seemed an eternity. As they struggled, both of them vying for control of the gun, Graham's hand encountered the discarded letter opener. Driving the instrument deep into the other man's ribs, Alan howled in pain. Rather than weakening him, it enraged him and seemed to give him strength. They rolled again, until they were pinned against the wall. Graham's head banged sharply against the corner. The sound of gunfire was deafening in the small space. Graham waited for the explosion of pain, but it never came. Alan rose to his feet and backed away. Graham looked down at his blood-stained clothing in confusion. Chapter 24. Beatrice screamed as the villain rose and backed away from Graham's bloodied body. Her eyes were drawn to the dark red stain that had spread over the front of his waistcoat. Higher thought was impossible. Panic in its most pure and unadulterated form flooded her body. Her heart raced, blood rushed in her veins, and her lungs felt as if they simply would not expand and no air could enter. She couldn't lose him, she realized. It would destroy her. In a short time he'd become everything to her, and the very idea of living in a world without him was an anathema to her. Jerking away from Warner, Beatrice ran to where Graham had fallen. Her tears flowed unchecked. "Graham!" she cried breathlessly as she dropped to her knees in front of him. "I'm fine, Beatrice." His voice was strained and breathless. "You will be," she said as she turned back to the doctor. "Don't just stand there. Come help him." "It isn't my blood," Graham said softly. "I'm not hurt, Beatrice." She looked back at him as he pulled himself up to a sitting position. His face was bloodied, his lips split, and a bruise was already forming around his eye. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Alan leaning against the wall. He clutched his abdomen, and blood seeped between his fingers, his skin pale and clammy. Before her eyes, he slowly slipped to the floor. "Should we help him?" "It's too late for that," Graham said. "A wound like that. Well, you saw Edmund." Alan opened his eyes then. With his last breath he uttered, "Bastard!" His eyes closed then, and his breathing stilled. Warner stepped forward, pressed his hand against the man's neck to check for any sign of life. Finding none, he rose and shook his head. "I'll have his body removed to the cellars and send for the magistrate. At least with him here, we can clear Christopher of any role in Edmund's death. Miss Marlowe, can you help Lord Blakemore to his chamber? I'll attend you both there as soon as I've dealt with this." Beatrice nodded. It was really all she could do. Speech was beyond her. After the fear of what Alan would do to her and literally fighting for her life, seeing Graham lying there seemingly lifeless, she simply could not process anything else. She felt numb, but also impossibly fragile, as if at any moment she might shatter into so many pieces it would be impossible to put her back together again. Lady Agatha's chamber door opened, and Crenshaw poked her head out. "Is it all over, miss?" "Yes, Crenshaw," Graham said. his worried gaze fixed on Beatrice. "Is Lady Agatha all right?"
"She's bursting to find out what happened. I had to all but sit on her to keep her in bed and not wander out here in the thick of it. But she's fine, my lord, and I'll be certain to let her know that you are all fine as well."
"Thank you, Crenshaw," Graham said as he levered himself up from the floor. He'd taken quite a few punches to the ribs. Between that and the recoil of the pistol against those same ribs when it had gone off, he would be lucky if they were not broken. Turning his attention back to Beatrice, he spoke gently to her. "You must get up, Beatrice. I can't lift you at the moment." She did so, but continued to stare blankly ahead. Taking her hand, he led her away toward the solitude of his room. Settling her in a chair before the hearth, he poured a heavy snifter of brandy and placed it in her hand. "Drink that. Every damned drop of it." Again, she simply did as she was told, without question. That alone was cause for concern. Beatrice was many things, but he'd certainly never counted docile among them. "Damn it, Beatrice! Stop this right now!" "Stop what?" "Retreating to wherever it is you've gone in your head. Come back to me in the here and now. Scream, cry, throw something!" The glass that was in her hand suddenly sailed through the air, shattering against the wall. "Is that better?" she asked. While her normal fire was still dimmed, he could see a hint of it in her challenging gaze. "Yes," he replied, "it is. I'd rather you break every glass in this house than retreat into yourself that way." Graham paused to collect his thoughts and then approached her. Though it pained him to do so, he squatted down next to her chair. "We're fine. We are both fine, and he cannot harm us again." After a moment she looked at him and tears swam in her eyes. "I thought you were dead. I thought—" She broke off on a sob. Graham pulled her to him. "What did you think?" "That it was too late. That I was too late. All I'd done was tell you over and over how impossible it would be to have anything between us. I'd just wasted our time together." Graham held her, as much for his own comfort as hers. She wasn't the only one who'd been terrified. As he'd raced up the stairs, he'd envisioned a dozen horrible scenarios awaiting him, and all of them had involved the loss of her. "So now we know, and we will not waste any more time. To be clear, I mean to marry you, Beatrice, and I don't much care whether or not you object. I'll drag you to Scotland and find some unscrupulous vicar who can be paid to sign the register and keep his mouth shut." A watery laugh escaped her. "I promise not to be so difficult about every major decision in our lives." It was his turn to laugh. "Don't make promises you can't possibly keep. I wouldn't know what to do with myself if you weren't being difficult. And to be entirely honest, I'm not exactly the soul of amiability. We're a matched pair, you and I." "So we are," she agreed. "And there's no one else I'd rather be matched with." "No more arguments about the estates and about heiresses, and whether or not you're a suitable bride." She leaned back. "All of those things are still true. I am an imprudent choice for you. And in agreeing to marry you, I am being supremely selfish. But the last hour has prompted significant reprioritization. That all seems far less important than being with the man—" "The man?" he prompted. She sighed heavily. "You're going to make me say it, aren't you?" "Yes," he said with a slight nod. "But if it makes it better, I'll say it first. I love you. I love you, and I want to spend the rest of my life here with you. Whether I remember my past or not, I want to be focused solely on our future." She leaned into him, pressing her face against his shoulder and holding him tightly. "I love you. I think maybe I always have. No other man would ever do because I was waiting for you to return." "Even though I was a horrid little beast as a child?" "Even though," she agreed. Epilogue.
Beatrice swayed with the carriage as it rumbled along the road. Across from her, Graham was clearly less inclined to simply endure the journey in silence. He sighed, shifted in his seat, and in general made his impatience known. "We'll reach Castle Black within the hour," she said softly. They were returning from Gretna Green. A hasty ceremony in a small church was not what Lady Agatha had wanted them to have. She tried to dissuade them from getting married in what she referred to as a havey-cavey fashion, but instead having a ceremony in the village church after the banns were read. Neither of them had been willing to wait so long.
"I'm well aware of where we are," he said. "I am simply done with this carriage, and here I thought travelling by sea was bad."
She laughed. "The roads are difficult at this time of year." He reached for her, grasping her hand and pulling her until she crossed the distance between them and sprawled across his lap.
"There are things we could do to pass the time," he said suggestively.
"In a carriage?" she asked, both scandalized and intrigued.
"It's all about rhythm," he offered with a teasing smile.
All thoughts of teasing fled as his lips moved along the column of her throat. He'd found her weakness. When he kissed her there, just below her ear, and followed that tender caress with the slight sting of his teeth, all of her good sense fled. It took so little to make her a slave to desire, she mused. His hands moved to her hips, repositioning her so that she sat astride his lap. As his mouth descended on hers, he moved against her, and she could feel the hardened ridge of his manhood pressed against her most intimate flesh. Experimenting, Beatrice shifted forward onto her knees and arched against him. The resulting contact elicited a soft groan from them both. As the carriage rolled along, the sway of it did, in fact, create a rhythm that had them both breathless and gasping. The desire was so intense that any thought to propriety simply vanished. Beatrice reached between them and began to unbutton the full front of his breeches. "If we're going to be scandalous, then let us be completely so."
"Are you sure you don't wish to wait until we are home in the sanctuary of our bed?" he teased.
"No, I want you now," she said. "I need to feel you inside me." Her words were bold and impossibly brazen, but that had been the point. She discovered that her husband liked it very much when she behaved as a wanton. That moment was no exception. The simple statement had elevated the tension in him to new heights. Every muscle tensed beneath her, and the hands gripping her hips tightened to the point that they would undoubtedly leave marks. But he was lifting her, positioning her above him, just so.
"If you want me inside you, Beatrice," he whispered seductively, "then take me."
It was a dare to see just how bold she would be, and she was more than up to the challenge. Closing her hand around the thick shaft of his erection, she guided it to her entrance, and with careful movements began to sink down on him. The pleasure as he filled her was impossibly intense. Beatrice swayed, but he steadied her by wrapping one arm around her waist. With that support she began to move, rising up and down on him in rhythm with the movements of the carriage. Again and again she rocked down and he filled her, the heat of him scorching her skin as she strained toward release. When at last it came, her body shuddering and her cries lost in his kiss, she was weak with it. Limp and lax, she sank against him as he thrust into her once again, pressing deep as he spilled himself inside her. Wrapped together on that seat, he whispered against her ear,
"I may have to rethink my aversion to this mode of transportation."
She smiled. "As our next journey is to London, and your mother will be with us, I sincerely hope not."
Graham shuddered at the thought. "If you had not already sated my ardour, that thought would have effectively withered me."
Beatrice rose onto her knees and met his gaze. "Are you worried about London? About taking your place there?"
"I'm not worried about anything so long as I have you by my side. I will not be liked. I will be called a usurper, an outsider, and perhaps even an impostor. There are those who will never accept that I am the lost lord of Castle Black."
"It is their loss," she said. "You are everything that a gentleman is supposed to be."
"Hardly that."
"But you are," she protested. "You have been kind and generous with the staff. You have taken to the responsibilities and obligations of the estate, not as if born to it, but as if driven to do so. You were incredibly merciful toward Eloise when you did not have to be. Allowing her to return to her family rather than go to prison was a generosity that she did not deserve."
"One could argue that it was a punishment her family did not deserve."
Her lips quirked at that. "As you say. And what of Dr. Warner, who struggled in York to build his practice? You've set him up in the village, and now we have access to quality medical care, instead of being dependent upon Dr. Shepherd's quackery. Then there's Sir Godfrey. Even after the truth of his perfidy came about, you've still been gracious enough to let him live out his days in the town home in Bath, albeit with a more stringent budget and supervision."
"None of those decisions were made for altruistic reasons. Scandal, given all that we have already endured, should not be courted so openly."
"Spoken like a true gentleman," she proclaimed. "And while this trip to London is necessary to get Christopher enrolled in university again, and to deal with the legal ramifications of your resurrection, it will be good for you to be reminded of what you come from. But it will also be good for Lady Agatha. She has been much too isolated at Castle Black." His hand made lazy circles over her back, enough so that she wanted to purr and stretch like a cat.
"And what of you, Beatrice? Will London and a jaunt into society be good for you?"
"You are good for me. Being where you are is good for me. Beyond that, nothing else matters," she admitted. The carriage turned off the main road and onto the more narrow lane that would lead to the castle. They were on Blakemore property. "Welcome home, Lord Blakemore."
"And to you, Lady Blakemore. Welcome home."
This concludes The Lost Lord of Castle Black by Chastity Bolin. Narrated by Esther Wayne. Copyright 2017 by Chastity Bolin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dragon Blade Publishing and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.